Welcome back, everyone, to our third day, our final day of the Mastering Abundance Summit. My name is Jason Mark Campbell. I've been your host for the last 2 days. I will be your host for the third day, and we're going to have an incredible finale with amazing ideas, amazing speakers, and tons of ideas you can implement on your journey to master abundance. I know we have some people that have coming along for the entire duration so far. So I want to do a call out. Who's been here since hour 1 to now? You haven't missed a beat. I know there's some of you that are joining at various times of the day, various hours of the day, and I just want to tip my hat to you for the stamina, the decision to focus and come and choose abundance in a very powerful way. Some of you are going to be jumping into a few sessions, maybe just taking care of some of the sessions you were interested in, grabbing what you want. But what I do want to make sure is any of you who are on the path of choosing abundance, that want to have access to the VIP option, you'll be able to rewatch these sessions at your own pace with all the transcripts, the recordings, and everything else as well. And so, how has it been so far? Who have been some of your favorite speakers, best ideas, or what is one of the biggest actions you've taken from some of the ideas that came from the speakers since you started the Mastering Abundance Summit? I want to take a few moments to be able to hear from you. So take the time to share what was a favorite moment, favorite talk, favorite speaker, or a transformation, an action, or something that showed up in your life as you're hearing all of these ideas around mastering abundance. I want to make sure that we get to highlight you, celebrate you, and of course, make sure that we continue setting the bar very high for the sessions that we have today. And what a treat do we have today. An amazing lineup of speakers. And what I'm going to do is just share a few bits of information before we get started. Take this time, pay attention to what's on screen if it's relevant, or continue writing those stories into the chat. There's always a little delay, so I want to make sure we have enough time to go through some of the housekeeping issues here, or rather information that'll make sure you have the best of times as we go through this. And I'll be bringing on our first speaker of the day, which, spoiler alert, Janet Attwood, passion test lady, will be kicking it off today. But first, I did mention this, and I want to make sure it's emphasized now. If you want to have access to the recordings from day one, from day two, and from everything we're going to cover today, maybe you weren't able to set aside this entire amount of time in the middle of the weekday, and you want to get access to these sessions. As you will hear in the comments, people are like, wow, this is amazing sessions. You can have them all for $99. This is the last call to get it at this price. It's our during event special. So what I want to ask you to do, if you haven't upgraded to VIP yet, is take your phone, because you should be on your computer by this time. It's always a better experience on the bigger screen. And you can scan this QR code. If you are already watching this on your phone, take a screenshot right now with your phone, and you'll be able to scan that QR code at a later time to make sure you don't miss out and you get to get the access to everything as a VIP upgrade. By doing so, not only are you signaling some powerful cues towards wanting abundance in your life, but you're also supporting Summits for Impact. This whole initiative has been put together by Summits for Impact. And what we strive to do is to bring the best speakers sharing their best knowledge in all the important fields to make sure that you are living your best life possible, not only elevating your own life, but creating a ripple to levitate the lives of everyone else in your communities to, in fact, make a ripple around the world. Your support is much appreciated. There's a whole team that's been working behind the scenes, making sure we bring these speakers, get their knowledge, put together the journals that are part of VIP as well, and delivering this incredible summit to you. So for every one of you who are upgrading to VIP, I thank you for your support. And we're going to keep putting together these incredible summits thanks to you and the fact that you are choosing abundance in a powerful way. So take a moment to grab that. And next up, I want to make sure that we have all of our house items. The one thing that is missing from this bullet list is, are you well hydrated? Do you have your drink in hand? What is that? Is that a tea? Is that a coffee? Make sure it does include a bit of water. And as you make sure that you have yours, I'm going to have a sip of mine, which I will say is one of the benefits that I get to have a little cheat day as I host these from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., which means I get to have a nice little espresso at 9 p.m. at night, which usually my cutoff would be 2 p.m. But since we're going to be going through this together throughout the evening, I will have a little cheers with all of you, and that cheers will be to abundance. So make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you got what you need before we get into the first session, because as you know, this is nonstop. We take 5 minutes between the talks, and we're going to have 5 talks going through one after the other this morning. Then we're going to take about a 15-minute break midway until we continue for the rest of the day. Expect us to go on for 9 hours. And during the live stream, you're able to comment and discuss using your YouTube ID. Via email, you should have received the link to the page so you can actually watch on the proper channel. And that is where we're having conversations. I'll be coming to your comments in a moment here. So make sure you are there, particularly those of you who might be watching on Facebook. We love Facebook, but it does cut out at 8 hours. And if you want to be a part of the main conversation, jump onto the main link, check out your emails. We've sent it over to you already. The talk does remain available for 24 hours. So as you know, talks of day one and day two are no longer available. You'll have to upgrade to VIP to get them. And for today, you'll see that you'll have access to it for 24 hours if you weren't able to stay for the entire time. The Facebook group is being used to continue the conversation after we go live. So if you have questions, clarifications, you want to share feedback, that's where you can go to the Facebook group. That being said, we have talked about VIP already. So you get the transcripts, the recordings, and more. We're putting together a beautiful journey, a 30-day journey for you. And so before I bring you to the next speaker, which I've already told you will be Janet Attwood, there are some people who ask, yesterday, I missed the session with Flores Andres, where she was sharing an extra session that you get to attend, which is 4 steps to make an extra $10,000 per month with an online course with your current expertise. This was a session we had midday yesterday, and what Flores put together for everyone who's attending this summit is a free training that's going to be happening tomorrow. She's explicitly made sure to host it after this summit, which is only relevant to you if one of the paths to abundance that you see for yourself, you have a message, you have an expertise that you didn't even realize you might be able to design an online course, generate tens of thousands of dollars a month by putting it all together and sharing it with the world, making an impact that way. If you are inspired by the people you see on this very stage and you'd love to learn how to make a business out of it, be a digital entrepreneur, I highly recommend that you sign up for this class. It's happening right after the summit, the day after. And there's tons of people here that I've noticed in the chat yesterday are currently students of Flores, and they were all excited that we've had Flores be a partner in the summit that's allowing everybody to get this free training. So make sure you register right now. I'll make sure there's also a link in the chat, although I don't always see the links are clickable, but nonetheless, we'll make sure that it's available there. Again, scan that QR code with your phone or take a picture so you make sure you don't miss out on the registration. The training is happening tomorrow. And with that being said, I want to come back to just taking a moment and looking at some of the comments that we have here. So who are we seeing joining us today? So, hey, we got Smile. All right, number one engagement. Let's throw a little confetti over to Smiley, keeping a smile on his face, coming in the middle of the night. New Zealand's very own, representing every day on the summit. Good to see you, Smiley, coming back. And we have Bridget, who's been here also from the beginning. Good to see you, Bridget. Love to know where you're tuning in from, so definitely take a moment to check that out. We have Lisbeth, day 3, joining for a few sessions. Lisbeth, I'm so happy that you are here. By the way, each and every one of you, if you want to see an amazing initiative from a local newspaper that's featuring great stories with people that are doing impact, Houston City Beats, represented by Lisbeth, great business. You want to check that out. It's a really, really cool thing. So make sure you go check that out. All the stories she features. She's an incredible entrepreneur, and I have a lot of respect for you, Elizabeth. So glad to see you coming back here. We got Joy joining us. Oh, sorry, Jay. End sessions of the last 2 days were epic. Well, glad you could join for the beginning of this one today. All of the sessions are epic, and we can't wait to show you what's going to happen today as well. We have Renata coming in from Brazil. We have Jennifer Thompson saying, take responsibility for your action. What is your objective in telling your story? Pity or empowering? Breathing exercises are calming. Health is wealth. Jennifer, I think that's a great recap of what you've taken away. And just one of these is a powerful, but the fact that you've got a couple of those to put in your back pocket and to remind yourself, I think that is extremely empowering. And I'm happy that you're able to share. Good to see you again, Jennifer. And let's see who else we got. We got Renata here sharing cheers to well-deserved espressos and lots of abundance. I will say cheers to that. We got Nance coming in from Oakley, California. Oh, you're getting up early. So by the time you wake up is going to be when I go to bed today. So glad you are here. We're going to have an important and amazing day. We have Adelia coming in from Morocco. We got Susan here. We got Bridget. So many of you. Let's see here. We got Rosemary sharing. Thanks. Great appreciation from St. Mary's Isles of Scilly. It's been great so far, and today looks amazing. Thank you, speakers, Jason and team. Indeed, tons of amazing speakers, a powerful team behind the scenes. If you guys want to share some love with Kim as well as Natalia, they've been working behind the scenes very strongly putting this together, so sharing some love to all of them. And with that, those are some of our initial comments. I'd say we are ready to get started with our first speaker. Everybody else, how are you guys feeling? Are you well seated, present on your computer, ready to take notes? Because we have a kickoff with an incredible speaker for today. Let's bring her on now. the one and only Janet Attwood, the passion as your path to real abundance, the woman behind the passion test. You're going to learn so much from her. And this is going to be something that if you've ever thought that cultivating your passion might be a clue to abundance, you're about to have that confirmed in a very powerful way. And I think you will be very excited to know that whatever it is that is a tickle, a curiosity, or perhaps even a known passion will be the fuel to take you to the next level in pursuing your abundance. Let's give it up for Janet as our first speaker of day 3 of the Mastering Abundance Summit. Let's go. Abundance Summit, I have a woman that has helped align so many people when it comes to doing the things that she should be aligned to when it comes to living the most abundant life. We're going to speak about passion and so much more and the role that it plays for somebody on this journey who wants to master abundance. Janet Attwood is with me, and if you're not familiar with Janet, she's the co-author of a New York Times bestseller, The Passion Test, The Effortless Path to Discovering Your Life Purpose and Your Hidden Riches, Unleashing the Power of Ritual to Create a Life of Meaning and Purpose. She's also a co-author of From Sad to Glad, 7 Steps to Facing Change with Love and Power, and she's had the chance to share her material with the top leaders in the field of personal growth, their students, and so many more. She's even certified over 3,000 facilitators in over 65 countries, and the passion test for business is applied for teens, for kids. There's so much more that we're going to discover on why this test is so important, what will happen when you start discovering your own passion, and how we're going to have this be a pillar in our journey towards abundance. Janet, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Hi, nice to be with you, Jason. Looking forward to this interview.
We've had quite a ripple from the work you've done around the passion test, and it's quite impressive to see the kinds of transformation that has come from this. But I'd love to get started with your own journey. How did this message around the passion test come into your life? What role did it have in your journey towards bringing abundance in your life? We'd love to uncover your story in the beginning.
Yeah, well, my story is so interesting because actually I didn't create the passion test for the 6,000 passion test trainers all over the world. I created it because I was in a job I hated. I was failing miserably. I wasn't making any money. I hated my life. I was totally depressed. I was recruiting disk drive engineers in Silicon Valley, and it was very technical. I'm very right brain creative. And I always tell people, this is a sidebar, which I do a lot of. If you want to have low self-esteem, don't think about the job you're going to take and do something that you'll totally suck at. Yeah, I mean, it's that easy because that's what happened to me. I was working with all of these incredibly talented guys that were making millions of dollars at recruiting disk drive engineers. And before they asked me if I wanted to come for the job, I was teaching transcendental meditation, which I was really good at. I loved teaching TM. I really connect with people. I love spirituality. And the only problem was I was sleeping on the TM Center floor. I wasn't making any money. And I had one red dress that was getting really worn that I wore to everything. And so these guys came to me one day and they said, "We got a great job for you," and I thought, "Oh my God," and they said, "You love talking to people. You're so good at it. You love connecting. You're going to make billions of dollars, and we just know you'll be just, great and burn it up." And all I heard was billions of dollars. And that's all I heard. It was a money-based decision. And what I tell everybody, be careful. Money-based decisions don't always lead to the path of happiness. You want to really think about, what do you love? What do you care about? What inspires you? What turns you on? I wasn't thinking about any of that. Went to this job, and every day, Jason, they had a bell in the front of the room. Every day, one of these recruiters would recruit some engineer and make a bundle of money so they could buy another Porsche or Jaguar or whatever. They would run up to the front of the office. They would ring this damn bell, and everybody would clap. And for a whole month, it rang for everybody in that office but me. And I started walking in kind of like, how you do when you know you suck and they know you suck. And so that no one would really notice I was there, I just let me just crawl to my desk and fail miserably and then crawl out. And one such day, I walked outside. I sat in my little red Toyota, which was falling apart at the seams, and I put my head on the cracked dashboard, and I looked up out my window, and I noticed that it was a blue sky, and it was a beautiful day, and there were birds flying overhead, and I thought, oh my God, I have missed this totally for a whole month. I haven't even noticed what was happening in nature. And I sat there and I thought, God, my mom used to say I was here for greatness. What is my greatness? What is my greatness? And I was just like, come on, God, what is my greatness? And that night I went to meditate in the local TM center that I used to work for. And there was a sign on the wall and it said, yes to success seminars. Does yes to success sound familiar to you? Right. And I went, that's a sign I'm supposed to do that. So I called into work sick and I jammed to this seminar and I'm sitting in the front row and this woman comes on and she's incredibly inspiring and she has it all together. Hair looked great, nails looked great, everything looked great. But what was more great was she was so inspiring and she was so on and she was so happy. And as she's talking, I am like flying out of my seat because all of a sudden I realize, oh my God, I want to do that. I want to train people in something that matters, that I care about, that is wonderful, that is inspiring, that is life-changing. And I thought, but wait a minute, I don't know. This is my first seminar. I know nothing. And I thought, okay, I'm going to ask her if she'll, let me, work with her or if I can study with her or if I can stalk her something, right? And somehow I'm going to do that before the seminar is over. And finally, at the end of this seminar, oh, and one other thing that happened before the end happened was she started sharing about a survey that was given to the 100 most successful people in the United States. And what that survey found was that all of these 100 most successful people were all doing what they considered to be their top number one passion. And when she said that, and she said they knew what their 5 passions were, they knew what they were passionate about, the world stopped. I went, okay, that's it. If I can figure out how, I can be just like them, if I can figure out what my passions are, then I'll be on the way to success. That's it. Right. And then the seminar ends and I still have this dream and I'm waiting for something to happen. And finally she goes, could someone take me to the airport? And I like, yeah, and she looks at me like, whoa. And so that's how it all started. Fast forward, this woman that was on fire, my truly best friend in the whole world that you just recently interviewed, Deborah Poneman, finally, and she ended up hiring me. And that's how it got started. And it got started with really that one little survey that she shared. Because from that, I started to really put my attention on, in the passion test, we say, what you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. And to the extent that you're clear, what you choose to have show up in your life will, but only to the extent that you're clear, that clarity is power. And so I just sat there all the time. I would just sit and I would put my attention on, okay, how can I figure out what do I care about? What do I care? Maybe I should create a list, and I started like just experimenting and created what is now known as the number one tool being used all over the world, the passion test, which is one exercise after the other, after the other, after the other, that helps people get so crystal clear that when you close your eyes, you can actually see the world you choose to create. And this is important because passion is an inside out job. Living your passion is truly, there's this great saying in the Vedas, which is the Vedas are the most ancient form of spiritual literature known in the world today. And in the Vedas, they say, curving back on myself, I create again and again. Curving back on myself. So you want to get so all of you listening, you want to get so crystal clear about what you're passionate about that when you close your eyes, you can actually see the world you choose to create. So it's like you're creating your own Renoir or your own Monet. It's yours. And when that pictures get so clear, that's when you start becoming what I call really a manifesting magnet. And that's where you start to really be able to magnetize abundance to you. And when I'm saying abundance, it's not just money. I'm talking abundance on every level, because your passion isn't just what you do in the day in terms of your work, but when you take the passion test, what you do is you think about your health, your career, your spirituality, your fun. Like, man, my fun is a big page, right? Because I love to have fun. If it's not fun, I don't even want to be there. And your relationships and your environment. Where do you live? Is it in the at the ocean? Is it on the mountains? What does it look like? What does it smell like? So you get so clear about all these different areas of your life that you create this beautiful, picture within yourself. And when that picture gets so clear that you can close your eyes and you can actually see it, that's when this incredible thing starts to happen. Synchronicity starts to occur. And the people, the places, and the things that you need in order to create that abundance that you choose to have in your life starts to show up. So long answer, huh? But I was trying to throw in a few other little points.
Well, we've grabbed onto these little points because all of them were so significant. And what I particularly enjoy is the fact that you've expanded on the definition of abundance, which is often the misconception. And here's one thing I notice a lot is, even for most people joining a summit like this, the key thing we want to get when we're thinking about abundance is that financial abundance. I mean, even you went to get that job, you were attracted by, I want to make the money, and that's really our first instinct. And it's almost like we have to correct it and go and find the more important thing, which are the passions. And I'm curious as to, why is it that we're not doing what seems to be what works, like finding your passions? That seems to be the clear path, but we're not drawn to that first. What's going on?
Well, I think it's because people are afraid, fear, false evidence appearing real. I think people are afraid that, oh my God, if I do what I love, I might not be able to monetize it, and then I'll end up on the street. That's one. Or, oh my God, what if I actually do get to have or do that thing? Will I be able to really take it all in? Can I really have that all? I mean, I have a friend where so much abundance was coming to her, she started hyperventilating, because and really, this is really true. She got married. The guy was like filthy rich. She was like, all her dreams were coming true. Traveling and diamonds and happiness and beautiful home and love and all of it. That one day she's like, because she she couldn't open her body up enough, right, to really be able to take it in. So there's a lot of reasons, why people don't. But I'll tell you, I'm going to give you all a really good reason why. There's this book, and it's called Success Built to Last, and it was written by my friends Stuart Emery, Mark Thompson, and Jerry Porras. And in the book Success Built to Last, what they did was they went and they interviewed all of these super highly successful people, like Maya Angelou, the great poet, or President Jimmy Carter, Michael Dell from Dell Computer, all of these people that were just doing fantastic in their lives, knowing longstanding success, not just success for 5 years or 10 years, but 20, 30, 40 years out. And what they found in interviewing all of these 200 like uber successful people was that all of them had one thing in common. Wonder what that one thing was. And that one thing was that they were all living a life of meaning and purpose. Every single day, they were choosing in favor of the thing that had most meaning to them. And for all of you listening, my favorite saying in the passion test is, what you love in God's will for you is one and the same. What you love in God's will for you. And when I say God, if you don't believe in God, nature, higher power, the universe, the unified field, whatever energy is greater than the energy of yourself. When you align with that, when you are in alignment with that, that's when you're in alignment with flow. Because here's the really interesting thing. What passion really is, it's not about you. It's not about you. Each and every one of us are part and parcel of what science calls a unified field. And we all have a part and a role to play. And so our job, our actual job, is to figure out, what am I here for? Why am I here? What are my gifts? What are my talents? What are my passions? What am I here to give back to the universe? And so when you align with those things, then you're aligning with higher power. And when you align with higher power, and you're basically aligning with nature, and that's when you really know what flow feels like, because you know what not flowing feels like when you're not in alignment, and you're doing some job that you hate. Then you notice that your health starts to suffer, or you start getting irritated, and people, you can't even have good relationships because you're so bothered inside. But you're bothered inside because you're not listening to the voice that's already speaking to you. This is it. Do this, go right, go left. This is what you love. This is what you care about. And what you do out of fear is, I can't. I've got to be practical in the name of practical. I can't. But living your passion is a do less, accomplish more path, because it's not about you. It's about listening to nature, God, higher power, speaking through you, to you. Here, I need this to be given to the world through you. Does that make sense? Is that a little too esoteric for you all? But really, I've been doing this stuff for over, God, 25 years now. And there are no mistakes in the universe. And so what our job is to really settle down and really get so quiet that we can actually hear. Hear what? Hear what we're being asked to bring forward, to birth. Truly, and that's, any gift. I'm thinking about the passion test. The passion test, I've been living off the passion test for like forever. And honestly, there I was, this failing, no money in the bank, minus money girl, sitting in Deborah's seminar. And, just all I did was I started really putting my attention on, okay, what is it? What is it? What is it? And it was like, I always like to say, what happened was I was walking along, and general manager of the universe said, plop, we've got to give her something. And that was my gift to birth, to bring forward. And I heard the calling. That's all I did. And all of us can look back at moments in our life when, you had a brilliant idea, or you had a brilliant thought about a program, or a brilliant this or a brilliant that, and you just pushed it away. And then what happens? The next thing you hear is that someone else did it. It was so painful. And we all know that pain. We know that pain. And so how do you quit living that pain? We start to listen, and you get really clear. And that's why the passion test is just a cool thing, because it's just a vehicle, a tool of exercises that get you more clear and more clear and more clear and more clear. And that's so that you can live abundance, not just monetizing, not just with a bunch of money, but what would that money buy? Really, that's your passion, not the money. What is it that money will buy that you really long for? Do you want to be a philanthropist? Do you want to, all of us want to make a difference in the world. I don't care who you are. We all want to make a difference in the world. And if you're struggling, how can you make a difference? You can hardly get out of bed because you're so depressed, right? And all of us want to be that strong, grounded tree that when things start shaking, people can come, and we're there, we're grounded, we're ready. But without abundance, without really feeling joy in our life, without really true happiness, from really aligning with the things that are being asked for each of us to align with, that will bring us the greatest joy, we can't be that person for others. So it's not about us. This is the cool thing about passion and abundance. It's not about us. It's about becoming that so that we can overflow. And when we overflow in the things that we care about, that we love, that's when we want to just give to others. And this is what it's all about. So
Janet, it's so funny as you're speaking. It's like, oh, I have this question, but then you seem to answer it every time you keep going. And so I'm very, very excited about what we're covering so far. And there was one of them I might want you to iterate a little further, as you already spoke about having to slow down. It seems like it's hard to be in touch with our antenna in the busyness of every day. And so I'm just wondering if there's other maybe emphasized exercises for someone who passion isn't even on the radar. It's almost like there's so much I need to keep up. I feel like I can't stay above water. What are some of the things you recommend so that you can start actually having an antenna that can tell you, oh, this could be a passion or not?
yeah, well, I mean, there's so many things that I would recommend. One of them is pranayama. I actually practice transcendental meditation, and I've been practicing that for over 50 years now. And on a regular basis, twice a day, I sit down and meditate. And the reason why I do, because remember I said in the very beginning, I've reiterated and reiterated that clarity is power. And the purpose of meditation, of transcending means to go beyond the thinking process. There are really great processes like Zen and staring at a candle and, all of these mindfulness practices. But what they do is they keep the mind on the surface level. And what is necessary is to transcend, which means to go within. And so with the ability to go within, the reason why you want to is because all of us have a nervous system. And because of undue stress in our life, maybe you got in a car accident. And let's say your nervous system is analogous to a rope, right? And you get in a car accident, boom, knot in the rope. Or you get a divorce, boom, knot in the rope. Or you get raped, boom, big knot in the rope. Got it? Or you get bullied, knot in the rope. And all of this stress um, inhibits our ability to perceive life clearly. The world is as you are. The world is as you are. And what that means is that a person who is not using their consciousness, they see the world through, we go these days, how can they look at it that way? How can they see the world that way? Well, they can't see the world any other way. If a person has a lot of stress, it's like they're looking through a very, very narrow camera lens. That's all they can see. That's all they can see. That's just it for them. But what happens when you transcend? And the purpose of meditation is to gain a deeper state of rest than the state of rest in deep sleep. And what happens when you gain that deep, deep state of rest is that these knots in the nervous system, because of the rest, the quality of this rest, starts to release this stress in the nervous system. What happens is that the awareness, an ability to perceive becomes greater and greater and greater and greater. And so why is that important? Well, because we have challenges, we have obstacles, we have choices every single day. And you have to have clarity to as my master Marishi would say, see the job, do the job, and stay out of the misery. And how do you stay out of the misery? You stay out of the misery by being clear. So, Jason, what it feels like when you've had a good night's sleep, you wake up in the morning and you know what you have to do. And you're like, yeah, I'm going for it. And you just boom, 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 like a samurai. Got it? But on nights where maybe you partied a little hardy, the next morning, you notice that the day is not as smooth. There's more roughness. Well, imagine every day by getting a deep dive into yourself and being able to gain a deep state of rest, a deeper rest than 8 hours of deep sleep. And there's all this scientific research, Harvard, Stanford, Yale, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that documents this. And what that would do to your ability to be clear brings you back into alignment. What does the passion test do? Brings you back into the alignment. What does undoing your limiting beliefs? When you're, when yada, 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 I'm such a jerk, I'm so awful, is it true? And turning them around and coming back to, what's the truth of who you really are? I am light, I am love, I am pure consciousness, brings you back to the self. So every practice, actually, any good practice is really all about bringing you back to the self, bringing you back into alignment.
I think this is just such a powerful thing to do in the busyness because First off, I'm very acknowledging for everyone who's taken the time to attend the summit. That's already a great step to step away from the routines and start breaking patterns. And this is a tool you can use multiple times when you're back in your regular life that things feel out of control. You can slow down and do this more regularly. Um, Now, one of the things I want to encourage everyone is that the passion test itself exists for people to take. This is a tool that you provide, and it really gets people to start aligning themselves in their passion. But I'd be curious to know, do most people who go through the passion test find themselves doing a radical shift to their career path? Or do you see some people just, finding themselves being able to re-energize themselves in their current career?
Yeah, okay. Well, it depends, knowledge is structured in consciousness, right? And some people are more clear than other people. Some people take the passion test and they haven't a clue. They're like so lost and and other people are pretty on it and they know. And so that's an upgrade for them. I mean, I remember when I gave Jack Canfield, who you probably know, Chicken Soup for the Soul series, right? And Success Principles, I gave him the passion test and he actually, and I thought, God, I hope we get something. He actually went on to Amazon and wrote a review unbeknownst to myself and Chris Attwood, and he said, after taking the passion test, it actually changed the way I live my life. And he said he hadn't realized it, but he hadn't been spending enough quality time with his family, which was his number one passion. And what the passion test does, it clarifies for you what are your top 5 passions so that you can put your attention on those and choose in favor of those passions. And one of the quotes that we have about that is, whenever you're faced with a choice, a decision, or an opportunity, choose in favor of your passion. And so when you know what your top 5 passions are, and you use this really beautiful little quote, right? The secret to living a passionate life. Whenever you're faced with a choice, a decision, or an opportunity, choose in favor of your passion. Consider what your life would be like if all you do is your top 5. Okay, is this moving me closer to my passion or further away? Ah, further away. Thank you. I love you. Not today. Got it? I mean, think about how much time we spend well, that's also why I also teach limiting beliefs in my passion test programs. Undoing people's limiting beliefs because so many of us grew up being a pleaser and not being able to say no to others. And think about how much time you've wasted saying yes when you actually mean no. And then you end up just like hating yourself and then really not liking the other person and feeling extremely frustrated and not living your passion because you're giving your life away. And this is what most people do because they have a great fear that they won't be loved. What they don't realize is that when you really love yourself, you're able to be able to say to others, I love you, and no, thank you, not right now. So what these 5 passions and being clear on them help you to do is to be really strong. You don't have to like be a master in mastery of self-love. All you have to do is just remember, okay, when I choose when I choose away from my passions, then I'm going backwards. When I choose for my passion, I'm moving forwards. And in the passion test, we have a whole scoring process so you can actually see where are you right now in living your passionate life, and what do you need to do in order to move that score up. And so it's a really neat process because it's 4th grade, really. I don't like to say it's really 4th grade. And Jack really felt it was really great because, all of a sudden he just went, oh my God, this is why I'm not as happy as I want to be. And it was just boom, he got it. Now he's one of my trainers. He gives the passion test. It's in his book on success principles. It's chapter 6. It's the passion test, right? And it's just simply because it's just a really simple way for everybody to really align with their gifts so that they can have an abundant life. That is our birthright. And I'm sure you've all been hearing that from every single person that's been on this, wonderful program. It's our birthright. Life is not here to annoy. It's here to enjoy. And all we have to do is start to get crystal clear on the things that matter most to us. and really ask ourselves, when my life is ideal, I am, and then fill in the blanks. When my life is ideal, I am. And think about all the areas of your life that are important, because they're all important. Every moment matters. Every single moment matters in your life. And every decision is either moving you closer to living your abundant life or further away. So it's a great tool for you in that sense. As I'm sure probably every single tool that's been shared, because I know you had Marcy on, she's so phenomenal, and Debbie on, Deborah Fano, is so phenomenal. All of them, great, do great. They're great masters in their area.
Well, we are quite blessed to be surrounded with masters on this summit, including yourself. And what you've shared with us today has been so magical, with some clear things we can take away from a practical exercise and a powerful question to ask ourselves as well. Interestingly enough, Jack is also sharing some of his principles on the summit. So we're going to be amongst amazing peers in the process. And your contribution has been so valuable. Janet, thank you for the work that you've done and that you keep doing. You've inspired hundreds of thousands of people to get closer to your passion. And this has been creating a ripple, and most people imagine the impact of their work, but you've clearly been able to shift so many people into making a bigger difference in the world by getting more clear on what their passions are. And I can't think of mastering abundance in a better way. And so thank you for being an example and sharing a powerful tool. And for everybody that's tuning in, we're going to make sure that you have some tools to go find the passion test, take it yourself, because this, if it's not something that is clear to you already, will become necessary on your path to mastering abundance. Because once you have that as part of your toolkit, then you'll be able to move forward with confidence, with the right energy, and not see that life is a struggle, but rather is a passionate, beautiful one at that. Janet, I'd love to give you an opportunity for some closing words. And you already shared a bit, but if there's anything else you'd like to add, I'll give you the space for it.
One of my facilitators wrote a really cool song, and it was as actually after I'd gone into a lockdown detention center. I was on my way to go, and I called Michael Beckwith because I realized, wait, I'm going to a lockdown detention center for youth, and I've never done that. They're probably going to hate me, middle-aged woman, white, the whole thing, right? And I thought, oh my God, what'll I do? And I called Michael Beckwith, and I said, Michael, what'll I say? And he said, tell them it's time to reclaim their power. And I told one of my facilitators what Michael had said. And he came back to me a little while later, and he said, it was probably about 2 weeks later, he said, Janet, I wrote a song. And so here's this song for all of you, because I think they're really good words. Everybody's got a song inside them. Everybody's got a gift that comes out of the silence. Everybody, wait, it's forgive me, I'm so blowing this because it's a rap song. Everybody's got a song inside them. Everybody's got a gift that comes out of the silence. But if you're like me and you tried to hide it, then it's time to reclaim your power, your power. So I so messed up his poor little song, but that was it. It is it. It's all for us. It's time for each and every one of us to reclaim our power, because it's not personal. We need to be able to be in alignment with our gifts so that we can give back to humanity, because this is where true fulfillment is. So remember, it's not about you. And Jason, even what you said to me, Janet, you inspired so many people. I just like to say again, I was walking along and the general manager of the universe, plop, we got to give her something. None of us own anything. Everything we share, it's already been said, been given before. And so if there's anything that I could share with all of you, is that for every single gift that you have in your life, and for all of the hard times that you've had in your life, because they're also gifts, have an attitude of gratitude, be in thankfulness for those things, because every moment is a gift, no exception. Thank you.
Janet, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, your energy, and of course, your passion in this conversation. It was a true pleasure. And for everybody tuning in, you know what to do. We're going to live more passionate lives on our journey towards mastering abundance. And there you have it, our kickoff for today with Janet Attwood. I was just messaging her right now. I was telling her, you're on live right now. And she's like, oh, thank you. And it was so funny because right after we finished recording, she was like, oh my God, I've butchered that song so badly. But honestly, big heart, a lot of sharing, and a powerful step for all of you to be reminded of that. when you live by your passion, it's not about you. It's about everyone else that you'll get to serve with the gift that you have. And what I want to encourage everyone to do before we get to the next speaker, don't need to do this right now, but you can definitely do this when you have a few minutes, is I'm going to bring up the slide here. And if you go to thepassiontest.com, you'll notice that there's a 5-second passion assessment that you can take, and that'll put you on a path of seeing if the passion test is going to help you find that alignment. It has helped thousands of people around the world. And that's why we want to kick off today with knowing that as you go into a journey of mastering abundance, identifying your passions and walking boldly in the direction where you are serving others, where abundance comes to you naturally, is going to be an incredible journey indeed. So make sure you take note of thepassiontest.com. Once the summit is over, this is going to be an activity I will encourage you all to do after, so that you can make sure you are in alignment and making the most out of the learnings you've gotten so far. And here we go. Jennifer Thompson sharing a little bit more about that. My passion is not about me, but in alignment with my higher power, what I am here for. Awesome. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Janet. We have Alan here saying some great ideas and questions to follow on what we're passionate about. So, hey, if you go to that website and you see that assessment, it's going to ask you some simple questions, which is, hey, are we excited about life and turned on by the things I get to do every day? And if that's not the reality, then perhaps there's going to be a realignment required. And luckily, you've been attending this summit, which is already a great awakening and a shift in the making. So with that, yesterday we had a lot of breathing exercises that allowed us to get into the state, get us energized. And so since we don't have a breathwork teacher today, I'm going to take a moment to raise my hands to the air and encourage you to do the same. Of course, make sure you're in a safe environment to do so. But as you bring your hands in the air, I will invite you, if you are standing, to step on the tip of your toes. And if you are seated, just ground your feet, taking a deep breath through the nose and a long exhale. And that was the first of our wonderful series of speakers that is coming on today. Next up, we're going to bring a man that is so incredible when it comes to acknowledging amazing wealth that already is within our grasp. He's a man that has written several books and has reached the English market recently with his breakthrough bestseller, Happy Money. And he's here to talk more about what are the ways for us to look at wealth in a different way. His latest book, True Wealth, has just come out, 9 Lessons from a Grandfather on Happiness and Abundance, none other than Ken Honda. Has anybody heard of the concept of invisible assets from Ken? And if you haven't, this is going to be a game changer in the way that you approach how to achieve abundance, how to achieve wealth, how to become magnetic to the wealth that exists around us. And Ken is going to be sharing for our next session on the Mastering Abundance Summit. Let's give it up for Ken Honda, our second speaker for today. And quick notice, Ken is going to have an embodied exercise. So there's going to be a moment where we will be meditating. So again, I do encourage you to be at your computer in a safe environment to be able to do this, not driving any machinery, really being in a safe space. By the end of the session, you'll see that we will have a meditative practice, and we hope that you enjoy the learnings, the experience, and more with Mr. Ken Honda. Let's bring him to the stage.
Joining me, the author of numerous books, but the one that most of you are familiar with is Happy Money, a bestseller across the world, and is a man that has organized so many events, transformation, brought abundance to himself, to people around him. His community that he's built is extraordinary, and we're going to have him look at our relationship with money, the key that it plays to unlocking abundance and mastering abundance. And what's amazing about our conversation today is you'll even get to have an experiential event, so that we're going to create some results for you right here, right now on the summit. Ken, welcome. It's a pleasure to speak with you again.
Thank you, Jason. I don't know if this is the third or the fourth time, but it's always a pleasure having a chat with you.
Well, I love every chat with you, and the chat that we're going to have today is particularly important. Obviously, the world is going through a lot of changes. I know in some of our past conversations, you spoke about the fact that we are going through some various cycles, and we're going to get to that. But the first question I ask every one of my guests that are coming on this summit is, what does mastering abundance mean to you?
That's a very good question. I think mastering abundance is mastering your emotions. Because even you're the one of the wealthiest individuals on this planet, if you don't feel abundant, that is zero abundance. And even though you have no money in your bank account, no money with you, but if you feel abundant, then you're the happiest person on the planet. So I think the key is emotions. But if you don't have any money in your bank account, you have to be a super spiritual master to feel abundant all the time. So I assume it's always fun to have some cash, some money, and some friends, a beautiful family. They wouldn't hurt. So it's not the must, but it's a little luxury. But the key is having beautiful emotions about your life, in your heart. That is abundance.
I love that we start with that because I feel like every time you start looking at mastering abundance, maybe as I'm tuning into this, it's like I wanted to learn to bring more abundance to myself. But here you're kind of shifting it, saying like, well, people that are monks that have nothing can feel abundant, can have mastered abundance. It's an emotional process, but it seems like the world is constantly reminding us of things we don't have that gives us a feeling of things that we want, which gives us this emotion that we feel not abundant. Is this kind of a byproduct of our capitalist society or like just the trend of our times?
Yes. And the first time I got to experience this is when I was 19. I was in North America. I was with Japanese monk praying for peace. He started his walk from New York to San Francisco. At the time, it took him like 2 months to walk, right? And I was just spending a couple of days with him. And while he was chanting, he had no money. He just keeps walking. And then somebody pulls over and then say, "Hi, how are you? Are you okay? Can I buy you some food?" And he says, "Arigato, thank you." And then somebody brings you food, and then somebody just drives, "Do you want to stay at my house?" And then he started with zero money from New York, and he just spends 2 months walking across. And then by then he has lots of followers behind his back. And then 2 months later, boom, he's in San Francisco being welcomed by hundreds of his friends and devotees, and still no money. And it's so interesting. Wow, people can make a living with no money. And that's why I did an experiment from my 19 years old to 20 years old. I spent entire 1 year in North America, totally depending on people's generosity. So I asked people, I didn't have any, I had some money, but I asked people, can you let me stay for 1 week, 2 months, 3 months? Some people let me stay for 1 week. Some people let me stay for a month. And after 1 year, I still had no money, but I could survive. So that 1 year, totally depending on generosity of American people, still great memory. So whenever I find American young people on the street, I always take them to dinner and lunch when I have time. Or just give them some lunch money because for 1 year, very kind, stranger, totally stranger American people helped me just get going. So if you believe in that, that is total abundance. So, since then, well, it's been 40 years, but still I feel as abundant as I was when I was a teenager.
So it's very interesting because what you're saying is regardless of the financial dollar amount that's in your life, you had a choice and you could choose to feel abundant, and then the circumstances around your life made it so that you're surviving. Maybe you're not thriving staying on somebody else's couch, but you're feeling abundant. Your
Mhm.
basic needs are taken care of. It seems like that experiment makes you let go of operating so much from a place of fear of not having enough. Like you've almost like proved the thesis, being like, okay, I have a minimum baseline of survivability. So maybe I can start taking actions that brings me closer to what I actually want, as opposed to being in a rat race. Am I understanding this correctly?
You can just take a look at my life that way, and after some decades, and I have much more money, and I have a few houses, and I don't know how many cars I have, uh, but it doesn't really matter because I can lose everything. but I can call up, say, 5 friends and say, "Can you wire me $1 million, please? Can you?" Or just I can do my YouTube channel and then say, "Can Honda help? Needs help. Can you send me $1 or $2 if you're okay?" And then let's see what happens. So I'm not afraid of losing money, because even if I lost everything, I have some friends who would help me just come back again. And I have thousands of people that I have helped personally. So for me, abundance is connection, the bonding between me and my family, bonding between me and my friends. And so as long as you have that, you don't have to worry about how much you have in your bank account.
I want to make a distinction that would be great for people to understand is that, okay, you are Ken Honda and you've done a lot of things in your life that has put you in this position that you can do that. Why is it that there's some people that right now, if they're hearing this, they're like, there's no one I could call. Nobody would want to give me $1 million. If I'd asked for any money from anybody in my circles, they wouldn't be giving it to me happily. What were some of the things that you have done that have made it so people are in such more favorable position to like support abundance as opposed to being a
Yeah.
drag on others? Because there's an
Right.
important distinction there.
Yes, Jason, you always, one thing I love about you is you ask the great question, go questions. I really love that. So, over the past 40, 50 years, I've been helping people. And I make it a rule. I help one person a day. And if I could, I help 10 people a day. And now I'm helping thousands of people. Like I'm doing in the middle of a 3-day YouTube live seminar, and my YouTube is usually viewed by 20, 30,000 to 300,000 people per video. So my 15-minute is helping somebody. I used to help only one person, my neighbor or somebody who needs a little help, or hold somebody's door, something very small. And I have helped hundreds of people, thousands of people, one by one. Nothing so major, or just let them use my house, or just give them money. No, I'm talking about little kindness that really adds up. So if you have that in your life, I call it invisible asset. You are accumulating that. And if you have no friends that you can rely on, it's how you have built your relationships with people. If you have done things right, at least you have 30 or 40 or 50 friends who offer their homes, living rooms, and hey, Jason, you can stay as much as you want. By the way, you're welcome to stay in one of my houses in Japan, right? And I invite my friends over because I love them. So if you say that nobody loves you, that's a big problem. You haven't done anything so people love you. So you have to start giving something. If you don't have money, you can smile at somebody, or you can be nice to somebody, you can be kind to somebody or stranger. So if your life is that way, the more you give, your kindness, your heart, your generosity, the more you receive. So making friends is more important than making money. So please don't lose money and peace of mind over money, because it's not that important, but your friends are. So you have to do something to make friends than accumulating your wealth.
I love this because we're talking about mastering abundance. And for people that are joining this seminar, they're thinking, okay, well, the first thing I need to do is make a bunch of money for myself. I need to make all this before I start giving to anyone because I feel like I have nothing to give right now. But what you're making a case for, which you have proven in your life, which I've seen happen in the lives of many, is that there's actually a giving attitude and a abundance attitude that needs to come first to even open the floodgates of abundance to come into your life. So it seems like we have the whole step backward.
Yes, and there's this Buddhism teaching. There are like 8 different kinds of giving, right? And if you don't have money or food to give, you can share your heart. You can give kind words. That doesn't cost you any money. Sending a quick note saying like, "Well, how are you? And I remember just you said to me this, and I really appreciate your words, kind words." So just sending that message is like counts as one. So you can do something which doesn't cost you anything, but yet if you just start sharing your heart, sharing your kindness, sharing your vision, then people will respond. So don't think you have nothing. I mean, you may not have you may not have visible assets such as real estate, cars, and money, but it's okay. You have your body, you have your heart. That I call energy. So sharing part of your energy is a good step.
I love the fact that abundance usually follows value. So if you're
Mhm.
exchanging value with others, then abundance usually follows. And when times get tougher, and it does feel when you're watching the news and you're seeing the world that times seems to be a little tougher now than a couple of years ago, it's almost like a different response is supposed to think, oh my God, this is going to be hard on me. Is now it seems like a lot of people are looking for value. A lot of people need help. A lot of people need support. So it almost becomes easier to be someone who is giving because there's a lot of people who are desperate to receive in
Mm.
times that are tougher. Would that be a kind of abundant reframing you could use as you're navigating the times of today?
Right now, what's happening is but could bother some people's mind, and I think it is what's happening. I don't know what you see, the war or election or whatever the things happening in the world. It's not. It may not be what you want to see, but it's a reality. There's war, there's a recession, there's something. But the good news is that you don't need to be influenced by what's happening in the world because your abundance comes through 200 or 300 or 500 of your clients and friends. So if they're abundant, if you have a abundant mindset, which I think you are going to touch with so many other teachers, you're going to learn from each one of them some nuggets of being abundant. So if you just keep accumulating how to be more abundant in your emotional, mental, spiritual life, then it'll be manifested outward. So just start feeling maybe I have more than I thought. And if you start counting, especially invisible assets, your friends may be nicer people. You feel like there's nobody who could help me. But if you say, help, can you help me? I think people are more kind than you think. But unless you get sick or unless you lose your job or money or health, you cannot really realize that your friends are more kind and generous than you think.
I feel like you're already touching a little bit on the answer of the next question I have, which is around making a shift in the world. We talk about how the external world shouldn't have to affect us because we can create our own little communities. We can make some influence on a micro scale. But if I was giving you a magic wand, right, and you could instantly make an abundance related shift in the world, what would it be and why?
That's exactly what I'm doing with this interview. So thank you for your invitation. I'm doing every day. So I remember this story from my mentor Alan Cohen. One day, uh, there he's there are two people. They're just taking a walk, and um, they've seen hundreds and thousands of, how do you call that, star shapes, like a sea fish. What is a star? I
The
forgot the name.
starfish?
Oh yeah, yeah. And then there are like hundreds of them by the shore. So as he was walking, he just threw back to the sea, like hundreds of them as they talked. And then the guy said, "Well, it's nothing. It doesn't matter because look at them. There are thousands of them. So why do you even care that you just throwing hundreds or you cannot just do them all?" But he smiled and said, "But for the one, for the who be put back to the sea, it counts big." So that's how I feel. So I'm doing a seminar or private sessions or just writing books all the time. People ask me, why can't we do that? If there's one person who feels like their heart is lighter, they can see hope in their life, I think it's worth doing it. I feel I'm more than abundant. I have more than enough to feed myself and my family. So after that, it's like I can do anything for free. So whatever I say, whatever I do, even just a little bit, if this could be a help of one person, I'm just I feel just satisfied with what I do and who I am. At the end of every day, before I go to sleep, I just tell myself, Ken, you did a good job. You helped somebody today. So that gives me a nice sleep. So being able to help somebody uh, gives you such a good feeling. You don't have to do big accomplishment, but if you know that you were uh, of some help to somebody today, that's what counts. And I think that's a total abundance that you can feel. And if you do it every day in the small things, and then that will add up. So my YouTube channel had only like 100, like probably like 5 or 10 subscribers. Now it's grown to 200,000 or more. So everything starts from one. I started with one book. So, and then 2 books, 3 books, and the first 100,000 copies, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, and now it's going to reach 10 million fairly soon. So, but everything starts with one line, right? So one word, one concept. So maybe it's in your head, it's in your heart, but you have to let it out. So the first step is to just dig out what's in your heart.
Hmm. And I find it interesting because once you're on the abundance like track, things start building momentum, but there's almost this inertia at the beginning. Like if you're in a negative mindset, if abundance, it's almost like you're a victim and it seems like there's no opportunities around me. I'm blocked and money doesn't come my way and nobody can,
Right.
like you can really get into a downward spiral. But to make the shift, oftentimes it just makes you need to take like that one first action. You need to make that one shift. And if you're someone that's maybe of a more perfectionist, it's almost like you're waiting to take that perfect action, but it almost seems to delay the first step. Have you encountered some of that resistance, and are there some tips on overcoming that perfectionism before making any kind of
Oh,
change?
yes. I mean, I have that in me, not as bad as some of my friends, but you can start giving even before you become perfect. And if you want to wait for being perfect, I think you should be born again. I don't think you can do it in this lifetime. So I always say, if it's more than 50%, I'll start doing it. And then while I just start giving people something, I'll just perfect my recipe of giving. At the beginning, it may be lousy, but after just a few trials, you be a better chef. So I was so lousy in front of camera, uh, it was so embarrassing. But since I didn't stop, I was better at doing that in front of a camera. It was very scary because I'm looking at the camera, and then unless there's somebody like this one, it's so hard to speak. Isn't that true, Jason?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. But you need to practice before you get better.
So what I take away from this the most is the fact that if you're going on a path of mastering abundance, first you have to realize that abundance is a practice, and that when you
Yes.
get started, you're going to be rusty at it, just like if you go to the gym, just like if you're recording on camera, but just making that first step, which is coming from giving. And you've mentioned this a few times, and I think it's worth highlighting is this concept of building invisible assets is one of the biggest keys to abundance. Like, yes, getting $1 million in a bank account, yes, getting the real estate and all these investments and starting these businesses. But this concept of invisible assets that you speak a lot about is one of the most abundant things to build in your life. And I wanted to kind of highlight that and speak more of that. And why is this such a key? And what can people do to start really getting more of these invisible assets?
So, come up with something that you can do or give to get people's arigato or thank you. So just look at the restaurant, look at the store, which is very popular. Their job is to collect lots of arigatos or thank yous. So like, thank you for just serving nice food. Thank you for just selling the right stuff. Thank you for providing great services. So all the great companies, they're good at collecting thank yous. So I remember, now this iPhone is 16, right? I remember I was in line with a bunch of other nerds in front of Apple Store, almost 20 years ago or so, in America, I was one of the first Japanese who bought the iPhone. And then I showed it to everybody and nobody got it. And then after 2 years, like everybody was saying, like, can you show me your first iPhone? And then I got them excited. But some people just put up their tent 3 days before iPhone 2, iPhone 3, remember? So that
Is this?
if you can just stir up people's enthusiasm and then you become successful. But long before that, you need to you need to do something. So people say, thank you. You may not get money, but it's okay. So if you get enough thank you energy and it just fills up your glass and then it overflows. So the first 1,000 thank yous don't count. If you just start coaching people, you may have to give 100 sessions for free. But after you collect enough thank you, then boom, there is this just overflowing thank yous. So personally, I have so many people come up to me, some of them strangers on the street, when I'm in cafe, restaurant, in a bookstore, at the airport, people talk to me. So the first thing they say is, thank you for writing the book. Thank you for doing the YouTube. So I feel so fine being spotted by a stranger because they usually, all of them come to me and say thank you. So in a way, like when I go to like a shopping mall or something, I always talk with my daughter. How many people do you think will thank me today? Just out of nobody, right? So it's so much fun once you start becoming a master at giving something, and then you just totally receive thank yous. A lot of thank yous come back with no money. Like I do probably 80% of what I do for free, including the sessions and the broadcast and everything, right? Or I pay people to do a free stuff, right? But I have collected massive amount of thank yous. I get thank you emails, like hundreds of them every day. And people don't send me emails saying thank you, but they thank me for just putting up a YouTube. So the more thank you get or you receive, and then a portion, like say, could be 10% or 1% or 0.1% of the thank yous carries money energy. But that doesn't mean that 99.9% doesn't count. It counts. But with a massive amount of thank you energy comes with money energy. So your job is to just give people, so you become a arigato collector.
And just to make sure, for those who might not be aware, arigato is how to say thank you in Japanese. But I love this tool. Like, this is such a way to track, measure what, and I love this because it's almost like a leading indicator. So those are more in the business side. You're looking for what can you measure that will be a predictor of success in the business. And to me, arigato collection is almost like your predictor value to let you know that you are on a path to abundance. And so I'm hoping for anybody who's paying attention to this moment right now is, if you want to have any kind of scorecard for bringing more abundance into your life, start measuring the thank yous you get in a day and doing more activities that generate more thank yous. And, I think just doing that probably gets you to recognize how many little things you do, because we don't even appreciate these little things we do that brings the thank you. But every time someone leaves a comment, anytime somebody tells me thank you, that feeling is amazing. And you talked about how, abundance comes from mastering emotions. Getting thank yous is one of the best things that happens, but we often don't even take the time to appreciate it. And I feel like that's often the case for a lot of things that are happening in our world, is we don't take the time to appreciate it.
Yes. So that's why I created a arigato journal in both in Japanese and English, and I'm going to set it up so international guests can buy them too from Amazon somewhere. I have had this every year, Ken Honda journal, but this year I changed it to arigato journal. So after just a week of all the to-do list or appointments, the two next page, there are like sections that you can simply write down how many things you appreciate. and to whom, and also who thank you. And a lot of people say, write in a journal, like, I thank Jason for inviting me. Yes, that's great. But who said thank you to you? I think that matters too, because that is receiving thank yous. So we are good at giving something, but we are bad at receiving compliments, appreciation. But I teach money EQ, and the first principle is to receive thank you, receive appreciation. So by appreciating somebody, at the same time, recognize that somebody appreciates you every day. And if you can recognize the power of receiving appreciation, then I think that is how you master your abundance.
Ken, I think we got a lot of things we're taking away from this conversation already, but I also made a promise, and you've told me that we're going to get a chance to experience something with you, which will get us into a much more abundant mindset. Can you tell us more about this meditation? And then from there, I think we're all going to get a chance to experience it together.
Sure. I do a lot of events now in English. I used to feel so shy, but now I'm more confident. I don't care about the grammatical mistakes here and there, but as long as I make myself understood in English, I'm so happy to share. And the reason why my YouTube and podcast are so popular, we've hit 52 million downloads in podcast, and is I do a lot of meditations. A lot of people use it for insomnia. If they have a hard time sleeping, listen to Ken's YouTube. So some people say that I haven't finished watching to the end because I always fall asleep. So I just love to share my meditation of meeting the goddess of Japanese abundance, goddess of abundance in a Japanese temple, in a form of appreciating you to share time with me. So by just meeting this goddess of abundance, you can ask what you want. You can ask your courage. You can ask of letting go of your perfectionist side. You can ask for the next step. You can ask anything. So that meditation is my gift to you all.
All right. Well, Ken, thank you so much for this gift. What I'm going to ask for everybody who's paying attention now, you should be at home. You should be on your computer. You should be in a safe environment. You may or may not be closing your eyes during this portion of the exercise, but please make sure you are undisturbed for at least the next 5 minutes. And that way, we're going to get to experience meeting the goddess of abundance from Japan and getting to ask for what we want, which will be a great way for making the most out of our session. So, Ken, we are in your hands, and I will participate fully.
Okay. So while you're just kind of going to this relaxation mode, I just had a contract with this goddess of abundance in a Japanese temple 20 some years ago. I had a contract. I will give everything, I will share everything of what I know. Then make me an internationally best-selling author, which she helped me. I achieved that. So this thing works. I've been doing this for the past 20 some years, and I've seen amazing results. So as a tour guide to this beautiful temple of abundance, I'm so happy to just lead a tour. So you can breathe in a few times, breathing deep, and breathe out. One more time. As you breathe in, you feel joy, abundance. As you breathe out, you let go of worries, to-do list for now, for the next few minutes. Breathing one more time, and breathe out. So, imagine a door in front of you and pull towards you. So there's this pathway, slightly slope uphill. So just go over the door and then walk about 200-300 feet. And as you start walking, you can smell the grass and also the nature. You can hear birds singing, and then beautiful meadow. So up on the hill, if you just take a look, there's this beautiful Japanese temple and a Japanese garden a few hundred yards away. So you go toward the temple, and then there's this beautiful sliding door with paper door. So you slide open. And then there's this place that you can take off your shoes. So take off your shoes, and then you just walk the corridor. There's another sliding door. So you slowly slide open. Then there's this beautifully candle lit room. It's like a temple and a shrine temple. And then you see there's this Japanese tatami mat room. And over there's this goddess of abundance. She dresses in beautiful kimono. And then she bows little and ushers you to this chair, to this sofa. And as you bow back to her, you just go to the sofa and sit down. And the goddess of abundance pours some beautiful matcha tea. And there's this matcha chocolate too, a lot of people's favorite. So she serves a beautiful cup of traditional Japanese tea. As you thank her, take a sip, and then you feel, wow, this real matcha. And then if you love to eat sweets, just take a little bite of this matcha chocolate too. And now you're relaxed and you feel so wealthy, so abundant in this room because you can see a beautiful Japanese harp just playing somewhere in the back. And then this beautiful Zen-like room, you say hello to the goddess. She smiles at you with this grace, beautiful smile and say, how can I help you? And if you just, you can share about what you want. You can talk about your problems, about your husband, wife, and kids, and your financial situation, your health situation. By the way, she's a great healer. So if there's some part that hurts, tell her. And then she says, okay, I'm going to heal you. I'm going to give you a healing. And with this little box, this is your answer. She gives you a small box made of Japanese origami paper. And you can open it. You can ask her what it means and put it in your heart so you will not forget. And thank the goddess of abundance, and then she'll tell you what's in it in your dream too, or in your everyday life. And with this beautiful energy being stored in your heart, put your hands in your heart, and then feel that this gift is melting in your heart. So it's time to say goodbye to this goddess of abundance. You can come back anytime. So say thank you to her and just retreat from the room. Open the sliding doors and then come to the gate. And at the front, don't forget your shoes. So put your shoes back and then slowly walk back the slope and find the door to your body, open it, and then you come back to your body. Just breathing deep. And then stretch, and then breathe in deep one more time, and then come back to the room. So you find out what's in a small box. All right. How do you feel?
I feel relaxed. I'll say the thing that was very interesting from doing this is I knew exactly what to give her. It was very easy. Like the moment that I saw the goddess and you asked to give something, I had the two biggest things that were bothering me right now. And well, one of them was I do have a little headache, and I immediately gave it to her, which means I'll go drink some water after this interview. Second is there was some indecision around my plan, and this lack of motivation of moving forward on a plan. So I gave her the plan and asked for some guidance, and now I've received the gift, and I don't feel like I have the answers from the gift yet. I feel like that's going to take some time, but I've
Mhm.
set an intention.
Mm. So you feel more comfortable. Yeah. So it's interesting because the gift comes in forms of book deal, book contract, or some people just say, "Can you just can we do business with you?" Or just something very start within the next week or so. So just expect miracles to happen.
I love that. Ken, this is awesome because we not only got a chance to look at abundance from a lens that I think is completely new for a lot of people who might have come into this session thinking abundance only looks in a monetary form, but now we discovered so many different ways that we have to take action that is irregardless of our current financial situation. Mastering abundance can come at every level. And one of the key things as well is just looking at building up these invisible assets. And there's steps we can take already from what we've done today. One of them is the scorecard around collecting arigato. There's also the fact that, if someone's here and listening to this and, they're looking to create abundance in their life, maybe they only have 30 days left to create as much abundance as possible. We've already talked about some of the things they can do, collecting the arigatos, giving, just collecting and filling up the glass with all of this goodwill. But I'd be curious if you have anything to recommend people to stop doing that might be holding them back from reaching and mastering abundance.
Yeah, oftentimes people say, I can't afford it. Even if you want something like a car, a vacation, or a seminar in an exotic place like Bali, right? So if you feel like that's out of your reach, don't say, I can't afford it. I have no money. Instead, why don't you say, oh, that's next. So like that's next on the item. And when somebody just wins big, like somebody's getting married, some people are having a great vacation, just getting a book deal, whatever that you feel jealous, you can say, I'm next in line. So then that means that you are going to get it, but not right now, but it's coming. So next time when you feel something that it's out of reach, say, oh, that's next, or I'm next.
I think that is a massive reframe in a world that oftentimes everybody's comparing, feeling like, oh, that's not for me. You're already opening yourself up to the possibility of abundance. You now shift your mind into realizing, well, what would it take to get it next? And you start focusing on actually creating possibility as opposed to like retracting yourself.
Right. So
Um,
you don't have to know how. You can say, thank you for telling me that's next.
mm, Ken, another one of our conversations together, always insightful, always new stories. And for this one on mastering abundance, it's been nothing short of filled with amazing tools for people to use, mindsets to shift. And we got to experience a powerful meditation that you can go and repeat by yourselves, especially for those of you who have the set of this summit for yourselves. You can repeat it and go through it. Or if you're just here and you're listening, know that the steps that you can go through, you can go and discover that gift for yourself, as we're going to have an entire sessions of abundance coming your way. And we've had Ken coming up and sharing us so much today. Ken, any closing words you'd love to leave with our audience who are going through so many teachings on abundance for the next few days?
Thank you. You're going to have a lot of gems and a lot of fun stuff with Jason. So enjoy receiving, and you don't have to just do everything. Well, one thing or one teacher that resonates well with you, just do that. Do once or once with one teacher. Don't be too greedy. If you learn just one thing from one teacher, that will be a lot. So just enjoy finding at least one jewel, one golden nugget from every person that you're going to encounter. And also, please send Jason thank you energy because he's a reveal and he's the initiator. So please send the teachers, and also send Jason thank you energy because that's what counts. And I think that's what he deserves.
Ken, you almost stole my punchline on closing this event because that's exactly how I want us to close this, which I'm actually going to say thank you. I'm going to receive the thank yous from you, from everyone, but I also want us all to send our thank yous because Ken, it sounds like we already overfilled the jar for you today. And honestly, you always are so generous. And I'm very grateful. So thank you. Arigato. Everybody who is paying attention here, one more thing I want to make sure is if you've loved the conversation with Ken, go and have more. If you're resonating with this message, if this is the first time hearing from Ken, he has amazing books available, Happy Money. You can also go to YouTube, look up for Ken Honda, subscribe to his channel, go and see more content from him. He has an abundance of resources that will get you to master abundance so much more. Once again, Ken, thank you so much for being a part of the summit.
Thank you so much. And good luck with the rest of the great summit.
And there you have it, everyone. By the way, I did not ask him to say that at the end, but I was so touched when he did send out the call for thank yous. I'm already seeing all your thank yous into the chat. It means a lot to me. So big thank you back. Harumi, Susan, Rain, Tina, Rudy, Tiny Zoo, and Rudy, Elliot. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And what a beautiful message from Ken. Again, I want to encourage anybody who wants to go deeper with Ken Honda. We put the website, it's just kenhonda.com. Put that into your notes. Keep it in your pocket. And as Ken mentioned, whichever are the teachers you are exposed to on this summit that you're excited to learn more, embody something. Make sure to take note, revisit it, schedule something about, hey, maybe in 2 weeks from now, I want to revisit who this person was, get curious about it, go deeper into it. And I think the messages from Ken itself is such a perfect thing to bring, as on day 3, we're all about embodying, living abundance, going out there to be a collector of arigatos. And it's so funny, I judge the way that I say arigato, and I believe we have some Japanese attendees here, but I feel like I'm saying it with the most strong English accent. It's like arigato. And so unfortunately, I don't have proper Japanese pronunciation, but I can learn. And hopefully I'll be able to learn when I go see Ken in Japan as well. So everyone, we are 2 speakers in. This is amazing. We started with our passions, which gives us a compass as to where we want to focus some of our energy when we are living abundantly. We have Ken, who's talked about developing invisible assets, realizing that your relationships are so important when it comes to building wealth, building abundance, and knowing that you have a leading indicator. This arigato collection is a great way of having the mindset of abundance and knowing that the more you give, the more comes back to you. The next speaker that we're going to be bringing on is really going to take it beyond. If you've ever heard of the law of attraction, we have somebody who's going to speak of a different law, an evolution of this law, which is called the law of emergence. Are you all familiar with the law of emergence? Derek Rydall is going to be the next speaker. He's the author of the book Emergence, and he's going to be sharing his concepts on how you can apply this, master this in your journey towards mastering abundance itself. This law is such an important one to be aware of. It's going to help you understand that if this is not something you're going to chase, but it's going to be something you embody. And so as we're in the day of embodying abundance, this is a law that you want to be familiar with. And so please, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker on the summit, Derek Rydall, on mastering the law of emergence. Let's give it up for Derek. Abundance Summit. Very, very excited about the conversation we're going to have. And quite frankly, this is a conversation that is quite urgent. There's a lot of shifts happening in the world right now. And I'm so glad that every single person here raised their hand, decided, yes, I want to go towards mastering abundance. But maybe what you don't realize is that it's more important now than ever for people to wake up, get shaken up, and really step into their purpose. And we're going to have a speaker today who's going to tell you exactly what are some of the biggest misconceptions around attraction, around abundance, and what is a specific law that we need to start learning about that allows us to live much more fulfilling life, particularly with an imminent technology that is rising, AI. We'll talk about this and so much more with the one and only Derek Rydall, who is the #1 best-selling author of Emergence, 7 Steps for Radical Life Change, and has been the man behind the Abundance Project. 40 Days to More Wealth, Health, Love, and Happiness. We're going to get to dive deep in all those topics. These are exactly what this summit is all about. And the man has been somebody training the top executives of Fortune 500 companies such as American Express, Walt Disney, empowering their leadership and their communication, coaching celebrities, media professionals, including Oscar and Emmy winners, and creating conscious entertainment. He's a frequent guest on multiple podcasts and has his own Emergence podcast as well. And he's here with us on the summit to share and more. Derek, welcome. We're so excited to have you here.
Thank you, brother. It's my pleasure and my honor to be here.
Now, from all of the guests that we're bringing in, I'd say for Mastering Abundance, it seems like this is exactly what you've been dedicating your mission towards. And one thing I love to start these conversations with is digging more into the story. How did abundance play a role in your life's journey that brought you to where you are now?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways. Growing up, I struggled and we lost our house and I lived in a garage with my mom and my sister. And there was a moment where I was like, I've got to figure this out, you know? But what it really started with was fundamentally wanting to figure out how to fix myself and heal myself. And I felt broken and I got very down the rabbit hole of self-improvement first. I just figured I could have the success and the abundance that I wanted if I just fixed myself enough. Anybody understand that one? And years of self-improvement actually made me feel worse and worse about myself until I became so frustrated that I got addicted to drugs and alcohol. And then I literally almost died of an overdose. And I'm lying in a hospital, you know, with an IV snaking out of my arm and going, how did all my self-improvement get me here? And then I just figured once I got out of there, I just need to work harder, work smarter, attract better. And as things do, when I got going again, it started to get better. And then it's like pulling a boomerang back. It just smacked me back in the face again. And I was actually doing a movie as an actor at the time. And I'm in Jamaica and everything started falling apart again. And one day I went diving in a coral reef. And I just prayed to get lost from everything. And be careful what you pray for, kids, because it actually might happen. And so I did get lost. I got lost in this reef. I got stuck in what looked like an underwater booby trap tomb out of an Indiana Jones movie, surrounded by fire coral and spiked coral that was ready to stab me at any moment. And I couldn't get out. And without going into the whole story, there was a moment where I actually knew I wasn't going to make it. I was going to drown. And I tried to make a deal with the universe, with God, whatever, and there was no let's make a deal today. And there was a moment where I was exhausted and there was nothing left. And I had a moment of real and true unconditional surrender. And in that moment, there was a flash and I saw the self that I'd been trying to fix and improve and heal for so long. And I realized he was just a figment of my mind. He was an amalgamation of parental fantasies, peer pressure, societal conditioning, and nothing I ever did would ever make him enough. It was a fool's errand. But in the same moment, I saw another self. To say I saw it is not quite the right words, but I was aware of. And this self had never been damaged, so he wasn't broken. He didn't need to be fixed. This self wasn't lacking anything, so there was nothing to improve. And in the next moment, I was standing outside of the coral reef on this one bit of coral sticking out of the water that I didn't even know was there. Somehow I was now standing there looking in where I had been drowning. And I could see the whole reef now. It was like a maze, a metaphor for my life. I was swimming, following brightly colored things, my whole life. And I saw the exit had always been behind me there. But suddenly everything just snapped into clear relief. And I jumped over the other side and I was free, but something snapped in me. Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and everything was luminous. And I knew the guy that had swam into that reef was not the same guy that swam out. And it was so powerful. I pulled out of society and I became a monk. And the monk life didn't quite work for me. Not too long after being in the monastery, fasting, silent, I freaked out, broke into the monk's kitchen, tried to steal food out of the refrigerator. Not a good picture. And I eventually pulled out and I kind of cloistered myself in my own apartment in North Hollywood and went on this inner journey because I had seen something I knew was a secret I'd been missing. And what I began to understand, and have ultimately coined it, the law of emergence, was that life doesn't happen to us. Just like the seed already has the pattern, the acorn already has an oak tree in it. The pattern of it is in the acorn, and in the quantum field, the whole frequency of it is. the whole thing. And when the conditions match the pattern, oak emerges. The acorn doesn't attract an oak. The acorn doesn't achieve an oak. The acorn doesn't improve itself into an oak. It's already an oak. And I saw that all this is true of every seed in creation, and everything comes from a seed, including us. And that also most, therefore, of my efforts to try to make something happen, to try to attract something, was creating all the resistance and all the static on the line, and a signal couldn't break through. And when I stopped trying to get anything, trying to make anything happen, and instead made what already is welcome, came into alignment with myself, answered the question first, who am I? What am I really made of? What am I really made for? What is that seed of purpose and potential already planted in my soul? And then I said, how do I come into integrity with that? I went from being broken, suicidal, living on mac and cheese in a one-room apartment, to within, well, very, very quickly, actually, after I had this realization, things started turning around very fast. But within about a year, I was making 6 figures. I had a better place. Within 2 years, I was making 7 figures. And then I fell in love, and I got married, and I had a family, and I had a beautiful home, and all these things, like the first little sapling, the flush, then the branches, then the flowers, then the fruits. Now, I'm not saying it's always easy, just as it's not always easy for anything in nature to grow. But the point is the principle, and everything has unfolded since then. And even when I've hit some of the most difficult, challenging things that would break many people, I mean tragedies, I mean great loss, because of this principle, I'm able to use it to go even deeper and to become even more. And so that's, in a nutshell, in an acorn shell, to start, that's how I came into this. And, and eventually that's what, people began to, has changed a lot of lives since then, obviously, but that's really to start the story where this principle comes from.
Well, Derek, thank you so much for sharing that. And we're so honored that you've been able to take every one of those lessons and turn it into the works that you've created over the years that has benefited so many people. And I'd be curious to dig more around that kind of pattern, because it seems like this is something that many of us feel trapped to or are attracted towards, and it's a wrong direction. It's this, I need this abundance, I need to chase this abundance. Matter of fact, it's even one of the reasons maybe a lot of us have signed up to this summit, is we feel that it's outside of us and we want to go chase it. And now with the story you've just shared, it sounds like the field of personal growth may have this misconception around abundance that you very much correct. And so what's the typical advice you give for somebody who might be recognizing that they might be in the same similar spiral dynamic here, that maybe not leading them in the right way, and they're here to finally make that shift?
It's funny because it sounded like you said they might be insane instead of getting the same. And it's actually, I was going to say, yes, that's what it is. We've gone insane. And so much of the spiritual self-help world, even religious, is completely backwards for how we were designed to grow. There is self-improvement is an oxymoron. You cannot improve yourself, but you can discover more and more of what's there and come into ever greater alignment, congruence, coherence, agreement, whatever word you want to use. And whereas like the world of nature is indigenous, meaning seeds to thrive, whether it's the seed of a plant or an animal, need to be in certain outer environments. But we are endogenous, which means we create our own environment. We carry our environment with us. We're like walking greenhouses. So that's why that's why even in the Bible, this is not religious, it says we are made in the image and likeness of God, which means we have the same faculty to create out of nothing. Out of seemingly nothing, like the Big Bang. We have that exact same faculty. It does not matter what conditions are out there. It does not matter what side of the tracks we're on. It does not matter. Within us, we have the capacity to create out of seeming nothing, out of no thing. and because we're endogenous, we're self-effulgent. And so that's the first thing to understand. And again, all of this truth has been spoken. Jesus said, stop worrying about what's out there. The kingdom of heaven is within you. If we'd only gotten that one piece right, we'd be in a different place. Buddha talked about the same thing, called it nirvana. Lao Tzu talked about the same thing. He called it the Tao. In Hinduism, they talked about the same thing. They just called it the Atman. It's been called many things, but everybody is trying to tell you the same thing. It's already within you. You're not broken. You're not cut adrift. You're not a branch cut off from a tree. Everything in nature is emergent. The branch doesn't grow to the tree. It grows from the tree. The wave doesn't go to the ocean. It comes from the ocean. The ray of sun is not on its way to the light. It's coming from and as the light. We are not on our way to more. We're coming from everything. And we've been hypnotized and deceived, not necessarily maliciously, but by the egoic belief in separation and limitation, to believe we're born empty shells or broken or whatever. And we just need to get enough of something or change enough of someone, and then we'll finally get what we need to be whole and complete. And it's a complete lie. It's completely false. And that, if you get anything out of this, ladies and gentlemen, is that you get that. And I bet many of you, you're like, I always kind of knew that on some level. But, this is the good news. This is the truth teaching of the ages. You already have it. It's already within you. Whatever's missing is what you are not giving, what you are not letting out. As the poet Robert Browning said, we must open out a way from whence the imprisoned splendor may escape. Or as it says in the Gospel of Thomas, if you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. So it's already here. And that is the greatest good news you can ever have. And then it's about, okay, well, what is it? And again, I'll say one other thing about that. The whole world has been set up from this egoic sense of separation to keep us distracted from ourselves since we were babies, right? The minute you're a baby, they put something above you and say, look over here, look over here. As soon as you're crying, they're like, look over here, stick something in your nose. All through our, in education, they don't say, what do you feel and think? Let me discover what's in you. They say, here's what to think. And by the way, the word education comes from a Latin word educare, which means to educe out of you. So the whole education system is literally backwards. It's already in us. And so we have to first make the number one priority what is said at the cave of the great Oracle of Delphi: know thyself. Know what you really are. Know what you're really made of and made for. Know yourself. Be true to yourself. That's it. That's the wax on, wax off of abundance, success, and fulfillment. Know yourself. Be yourself, right? Or it's like the engine that could. I know myself. I'll be myself. I know myself. So that's it. That's the master martial arts move. It's not easy, but it's the simplest, straightest line to freedom, fulfillment, and mastery. So I'll pause there because when you pull my string, I could just keep going. But tell me, the question.
I wouldn't stop you, to be honest. I mean, this is exactly what we want to be. It's interesting. I wouldn't say we're learning anything. It's almost like we're remembering what's been already within us, and I think that's a very key part. And you've been doing this experiment.
By the way, the word remember means to bring the members, the parts, back together again. So we're remembering, we're bringing back and reclaiming the fragments of who and what we already are. Absolutely.
And what you've done is you've been able to get people to understand these principles, and you've shown the transformation that not only happened in your journey, which is an incredible story of transformation, but you've done this with so many people. And so for anybody who's, listening to this being like, okay, I realized now I need to make that switch. And I do think that frequency, that change, that mindset, that intention from everything you've just shared is almost like tuning in to exactly what we need to be tuned in to get the changes in our life. You know, talking about more wealth, more health, more love, more happiness through your happiness project. What are some of the changes people can expect? And you speak about things that can transform within 40 days. Can transformation be that quick when you tune in to this frequency?
Absolutely. I mean, you can build a habit within 21 to 60 days. And the couple of key things I want people to understand is, for example, the greatest demonstration of abundance is not about how much comes to you. It's about how much can you allow to come from you. The greatest in nature, imagine a fruit tree. The most abundant fruit tree is not one where all the birds come along and hang a bunch of fruit on it like a Christmas tree, right? That's not how the fruit shows up. It emerges. It comes from the tree, right? And so the greatest demonstration of abundance and power and freedom is no matter what's coming to me, no matter what you try to hold from me, watch how much can come from me. And that's the greatest demonstration in anything. The greatest demonstration of how powerful you are in loving is not how much people love you, but how much you can love no matter how many doors and hearts close against you. Mandela in prison for 27 years. He wasn't waiting for somebody to save him. That wasn't going to be the demonstration, the great prison break. He dug deep and found the power in his soul and became the master of his fate and the captain of his soul. And he became president. And he became the energy of ending apartheid while he was in prison. And when he came out, there was nothing that could stop him, right? So if you think about the people you admire the most, it's really those people that against all odds, no matter what the world thought, no matter what the world gave them, no matter what they got or didn't get, these individuals rose up. It wasn't about what they got, it was about who they became. As Gandhi said, you must become the change. And that's ultimately what this is about. It's about stop trying to get and focus on how much and who you can become. If you are in a situation where something seems to be missing, stop blaming, stop complaining, and start becoming, start being, start asking, what do I have that I can bring here? How can I bring a little more love? Or you can also start with yourself. Instead of looking for the world to validate you, appreciate you, what would it look like if I loved, validating, and appreciated myself more? How would I take care of myself? How would I treat myself? How would I show up here today? And what you'll find is when you ask that, it activates something in you and more of you begins to come forth. And as that happens in that energetic, in that circulation of life force again, it's like tuning into a different station on the radio. Instead of being tuned into KLACK, KLAC, that's tuning you into KRICH, K-Rich. And there's very different music playing on that station. Suddenly you get inspired. Suddenly you see opportunity. And guess what? It was always there, but you couldn't see it because that wasn't who you were being. So it's fundamentally about understanding that all of our goals are not so much about how much or what we're going to achieve. A goal's purpose is to pull out of us more. From an evolutionary standpoint, all challenges, all crises are there to make a big enough demand, an evolutionary demand, so that all of that latent capacity gets brought out. When you go to the gym and you tear your muscle, it makes a demand on you that wasn't being made before. The result? Energies come to your defense and become efficient and effective in building a bigger muscle. And where did that muscle come from, right? It came from you stepping in, you becoming bigger. When the weight was heavy, you don't go, why is it so heavy? You go, how can I become stronger? And you start doing reps. So that's a fundamental, the biggest shift, right, that we have to take. Nobody is owing us anything. If you want to know who's going to save you, look in the mirror. and understand that you are the answer you've been waiting for. And then whatever it is you want to create, start being that person. One other little trick is, let's say you want to make X more dollars. Imagine adding a 0 to your income or revenue and say, if I had that income or revenue, who would I be then? How would I feel? What would be my habits of thinking, feeling, being, and doing? How would I use my conversations, my credit card, my calendar, and my bank account? And then design your life and your day and your practices so that you're focused not so much on the outcome, but on all of the inputs that are in integrity with that. Now, I'm not telling you to try to walk on water or take out $1 million loan. I'm just saying, if I had that life, if I had that business, if I had that success, if I made that much money, and really sit with that, who would I be then? What would I start doing? What would I stop doing? What conversations would I start having? And which ones would I stop having? What would I be doing consistently that I'm not doing now because I keep telling myself, when I, then I. No, that's the lie. That's the illusion. There is no when. There's only now. It's not going to be any better in the future, right? You don't need more money. If you're telling yourself, when I have more money then, no. Who would you be? Start being it now. If I had more time then, you'll never have enough time then. If you were that person, who would you be? Make the time now. If you just start doing that just a little, you are literally creating the condition. And it's like, again, imagine your successful, abundant life was a particular station on the radio. With each of those moves, you're tuning the dial into that station, right? And that music that was invisible and inaudible suddenly becomes manifest. You literally have a manifest station. So that's the process. And you realize, I'm not a victim and I never can be. And it's like, this may be dating me a little bit, but it's a little like MC Hammer. Can't touch this, right? So that's the power. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you're giving us waves of belief shift opportunities with habits and tools that people can use. And one of the things I've noticed for those who have had these radical life changes, even in your story, it's that something radical happened that kind of shook you to your core. And I thought it'd be very interesting to bring forward the concepts that you're speaking about in one of your upcoming books. You are seeing that there's a world event that's about to rattle the entire species to evolve into a whole new level. And I think for everybody who's already here are taking a proactive step because they want to thrive, they want to survive in an age where this technology, which I'll label as the AI wave that's coming on right now, is about to really change how we operate here. And I'd be very interested to hear, what is it that you've seen that is coming, and why is it so important to have that understanding that now more than ever, mastering abundance is no longer a luxury, but it'll be a necessity.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Whew. Yeah. So I do have a new book coming out next year called A Whole New Human, the 10 evolutions we must make to survive and thrive in the AI age. But it started a few years ago. I've always been interested in technology. Even when I was a kid, I was a programmer and stuff. But as I grew up, I became much more interested in the inner technology more than the outer technology. And a few years ago, before AI and everything hit the scene in a big way, like ChatGPT and all that, I was meditating, and it had only happened once before like this, where I got this feeling that I can only call prophetic. And it happened before the pandemic. And I was shown, and had been writing about a pandemic and all this stuff before it ever happened. And then I got this vision that something big in life, world changing, the world would never be the same. And people just thought I was Chicken Little, the sky is falling. And so I kind of kept it mostly to myself, and then it all unfolded. And then this happened, and the voice came through, and it said, build the ark, the flood is coming. And it showed me, and not just physically, but viscerally, the existential disruption, like a tsunami just rolling across the land, just flattening everything. And it showed me all the things that this technology was going to do and all the things it was going to threaten our fundamental, coming down into our fundamental sense of meaning and purpose and existence itself. Because unlike all technologies before, where they've always been extensions of our human capacity, this is the first time we're created something that is a replacement. It is because the one thing that has separated us from the rest of the animals is our intelligence, our ability to think. And now there's a way we have a reason to be here, but it just showed me this wave. And everything that I saw, I'm now watching happen. And I'm an expert in this domain now, so I'm in it deep. So I see a lot of what's happening before anybody else does. And as the science fiction saying goes, the future is already here. It's just not uniformly distributed yet. So already the AI in the pipeline is disrupting jobs, is removing the need for a lot of them kinds of employment. They're already stopping hiring in a lot of companies. They're already beginning to replace, we know they're replacing programmers and administrative work and a lot of knowledge work. That's all going to be replaced. At first, there'll be, instead of 10 people, we need one. And then and then there'll be people that will build an entire company with hundreds of AI agents doing all the things people used to do. Again, it's already in the pipeline. But it's also happening in every other area. There are, experts are saying if you want to send your kids to college, don't have them study law, don't have them study medicine, don't have them study marketing, don't have them study writing, don't have them study programming for sure. And it's like, what's left? And so this is all happening. Now, without going and making this all about that, just trust me when I say this is happening and we are not prepared in any way, shape, or form. And how fast it's happening, there's not going to be the time to just re-educate people. Whereas like in the Industrial Revolution before, it was like, 60, 70, 80 years. We were agrarian and then we were not. 90%, 99%, everybody was farmers, and then nobody was except for a few people. And that's how much of a change we're going to see. And that means art and writing and music and everything. And so the difference is this is going to happen faster. And the difference is, again, before we may have replaced the manual weaver with the automated loom, but it still needed people and intelligence. And with this new version, it isn't going to need as much. So now here's the thing though. AI will do everything a human can do faster, better, and cheaper, except it cannot do you. Your unique life and lived wisdom, your unique human embodied self, your deepest purpose, it cannot do you. And so while everything else is going to be commoditized, the greatest resource on the planet is going to become individuals who know who they really are, who know why they're here, and who are committed to bringing that unique and authentic and deeply human perspective and part of themselves. That's going to become the most valuable. And also knowing this principle of abundance. Again, I've had my back against the wall. I've been in many, many situations where I lost my job. I was facing bankruptcy, you name it. I've had millions of dollars stolen from me. Regardless of the outer conditions, when you understand this principle of abundance, first and foremost, you understand that the world does not give it to you. If you stand in this principle and you know how to become congruent with who you are, you will create the opportunity out of seeming nothing. So that's the first thing. And you will know you're not a victim, right? Again, in the times of the Depression, when most people were freaking out and feeling poor and lost their agency, is actually when other people became the most successful. In the times of the greatest crisis, when everybody has lost hope, is when the greatest leaders rise. And so if you want to be a leader, if you want to be successful during this great crisis we're facing, if you understand the answer, the power, the solution is you, and you just forget about anybody owing you anything, and you take that on, you will be the one. You will become a lighthouse in this storm. You will become the beacon of hope when everybody has lost their hope. They will look to you and go, what are you doing? How come you are so empowered and you seem to be just doing your thing and growing? So that's key. And then the other thing is, the urgency is we've got, the next 12 to 24 months to really, like you said, this is not a luxury anymore. Self-awakening or self-improvement or mastery, it's no longer something you go to a retreat on the weekend and then you go back to your everyday life and get around to building your business or brand, when it's kind of convenient. That's done. You have no time to waste, no time to wait. Stop wandering, stop wondering, and take this priority seriously. There's nothing more important right now than you absolutely knowing what you're here for, having a vision for your life, and that is your North Star. As it says in Proverbs, where there is no vision, the people perish. And we are in a world greatly lacking in a human vision. So that's the urgency right now. Again, I could go on for hours about it, but I hope people really understand this isn't the sky is falling, but it's a very, very real urgency. And we've evolved often with what's called the optimism bias. So we think it's not going to happen to us, right? And so then people will be standing on the ocean going, honey, look at that pretty wave. Until you realize it's a tsunami. And you're like, run! And it's too late, right? So if you can resonate with this, please take this summit and all that you're learning here and reorganize. I want to say to people, just throw everything else off your desk. One of those moments in a movie, just, and then plant your feet and go, I'm going to do whatever it takes to figure this out, to take back my power, take back my agency, to figure out what I'm here for and who I'm meant to be, and to organize my life so that no matter what, I'm going to be that. I'm going to do that for the good of my children, my family, my community, or my country, whatever you need to give you that reason why. But it's coming, and it will be one of the greatest, not only existential crises, but it will be one of the greatest opportunities in our entire lives, right? We can choose it. We can let it become a new dark age, or we can let it become a new renaissance. And again, it's in these great times of crisis when the greatest leaders, teachers, artists, change makers, and lights in the world are born or are made. So if you're waiting for anything, this is your time.
Well, there's an interesting part of me that looks at what you've just shared and thinks, wow, what a gift that whatever's the maybe convinced mediocrity that we settled for is going to imminently be eliminated, because
Exactly.
there's an opportunity for you to step up into something we haven't even realized is within us already. And it's anybody who's living life where they're not aligned. We'll say that again.
It's going to kick the crutches right out from under us.
But then
It's
our foot
kicking
is
the
actually
bird out of the
amazing.
nest. You either fly, you either fly or like Cortez when his men came to the island to fight, and it was a suicide mission. There was way outnumbered. And so he burned the boats and had them sunk. And he's like, okay, guys, you either win or you die trying. And they won. So we do have to there is a gift to it, right? And that is evolutionary. It is going to force us either to our knees or force us to take a stand. And we see that already happening around the world, socially, politically, and otherwise. But yeah, that's what we're coming to that point where all of our excuses and status quo and mediocrity from many, many people are gonna be pulled away. So that's a good point.
Derek, now that I've heard this, I'm ready. I want to bring this radical change. I want to have this emergence come from me. And I'm tired of this patterns and habits and things that have just not been serving me, and I'm ready to take that next step. And I'd be curious to know, for anybody who's listening, whether they'd be needing to stop doing something right now or start doing something right now. And it doesn't need to be the perfect action, but it's definitely the perfect moment to take that imperfect action. What would be the biggest thing somebody could do right now so they could start being in the right direction? Maybe it is clearing off that desk, but I'd be curious to hear what you'd advise for everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of excuses and stall tactics we use, right? You know, again, I don't have the time, the energy, the money. What are they going to think of me? What if I'm not good enough? I'll do it later. You know, so the first thing you got to clear off is all those excuses. And you know, obviously the simplest thing is just get my books, you know, whatever. Get Emergence and Abundance Project, read them, do what's in them. We're good. But also the most basic thing again is if you don't know where you're going, every road will get you lost. So the only way to reclaim your power is to be who you really are and to bring forth what is within you. But the only way to do that is to know who you are. So if you're not crystal clear, if you don't have a goal that is come from within you, not the goal the world says you should or just what your parents say you could, but what is you most deeply want. It's easier to get what you really, really, really want than what you think you should or could or have to. And so get that really, really, really want clear. And then take some time and go, if I was living that life, as we talked about before, who would I be? And really get into that. You can visualize it. That's a good use of visualization, is to see it, feel it, and then just start to become aware of just a little bit at a time. I don't want you to try to do it all, but like, what would be some of my habits of thinking? Like, where would I be focusing my attention? Would I be looking at what's missing, or would I be looking at what's possible? That's a habit of thinking. Would I be looking at what I can do, or would I constantly focus on what I can't? Would I be looking at the end of the day at what I have done, or would I focus on what I haven't? These are habits of thinking. Am I focused on what I have, what I can, what I will, and what I'm grateful for? Or am I focused on what I don't have, what I haven't done, what I can't do, and all the problems in my way? See how that's a habit of thinking. So find out which ones would you have if you were that person. And then secondly, what about doing? You know, and be aware, it doesn't necessarily mean everything you're doing is specifically to the business or the thing, you know. You might find that if you had the money in the business you want, you would be taking better care of yourself every day. You would notice that you're playing tennis every day, or you're exercising every day, and you want that, but you've been making excuses. And you think, well, when I have enough money or get things going, then I'll take care of myself. It doesn't work that way. You won't. So it's about, again, designing a life that if somebody was secretly reporting on you and looking at your calendar, your conversation, your bank card, your credit card, looking at what you're doing, they would start to actually describe you like the person you actually want to be. So that would be my tip. And again, if you do come to my site, you take any of the get in any free program, there's a lot of free stuff in the membership, which you can be there for free. You'll also get a whole program called The Character of Success. And I walk you through step by step by step how to design that practice and that way of life so that you embody the character of success is the way that I've just described. But even if you don't do that, start with just a few of these things. And the most important thing is start now. Don't say, I'll do it tomorrow. Even if you just take 10 minutes today, do it.
Derek, it's been an absolute joy having you here and sharing so much with everybody. I'm going to make sure that all these resources are shared with the attendees so everyone who wants to go deeper on this journey. You've already been given the mission assignment, and now it's time to take action on it. And one of the things I find very interesting about what you're speaking about and everything we need to do is getting us to be more human, isn't it? It's like feeling more connected, human, living our best life. Like, it's not about going to do that thing so that it's really just how do you become and unlock your own humanity. have I downloaded this correctly? Because to
Yeah,
me
and I'll
that's
even
like, hey,
say
wait
one
a
other
second, I just
way.
need to be more human. That doesn't seem
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll say another way, you know, the real AI, we are the real AI, the ancient intelligence, the ancestral intelligence, the authentic intelligence, maybe even the angelic intelligence. But the real super intelligence we've been looking for has been hiding within us the whole time. And all of the mystics and the teachers and the teachings of the ages, the foundation of Western civilization, if you go back to the beginning, it's always only been trying to aim us at one thing. Know yourself, activate the super intelligence. You are gods and goddesses in potential. Stop giving the world your power and your authority. Reclaim that. We are the super intelligence we've been looking for. And when we activate that and we stand in that, we actually can create a world that works for the highest good of everyone. And that's really what's trying to unfold on the planet right now.
Derek, thank you so much for all of the work that you've done to bring this wisdom forward, to inspire the thousands of people that have encountered your work through events, through books, and so much more. And for everybody listening, again, we're going to put in the resources for you to grab the literature, grab the programs. There's some free resources you can join in as well. But Derek has been putting this together so that others can emerge, get on the ark, and know that the flood will be avoided. And we are here on the Mastering Abundance Summit. So I'm very much acknowledging that you've already taken a powerful step. And Derek, you've been such a wealth of wisdom for everybody who has been tuning in. Thank you so much for the contributions. And we are just in the midst of one incredible session. So thank you so much. We got more to go through, and we're excited that you were able to be a part of this and share so much. So thank you so much, Derek.
Thank you, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Derek Rydall, Mastering the Law of Emergence. I'm already reading some of the comments, which I think we had ourselves quite a talk, haven't we? Magdalena here sharing, wow, what an amazing speaker. Thank you for bringing Derek. So enlightening. I love what Tiny Zoo here sharing. He's putting some words to ideas that I've been having and hearing in more fragmented forms from other places. Love the acorn analogy the best. Guys, this is what it means when you start mastering abundance. We're so excited we got to bring Derek. And by the way, is this a first time hearing from Derek Rydall? Derek, for those of you who are here, I'd love to know, was this the first time you're hearing from him? Is this someone that you are already familiar with and you came here specifically to hear his talk? I would love to know in the comments. I know for me, getting a chance to interview him was a first, and it was so exciting to hear the message, and it got me fired up, ready, wanting to face this future with a level of boldness and excitement that knows us being more human is going to be quite the power in itself. For those of you who want to go deeper, if you go to derekrydall.com, a lot of the messages or bonuses that he has mentioned are available on the website. But I do want to mention something really cool and special that Derek did, as he's one of our partners in the event, and he's put together a bundle for everyone who is a VIP. So if you are part of the VIP, you've upgraded to get the recordings, there is one bundle that is included as that comes directly from Derek. It's 5 hours, a 3-part self-mastery breakthrough program that includes turn your life story into a legendary purpose. This is how to learn to take your biggest challenges into a business or a mission that makes a real impact. There's also the character of success that he's mentioned, developing the inner alignment needed to attract the opportunity, success, and lifestyle you truly desire, and self-mastery breakthrough. Follow the right steps in the right order to unlock your innate genius and step into your full potential. So if any of you are interested to be a part of Derek's program, and when you upgrade to VIP, that is all part of it. I'm going to get myself out of that picture. This is also the last day that you get to upgrade to VIP for $99. Derek's bundle is going to be included in there. We're going to make sure to put the link into the chat as well for those of you who want to jump in. Bear with me. We will have that posted in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. you get to grab that. If you want to upgrade, it's a huge support for us to bring more of these talks, bring more of these speakers, and make these summits incredible. It comes with your support. And if you are here and you're joining these talks and the $99 is not within your reach right now, that's okay too. We got so many speakers that are going to speak on so many topics. If you're resonating with this, you want to keep a copy, of course, we appreciate the upgrade. If not, stay tuned. This replay will be available for 24 hours if you want to review the talks that are coming from Derek and the other speakers that are coming so far. Now, we are 3 speakers in, and there's something I want to frame for the next 2 conversations that are coming, because they're going to ride the wave of what we just discovered with Derek, coming from what I would call a more feminine approach and a more masculine approach. We're going to start with the feminine because ladies first, and I'm so excited that we're going to have Dr. Shefali be our next speaker. So, by the way, if you want to get a screenshot of that QR code so you can check out the VIP offer, I will give you 5 seconds to do so right now, which is 1. For those of you who have already done it, use this as a 5-second moment to take a breath work moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, send some love to Derek one more time. Again, if you are interested to go check out his website, go to Rydall.com. You can pick up his book, Emergence, and on his website, you'll see some of the resources are available for free. Those of you who upgrade to VIP, you have that 5-hour training from Derek that is included inside your bundle. Much love and thanks to Derek. And with that, we are ready for our next speaker. Dr. Shefali is going to be taking the stage. We're going to talk about how to end fear and own your life. This is going to be a powerful talk with Dr. Shefali. She is a best-selling author. Actually, I give you all the best intro when I actually do the video. So I would say, without further ado, are you guys ready for your next speaker for the Mastering Abundance Summit? Let's give it up to Dr. Shefali and get started with our next speaker.
Abundance Summit. I have a dear friend and an expert, a known figure in the space of both awakening and parenting. For those of you who have been familiar with Dr. Shefali's work, know that she has been a voice of change in modernizing the way that parenting is approached, as well as how our pursuit for abundance, transformation, and truth is pursued. If you aren't familiar with Dr. Shefali, she's a 3-time New York best-selling author, books that have truly helped people get to the next level. A radical awakening, turn pain into power, embrace your truth, and live free is going to be the focus of our conversation today. We'll be touching on parenting as well, but as we're on this journey towards abundance, mastering abundance, what are the truths that we need to face? What are the rules that we have to play by? And maybe changing our relationship on if we are existing parents. Does that limit our potential for success and abundance? And if you haven't had children yet, is this a decision you've been putting off for the wrong reasons? We're going to challenge this. We're going to explore the things that you may not have explored before. And I'm so excited to have Dr. Shefali joining me. Dr. Shefali, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Same here. Can't wait for this conversation.
Not our first time having a conversation. Always a pleasure to chat with you. Now, there's a question I do ask all the guests at the beginning because we want to unpack your story. I mean, you've been on the stage with Oprah. You've been, writing bestseller books. You have a large amount of people that follow you. You've been speaking on stages around the world. This is an incredible life that you've designed for yourself. I'd want you to share with us some of your story and what role did abundance play in your journey to where you are now?
I think the abundance mindset is literally a cornerstone of how I live my life. And what I mean by that is that maybe in my 20s, through my practice of meditation, I was able to really highlight for myself when I was in abundance or when I was in scarcity. So even today, if I'm thinking of the future and scarcity-based thoughts come to my mind, I immediately can recognize them and I go, wow, you're just being so negative. You're being so pessimistic. You're acting like you are completely a psychic, that you know your future. You don't know your future. And why are you sitting in this anxiety? Because you're believing the worst will happen. Now, this doesn't mean that we should believe that the best will happen either. We shouldn't be Pollyanna about it and spin fantasies of, silken threads and say, I'm going to win $1 million and I'm going to meet the love of my life. That to me is also based in fallacy. What I would like people to understand is abundance based thoughts are about having abundance for your present reality. It's nothing to do with the future. It's about your present reality. And the more you're negative or anxious about your present reality, the more you will see negativity and anxiety in the future. So, how do we create abundance in the present? Well, that takes a lot of intentionality. You have to really focus on just the little things that are important and powerful and positive. So I woke up this morning. I can still walk. I can look out the window and see the sky. I have eyesight. I have my parents. I have my friends. I have my partner, my child. Whatever you have, you set your focus and you amplify it. And that keeps you humble, keeps you grounded, and reminds you that you have wealth in your life. And then you look at the challenges in your life not as, oh my goodness, I'm such a victim, but how can I grow from this? So even your challenges become abundant in a way because they're here to teach you. But you have to really be intentional about this mindset. But I can tell you, it's been a game changer for me, a cornerstone for me. If there's one thing I do consistently, is I try to alchemize whatever I'm going through and turn it around into a teacher, into something positive for myself, not in a bypassing way, but in a really alchemical way, in a transformative way.
That to me is a beautiful prescription for people who want to make that shift around being much more abundant. And what I'd be curious about is that's a very healthy mindset that you've had and these habits that you seem to have cultivated even from a very young age. And I'd be curious on how did you first discover these principles? Because oftentimes we discover them maybe at a later time in our lives. Maybe we've gone through things realizing it doesn't work. And here I'm speaking with you. You're speaking about these keys to abundance, which have been echoed from other sessions we've had here. And is it a stroke of luck? Did you have a mentor, or was it something you stumbled upon in your own journey? I'd be very curious about that.
Well, I'm very privileged because I had a mother and a father who didn't infect me too much with negativity. So my mother, to this day, very positive, very cheerful. She finds something good about every life situation, every human being. She's actually way more optimistic and cheerful than even me. So I learned early on that life is beautiful. It can be painful, but it has positive elements. And I grew up in an abundance mindset. But I can tell you, my shadow is that I can tend to feel or allow myself to feel like a victim. So that's my negative trait. And I say this openly and vulnerably because people need to know what everyone struggles with and not just look at me as some glorified human being. I struggle. My negativity comes out in thinking that it's only happening to me and I'm the only one. But I laugh at that part in me because it's such a Indian victim woman. Every Indian woman knows this. That was also passed down by my mother, right? So as much as she was positive, she had this tone of being a martyr, and that she would indulge in that. So I also inherited that. But I fight it and I combat it and I recognize it as my conditioned self, not my true self. Now, the truth is that we have to develop this mindset. Even though I got quote unquote lucky with my mother, I still have to develop it. I still have to cultivate it. And really, it's a pithy maxim that I use, which is life is too short. My life is too short for me to give away my power. And it's such a simple philosophy and adage, but I really believe in the impermanence of life. I really stand by it. The Buddha taught that life is impermanent, but I don't just use it as just a saying. I really live by it. Every day could be my last. Every moment could be my last. So I want to live this life with the highest mindset possible for myself, because I love myself so much that I want to give myself everything I can give in terms of loving this present moment. So even if I'm never leaving the house this week, I'll still love the sky and I love the sun and I love my dog and I love every present moment, not because I'm such an amazing human being or cheerful. It's because I genuinely believe life is too short to live in negativity, to live looking at the glass half empty. And I love myself and my life so much that I want to give myself those endorphins, those dopamine hits. Why not? And those dopamine hits come from positive thinking. So it's because I love myself that I give myself that dopamine.
And I find that so beautiful in the way that you're expressing abundance in that way. And you mentioned earlier how it's not something in the future, it's something we have to embody now. And I think it'd be very helpful to, with what you're living now, some people again might project, oh, if my life had X, Y, Z, then abundance would be there. But that there's a bit of a misconception here. So perhaps you unpacking what your definition of abundance so someone could start identifying in their life now would be very helpful.
Yeah. Now, of course, is material abundance helpful? Does it help that, I may live in a nice house or I have money to travel? Of course. But let's not get hung up there, because that's where people get hung up. They think if I had money to travel or if I could live in Indonesia or go to some island or have a child, those are useful and sometimes contributive, but they are not the touchstone. The touchstone is always your inner mindset toward it, right? So my hardest time in my life was my divorce and also the aftermath. But even through that, I tried to keep the alchemy of it in my forefront. How can this transform me? I wrote a book, A Radical Awakening, which we're talking about, right in the midst of my divorce. I was still going through the divorce, but I turned it around. I said to myself, how can I use this experience to transform myself and others? How can I use it to be of service? How can I use it to grow? So again, the mindset toward the hard time make your life, that's the make or break. It's not what is happening to the self in the external. See, we think we are reactors to the external life, and the external life is our puppeteer, and we are just puppeted by the external. So if I have a good looking, rich lover, then I'm going to be happy. Or if my weighing machine says I'm 15 pounds lighter, I'll be happy. Or my boss gives me a raise, I'll be happy. That mindset presumes a very solid and scary assumption that you are puppeteered by life. But the spiritual perspective, the wisdom perspective, is that you are not, and you are not a puppet of anybody. And you get to decide how you react to life. So with that mindset, you're not falling prey to what's happening on the outside. You are actually defining how the experience will change you, will grow you. You get to define that, not the experience. People don't get to tell you how that experience will change you and shift you. You are in the driver's seat of how that self-definition occurs. And, other tragedies that have happened in my life, people have betrayed me, people have abused me, financially abused me. But again, I got to decide how that experience defined me. And to me, that is abundance. Abundance is the capacity to choose how life defines you. That is the ultimate mastery of your life, because your mind is in charge, not your circumstance, right?
Wow. That is a beautiful definition. And I love that this is something people can take and start really assessing in their own life if they can show up that way. It doesn't require any milestone, but just a very strong decision. Now, in Radical Awakening, you've obviously been sharing this message because you've been trying to shake the world around awakening to their truer selves. And I'd be curious to know, what is your most powerful intent you had around bringing people to have that radical awakening, to bring more abundance in their life? What's that ripple that you wish to see in the world through the work that you've done?
I think my central motif in that book was for women to take their power back and to not fear the painful moments in their lives, because we have been so conditioned to avoid pain and to avoid discomfort that in our avoidance, we actually strip ourselves away from our capacity to be resilient. So that book gives women a roadmap to never be afraid of discomfort again, to never be afraid of rejection again, to never be afraid of losing the love or the validation from someone again. So I was handing women back the keys to their own liberation. And the minute we decide that fear will not rule us, pain is something we're not afraid of, now we become unstoppable. We become limitless, because the two things that stop us is our fear of others rejecting us, and number two, the pain of that experience. And once we decide that that is no longer going to define us, then we have nothing to fear, right? If we are capable of handling pain, then we are limitless.
I'd want to open up a conversation that I don't think I'm doing with any other speaker here, but because you've had this book and this message that did have a stronger audience of women, I would want to ask the question of the journey towards mastering abundance. Are there some key differences we should take into account? Differences between the men and the women who are on that goal towards mastering abundance?
Yeah, I think there are big differences. I think for women, it's more about owning our masculine energy and stepping into our boundaries, stepping into our voice, stepping into our self-trust, stepping into our autonomy, cutting away all the people who are dependent on us and enmeshed with us, learning to be solitary, learning to not be afraid of standing in our power alone. So in a weird way, for women, it's about becoming louder. And I think for men, it's about becoming softer and about entering the heart and letting go of external power and letting go of craving achievement and success in the linear ways that men have been trained to seek, and really entering their heart and allowing themselves to rest and to be small and to be quiet. All the things women are conditioned to, and we need to divest. Women need to rise into their masculine energy, and men need to step back into their feminine.
Fair enough. And although I'm presenting a unified message for the masses as we're doing this summit, I do think that's a key distinction that we should pay attention to, because the path will be radically different depending on which energies you're coming from. And at least there we have a prescription for both sides here. Dr. Shefali, I know that I had two major intentions in my conversation with you, and what we've done so far was really talking about radical awakening, stepping into mastering abundance, being present, and seeing the abundance we have now. But given your expertise and where you're most known for around parenting advice, I really wanted to open up that conversation, because I think you are particularly equipped with how to navigate this. And we have listeners that are already parents, some that are not parents yet. And I'd be curious to know, as an open-ended question, when it comes to having children and mastering abundance, is it something that holds you back, enables you? What has been what you've noticed for parents that are looking to master abundance, and the role that children have played on that journey?
It's difficult if you're trying to master external abundance, like achievements, success on the outside, running a business. Especially if you are a mother, it's going to be hard for you to do if you're a parent. And that's another, blessing and a struggle that we women have to deal with. If we are mothers, we're going to emotionally carry the weight of the family typically, and we're going to feel that emotional guilt if we are leaving our children to go out and pursue a career. I had to wait, for many years before I could really step into my career, because I wanted to be a mother. That wasn't something like a demotion to me. It was superb and a promotion to me. So I was okay waiting, but many women feel the tug and the struggle around balancing both. So again, if you want to have external wealth and external abundance, children are going to put a little bit of a dampener on that. They do take time, they do take energy, they are exhausting. They require so much investment. So of course, how many places can you be at the same time, unless you have nannies? But the nannies are bringing up your children. And of course, your partner and you can tag team, but it's really difficult to be in Miami when your children are in, Boston, and for you to travel the world, you have to say no to appointments. So it's difficult for that caregiving parent unless they're completely not nurturing or maternal. So yeah, I do think abundance takes a backseat, but a different kind of abundance shows up, right? The abundance of expansion, the abundance of compassion, the abundance of empathy, of love, of raising yourself, of your spiritual evolution, of your growth. That's what children give you like nobody else. So you may give up a few gifts in the external world, but you receive a lot of gifts as well.
What are some of the advice that you give for parents who might be on this journey and they're on this call now, particularly the ones with children already, who maybe the children have gone out of the early stage where a lot of intensive energy is more required? Maybe the children are stepping out of the home or they're becoming a lot more autonomous. And I want to get back into that journey of taking care of the self. You speak a lot about this guilt and this compromise that needs to be done. What is the core message that you see that might be holding people back towards abundance and maybe even using children as an excuse for not pursuing their goals?
Yeah, many people do use children or their partners or being busy or being tired as an excuse. So, but there's a reason for that excuse, right? Excuses are also important to understand. Why am I procrastinating? Why am I constantly making an excuse? And typically, I've found that there is a huge purpose that our ego employs in making excuses. It's typically because we're afraid of something, right? So when people keep making excuses, they're not going to the gym, they want to go to the gym, but they keep not going to the gym, or they keep not showing up, it's because there's a deep fear. So we have to get to the root of that fear. And that's what I teach people in my coaching institute, in my coaching sessions. What is underneath your excuses? Your excuses are valid uh, at the level of your ego. Your ego is using these excuses to stop you from shining. Why are you not shining? Why are you afraid to go to that gym or to show up for yourself? And it will typically end up as something like low self-worth or fear of rejection, which again has to do with low self-worth. And until we can uncover that and teach people that they are deeply disconnected from their own self-love, we'll never break through. We can say to people, go to the gym. We can help them make a schedule. We can set the alarm for them. But it will not sustain itself unless they see it as an act of self-love. When we see things as an act of self-love, nobody can stop us from doing it. But the missing element is, do I love myself enough? Do I see myself through this? Do I see myself in this? Do I see? So when I'm taking care of my child, am I seeing myself in it? Am I loving myself when I love my child? When I show up here with you for this interview, can I see it as an act of self-love? The minute I can see it as an act of self-love, I'm now joyful. I'm now energized. I'm motivated. And the reason why people are not motivated in life is because they're disconnected from that self-love.
I would be very curious to know if somebody's listening to this right now and feeling that, my God, this is the exact problem I'm facing right now, is this self-love is just not as present as I'd want it to be, and I'm ready to make a change. Maybe I want to commit for, is it a 30 days that I want to commit for an action to stop doing or an action to start doing to cultivate that self-love? Would you have something to recommend for people?
Yeah, sure. They can pick one thing on the physical and one thing on the emotional. I think for the physical is take one thing that they envy about others. Because typically when we envy something in others, it's something we want in ourselves. We just haven't created that. So if you like for me, I envy people who go to the gym every day, right? I That's about it. Like that's my big thing. Like, wow. So what does that mean? If I was Dr. Shefali talking to myself, I would say, okay, so let's start with that one physical goal and pick one day of this week that you can commit to going to the gym or going for a walk or going, and you honor that and you celebrate yourself for that. And then you build on it 5 minutes a day, right? Just 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And emotionally, one of the goals you can take on to show self-love is you begin to ask yourself in moments during the day, what would my true self do if I had no fear? And just that one question, what would my true self do if I had no fear? Today I was working with a woman going through her divorce, and I asked her, what would you want to do tomorrow if you had no children, no husband, no fear? And she could tell me so easily, right? So that's an emotional way to tune in, to tap in, to check in, to show self-love.
It's very interesting when you start asking that question. There seems to be a lightness to the way that people answer that question when it's unhindered by the realities. I'd be curious, why is it that we're not as asking that question more often, or why is it that we're holding ourselves back? I could answer that question, but then it seems like my next natural thought will be like, well, I can't because X, Y, Z, and it's almost like we excuse ourselves back into our patterns.
Well, I know for women especially, we've been trained to put others first, to think of self-care as selfish, and to not demand for our needs to be met. We feel guilty about it. That's how we've been conditioned. Good girls go last, they wait, they compromise, they sacrifice. And I think for men, they're not even thinking about their true self versus false self. They just are achieving and running on the treadmill of life. So I think for both sexes, we need to take a pause and begin to see the false self, how we've constructed, castles built on sand of the false self. And it's about to tumble down. We're about to be in chronic disease or chronic stress. It will tumble down. The false self does not last long. It is not sustainable. Sure, it can tumble down in your 50s, but it will tumble down because it is not predicated on authenticity. It's predicated on fear and desire for external validation. And as long as that is what the castle is built on, it will fall apart, and it should fall apart. And hopefully, when it falls apart, like I write in my book, A Radical Awakening, you will alchemize that pain into your greatest power.
I love that throughout the session you've spoken of this alchemization of the pain, right? And I think that's a beautiful word to speak of how you take a negative situation and you realize that it has so much potential to be your teacher, your pedestal for your next stage. Are there particular practice or steps to take if you in the moment are just maybe completely devastated from the situation? It's almost like the emotional takes over, but you need to kind of catch yourself to get to a point of alchemization. So I'd be curious to know about the process to make sure that when situations occur, which they do occur, that you can focus on that process of alchemization as opposed to self-destruction.
Yeah, I think, the first phase of pain or a painful transition is to accept that it's here. So I think the hardest part for us is to keep denying the pain, keep delaying the pain, keep dismissing the pain. And the path to healing starts with acceptance of the pain, meaning say things like, oh my God, my life is in a shitty place. I'm in the gutter. It's a crisis. I'm here. It's a shit show. And that acceptance allows you to begin the healing process. People actually mess up the healing process by denying and dismissing and, staying in resistance to the pain. But they actually prolong their pain and deny their healing by doing that. So accepting your pain is the first step. The next thing is to allow yourself the grieving that comes with that pain, because typically pain occurs in your life because the fantasy of what you thought should happen doesn't happen, and now you are in pain. It's a transition, it's the end, it's the grief. So now you allow yourself to grieve, and you give yourself, I don't know, a month or 2 months to just eat as much chocolate and grieve. But know that you must come out of this tunnel eventually. Now, if you go into self-destruction and depression, hopefully you have people around you that take you to get professional help. But if you're doing it on your own and you're actually okay, you're not depressed, then I think it's okay to go through the grieving. And don't put a time limit on it, and allow it to wash through you. And then tell yourself, I'll come out of it when I'm ready, and trust yourself that you will. And then the third phase is to get the lessons and go deep inside to ask yourself, how did I co-create this situation? How did I perpetuate it? How did I bring it into my life, and how did I keep it in my life? With compassion, you integrate that teaching, those insights, and then you work on letting it go, meaning let it be in your past, and you begin to embrace the future. But it takes time. It's a good 6 to 1 year, maybe 2 years, and that's okay. Honoring the time it takes actually creates deeper healing, which actually creates better transformation and more sustainable alchemy than trying to just bypass it and do it fast.
A word that comes to mind as I'm hearing you share both on this process of alchemization and the process of somebody, becoming a parent, there's an element of patience that seems to be underappreciated in our journey towards mastering abundance. And I'd be curious to know your opinions and your thoughts around the role of patience in getting what you want in life.
Yeah, and that's why children are such a great teacher, because you have to be so damn patient with them. And it takes forever for them to have even half a brain in their head. And it's just the road to their adulthood is only paved by patience. Okay. So you learn patience. And the reason why patience is such a virtue is because things take time. Our evolution took billions of years. Seasons take time to turn. But we have been living in such a fast-paced delusion that we think that, oh, we need to just move on and we need to get over this person. And we don't honor that things need to take their own time. And timing is so powerful. And actually, if you short circuit it, and yeah, you may come out really victorious. And guess what? You got over that in 2 days. But what we are missing is the time to rebuild a new self. And that undeniably takes time. And it should take time because the death of the old self needs to be mourned, needs to be buried, needs enough distance. If you really want a new self to emerge, you have to have patience to let go and kill the old self. So that cannot happen in 2 days. So anybody who gets over a major life crisis and pops up in 2 days, they've survived, they've even adapted, and hallelujah to them, but they have not transformed. Do you want to be transformed by life, or do you want to just adapt to life, right?
I'd want to unpack of what life shapes towards based on someone who's chosen the path of transformation versus the path of adaptation.
Yeah, transformation requires, number one, I think, define the matrix. And you have to be willing to be a lone wolf, an oddball, an outlier, and a culture buster, and not care about what people think. That is the key for somebody who's made up their mind that they are going to live life based on internal transformation versus just adapting to the tide. So in order to not adapt to the tide, you have to step away from the tide, and therefore you have to separate yourself from the herd, which is lonely and scary and isolating, and people feel very rejected and alone when they're away from the crowd mentality. So getting comfortable being an outlier is very important. And I think the next thing about wanting to be a transformer is really letting go of the external markers of success, right? And that's a different version of letting go of the matrix, but truly self-defining happiness, defining for the self what achievement is, defining what a good life is, defining what a good partner is, what intimacy is, not letting culture define for you how you should live your life, whether you choose to get married or not, whether you choose to follow a religion or not. These need to come from internal, deconstructions rather than handed over by culture.
I very much appreciate, Dr. Shefali, the conversations we've had here, particularly pushing on people to have that awakening. And I'd be curious to know if you had the wish for the world right now. Like 2025 feels like a year of a lot of change, a lot of transformation, and everyone here is on a journey and wanting to play a role in, mastering abundance themselves so they can navigate this. If you could shake up the world and get everyone to acknowledge something or to take a massive action to bring us towards a place that's much more abundant as opposed to maybe filled with fear, what would be something you wish for the world right now as we navigate this year?
Well, I think my greatest wish is that people stop being brainwashed by culture. Because culture, for the most part, can be quite toxic, but only as toxic as we believe it, right? So if we allow culture to enter our minds, it can hijack our minds. So my message would be, awaken your mind, empower yourself, don't fall prey to the machinations of others. Stand in your own truth, know who you are, don't be swayed by the fear mongering and the capitalistic greed of culture. Follow your own North Star and discover your own way of living your life because it's truly your life. And it's the only one in this form that you'll ever have. You'll never have this life again. So really seize it and don't squander it based on caring about what people think and caring about how you're conforming or not. Be an anti-conformist and an anti-culturist and find your own inner calling.
Dr. Shefali, thank you so much for coming on the summit and sharing all this wisdom. I think is going to be empowered for everyone, whether they're a parent or not. Every single human needs to find themselves breaking those rules, setting their own path. And I think that's one of the reasons we've putting this summit together is because we know people are trying to break out of that matrix. And the wisdom you shared on the session today has been incredible. I think that for everybody who's going to be tuning in, we're going to put in some links and some resources for you to go deeper into Dr. Shefali's work. And although we did speak a lot about the women and the challenges that they face that are unique to them, there's also a lot of work for the men to be doing. And so regardless of which energy you're coming from, there's going to be some work to do. And I think we have some powerful practices for us to apply. If I could start doing something right now, I finished this session and I want to take a massive action, what would be something we could direct people towards so that they could continue learning with you and make a change in their life right now?
Well, the way they can continue learning from me is they can join my community. I have an amazing community of seekers. It's called the Conscious Circle. It's on my website. If they want to go even deeper with me, they can join my Parent and Life Certification Coaching Institute. But if barring what they can do with me, what they should do in their own lives is something as simple as just writing in a journal for 5 minutes a day about just what's coming up for them. And why do I say that? Is for beginners who are beginning this path, getting to just know who you are. We spend so much time getting to know history or algebra or calculus or psychology, but we don't know who we are. And this is your greatest treasure. So get to know yourself because that self-realization, that self-connection is your greatest ally in life. This is why you're here in this life, is to get to know you. So stop getting to know your lover or your cat or your dog. Get to know yourself. And I think that's the greatest gift you can give yourself.
Well, we're very grateful for the gifts you've given everyone here with your time, your energy, and your wisdom. Dr. Shefali, again, it's an honor to have you come and share on the summit. And for everybody tuning in, you got a lot of actions that we're going to be able to take from this conversation. And we know that we want everyone to have their own radical awakening so we could all be on our path towards mastering abundance. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dr. Shefali. What a beautiful conversation. And the key things here is this grace, this patience, this self-learning, acceptance. All of those are going to be a part of your journey as you're going out to master abundance. If you want to be a part of Dr. Shefali's tribe, circle, community, go to drshefali.com. You'll be able to see her literature, her book, and the programs that she has available so that you can continue on this journey of a radical awakening. And for those of you who are parents, considering being parents, questioning parenthood, definitely is a resource of information for you to dive deeper into that subject. Which just as a fun call out, I'd be very curious to know, who are the parents amongst our audience here? Who here have children? Just put in the yes if you have children, no if it's no, don't want at all, or no, not yet. I'd just be curious to see from our attendees how many of you are actually parents at this time. So what we're going to do for now is introduce the next speaker that we have. Now, I mentioned a bit of this polarity between the feminine and masculine conversations. And what I wanted to introduce our next speaker as is someone that's going to come from a much more masculine energy. The man is a person that has created blueprints, pathways, models, structure for anyone who is on a path of becoming an entrepreneur. And a follow-up question to those of you who are taking a moment to let me know about parenthood. I see some of you are having 4 kids. We have some not yets. We have some yeses, some nos, and that's okay. I hope you were all able to take away what you needed from Dr. Shefali. The next conversation is really going to embrace a lot of what you've heard from Derek earlier about the future, what changes are coming, and what role can we play in this future that is coming. And the structures and model that this person puts together really helps you put a framework to this upcoming change. And I am so excited that he's going to be the speaker coming up next, because for those of you who are embracing a path of entrepreneurship, who are looking to build business, are looking to provide massive value in your careers, in the way of manifesting abundance, providing value, this is going to be one of the most important conversations today. And the benefit of this conversation is that he is a gentleman that is based here in Bali as well. So in order to provide the best learning experience for all of you, we actually decided to get ourselves a little date and go to an amazing studio in town to record this conversation together. And I'm very excited to be able to present this to you. And by the way, just out of curiosity, would any of you consider a trip to Bali? I wonder if that's on your wish list or something you'd ever consider doing. And if there would be a possibility to go to Bali, particularly for a sort of entrepreneur training, well, you'll be excited about some of the things we'll mention at the end of the session. But for now, let's go ahead and introduce the next guest on this session. This is going to be none other than Roger James Hamilton. We're going to talk about the entrepreneur's path to true abundance. The man's the author behind the Millionaire Master Plan, is the man behind the Genius Group. Matter of fact, I will be given an introduction in the video itself. So without further ado, I would say, let's get started with our next speaker, Mr. Roger Hamilton. Take it away.
For the Mastering Abundance Summit. We're doing something a little special here because the next guest that I'll be bringing on is actually based here in Bali. And we thought we'd treat you to an exclusive, a fantastic episode where we get to be in person to record, where we're going to extract all of the best ideas for those of you who are on the path to mastering abundance and are considering being entrepreneurs in the process. There are massive advantages when you decide to become an entrepreneur in the world where you're trying to make an impact and bring abundance for yourself. And the man that I'm bringing to speak about this and so much more is a man who is an entrepreneur himself, a futurist, multiple book writer with a Genius Generation book coming just around the corner, might be accessible by the time you watch this as well, has created the Genius Group, took the company public, and inspired millions of entrepreneurs around the world with tools such as Wealth Dynamics and the Entrepreneurs Institute. He's done this and so much more. Mr. Roger James Hamilton, welcome.
What an intro. That's awesome. Good to be here, Jason.
Good to be here as well. I mean, we've known each other for over 10 years.
You're at my wedding.
I was at your wedding,
Yes.
which is a congratulations.
Thank you.
I was just mentioning that I contacted your wedding planner because my wedding's coming up this year.
And congratulations on that as
And
well.
so, and she does such a fantastic job, and it was a glorious ceremony. This is incredible. You have properties around the world. You have your company with a team around the world. You've been doing amazing things. You now have your wife. You have an incredible life that looks filled with abundance when you look from the outside. And a lot of people are wondering, like, wow, I would want to design something like that. Where does abundance play a role in your journey to get to where you are now?
100% central to everything. In fact, I think there's a very clear black and white. We can go into it if it makes sense in terms of when I was in a place which was 100% lack mindset without even knowing it. And then the switch, which was abundance. And like being here in Bali, it's amazing how many times you see people go through that switch. I'll tell you a story about when we started running events, because talking about properties, one of our properties is a resort here at Vision Villa, where we ran all our events since probably, 20 years ago. And there was a guy who came out from Netherlands, and he was very vocal. He was always talking, and I was saying, look, a really big part of what we're going to share is the fact that you're going to have a whole different experience of money, finances, your whole life by the time we finish the week. And he was very impatient. He was like, well, when's it going to start? And I'm like, it's going to start straight away. And next morning, I knew he was going to be one of the most difficult people in the group. But he came in at like 9 a.m. and he's like, I'm already transformed. And I'm like, what happened? He goes, I went for a walk this morning, and you're right, I just totally changed my think on everything. And I said, what happened? He goes, well, bananas, right? Well, bananas back in Netherlands is already going to cost you like €5 for like a bunch of bananas. And I walked down to the village, and I saw this beautiful bunch of bananas there. And I said, well, how much is it for the bananas? And it was actually about like 50 cents. It was like €0.50. And it just made me think, oh my gosh, like the people here already live in abundance. And here I am, and I'm just working just for a living, and I have all my priorities wrong. And I said, well, what happened to the bananas? He goes, I bought them. Here they are. And he brings the bananas and lifts them up. And of course, everyone's laughing at this. And then I say, well, you do realize there's a banana tree out the back, right? And there's this like whole thought process, which is for so many of us, we think we have to like chase to get. The whole key to lack really is that there's not enough, right? And so we have to keep on like trying for more. And of course, the Western world is designed this way. But you come out to places like Bali, or frankly anywhere in nature, and you see that everyone's really living in abundance because nature itself exists in abundance as well.
What happened to make it so that we seem to have regressed in this kind of concept of abundance? Like, we feel like we're in a rat race. There's these constructs have been created that make it so that we're feeling more lack. Where did we go wrong?
Well, I think it's really interesting because I've looked at this my whole life. Like, as you know, Genius Group's an education company, and it all starts with education. In my view, abundance itself is a language, and we get taught this at school, right? Like, it's a very interesting thing that if you are if you're going to a teacher in the West, generally, you have to ask for permission, right? Like, you put your hand up. Even if you're going to a toilet, you have to put your hand up, right? And you expect that you're going to get things in small kind of drips and drabs for the teacher. If you are a teacher in the West, in the East, it's a very different thing. It's like, instead of waiting for the answer and not doing anything until you get the answer, it's like, I need the answers before I can do the exam. It's the total opposite, where it's about the questions you ask, right? Like, you go to the Buddha, you go to the monk, they're not going to tell you anything until you ask the question. But you ask better questions, you're getting better answers. And I think when I say it's about language, I think one of the most important aspects of language is that we're taught, because of this whole permission-based education that we go through, we're taught to talk in requests. And when you talk in requests, which is the language of lack, you're missing the language of abundance, which is not to talk in requests, it's to talk in opportunities. And what I mean by that is, whatever your biggest problem is, like, I don't have money, it's someone else's opportunity, right? It's like, okay, I don't have money, but I have a great investment opportunity, right? Or I don't have a job. Well, I have great talents on offer, right? Like, there's always a way to turn whatever your biggest problem is into someone else's biggest opportunity. And when I started like spotting this, because some of my early mentors, this was one of the first things they talked to me about, I started looking at the people who often they'll say that, billionaires are the most generous people because they're not really even thinking about the money. And I said, well, that's easy for you to think about because you don't have the money yet, right? But as I started realizing what they meant, which is a little bit like going on the football pitch to try and get the ball. I realized no one's going to pass you the ball if you're there trying to get it. But if you're there to pass the ball on, and you position yourself in the right place for someone to kick it to, because they know you're going to kick it on, well, then they're going to start passing it to you, right? And that's an opportunity, right? It's like a scoring opportunity versus trying to get the ball. And one of the people that I got to know very well, Richard Branson, probably one of the best examples of someone who turns every problem to an opportunity. To the extent I started looking out for it. I had a chance to meet him a couple of times, go to Necker Island. But there was once I was in Hong Kong. This was like early in my journey before I'd had a chance to go to Necker yet. And I heard that he was coming out to Hong Kong. In fact, Ritz-Carlton, where we were staying, he was coming to the same place. And I saw him walking through the lobby and like, wow, Richard Branson's here. Why is he here? And it turned out that he was doing a PR stunt for the first Virgin flight from London to Sydney. And I thought, okay, wait, that makes no sense. Why would he be in Hong Kong to announce that flight happening? Because that he must be here because he needs something. but I know the way he's going to explain it is not that he needs something. He's going to be explaining it from the point of view of him offering something, right? That's an opportunity versus a request. And because as long as you're thinking about what you need, like there's a limit to what you can get, but there's no limit to what you can give. So if you wake up every day going, I need money, right? Then you're going to live in lack that whole day, knowing you're the person that needs money. But if you wake up in the morning saying, hey, I've got this great opportunity, you're going to want to give it to people, right? It's like the ball you want to pass on. So I'm like, okay, I want to see what happens here. And sure enough, like Ritz-Carlton pool, all the stewardesses show up. He throws him in the pool. He jumps in himself. He's like front page of the South China Morning Post the next morning. And then I'm reading what it says. And it says, oh, Richard Branson was here, hijinks in the pool at Ritz-Carlton, celebrating the launch of his flight to Sydney. When asked why he's here in Hong Kong, he said, well, we have this great opportunity for telecom companies in China to partner with Virgin Mobile as we now roll out through China to the billion people in China. So he obviously needed to have partners, but he didn't say for a moment that he needed partners, right? He said he had a great opportunity. And sure enough, he ended up with some great partners off the back of it. And I think once you realize that and you realize, oh my gosh, every day I can wake up in lack thinking I need something, or I can say, well, actually, what's the opportunity I have to give? And if you do that every day, you wake up in gratitude, you wake up in abundance. And of course, you want to pass that ball on to someone else, right? And that's the gift. And I think that if we were learning that at school, we know that as kids, we want to play, we want to give on. If you give information at school, it's called cheating, right? It's like, so it's a whole different mindset that you have to unlearn a lot of what we learned at school in order to then be successful playing the game as we actually become adults.
All right. That's a very powerful opening statement. And one of the things I love the most about it is this understanding of reframing every situation as an opportunity. And I wanted to expand upon what that would look like for someone who's maybe tuning into this summit and they feel like, oh my God, like, I don't know what business I want to get into. I don't even know what skills I have to offer. And it's in a state of contraction. And I'm trying to kind of lubricate the mind to shift towards this abundant mindset right now.
Well, I think that the most important thing is to know we all already have something unique in ourselves, which most of us, we don't necessarily at school find out what that is. And actually, a lot of us, I think, for our lives don't find out what it is, which is what makes us unique to ourselves. The reason even our company is called Genius Group is that there's this great saying that everyone's born a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it would go for its whole life believing it's stupid. Like we all have something unique inside ourselves. And even the concept of a genie giving you a wish, right? It all comes from this genesis, right? This gene, which is at the core of who we are, which is what makes us unique, like who we are as an individual. And I think that a really nice starting place for anyone who's like, well, what do I even have, right? Where do I even go? A really nice starting place is the Japanese concept of ikigai. And the reason it's so great is that everyone has some level of passion, purpose. And so just going through the framework, ikigai basically is the concept. It's a Japanese word. There's no real equivalent in the English concept, but it's really your whole essence of being, your whole reason for being. And they believe that your actual entire life and what gets you to fulfillment is just being on this path of self-discovery and self-awareness to be that person. And it's an interlinking of 4 different things. What you're good at, which are your talents, what you love, which is your passions, what the world needs, which is your purpose, and what you can make money on, right, which is your vocation. And when you link all 4 together and you're able to find what those elements are, then it really transforms everything because you can then see what the next steps are to move forward. So for example, if I was to ask anyone watching right now in the last month, like on a 0 to 10 scale, to what extent have you been living your talents, right? And you can know what that is because if you're really doing things you're naturally good at, people just pass you more of it. You get lots of opportunities. And if not, everything feels like hard work, right? And some people will score that high or low. So like 0 to 10, what would that number be? Second number would be if you look at your passions, to what extent are you living your passions every day? What's really interesting about passions is that some people go, well, I'm not sure if I'm passionate about it or not. If every hour you're in your passion, you're not energizing, right? Like, passion energizes you at the end of the hour. We'll have this conversation. We'll both be more energized at the end of it because it's both our passion. But if you're doing things that are not your passion, it just takes energy away, which is why some people go, I'm just exhausted the whole time, right? As other people just, I'm energized at the end of the day because I'm living my passion. So if you're not living your passion, you're really stopping the one thing that pushes you from getting connected to you. And again, on the 0 to 10 scale, where you're at. Why is this important? Because someone might say, well, I'm not getting opportunities my way. I don't even know what I should be doing in life. None of that is as important as are you actually even tuning into the things you're passionate about, right? If someone says, I'm a 2 out of 10 on passion, it's like, right, well then what would be the things that would make you more like a 4 or 5 out of 10? Who would you want to be around? What environment would you want to be in? And then you start gravitating to the right teams where you're not going to have to get a job if you can just create a job. You can find a way to be value to the people that are actually making you passionate, right? Purpose, same thing, 0 to 10 scale, right? Whereas passion pushes you, purpose will pull you. 0 to 10 scale, where do you sit on that, right? Some people might be higher or lower than their passions on that. And why is that important? Because that's a whole different way of how you go about living a life of meaning. At the end of the day, like this is one of the things we were talking about earlier, the genius generation. I think we're moving into a phase now from a day's work, which is how you're earning money, to your life's work, which is a combination of not just, what is your money job, but also what is your village job, right? Your community job of how you're giving instead of getting. And what's your personal work, which is what are you doing to grow? And passion will always link you to what you're doing to grow, because you're always growing your passions. Purpose will always link you to what you're doing to make a difference in the world, right? Like what it is that people actually want that gift for, which you want to give away, even if you're not getting paid for it. But on 0 to 10 scale, what's that? And then finally, like, are you actually earning what you should be earning, right? And if the answer is no, that's okay. Like, there'll be a score between 0 and 10. And you can now actually say, okay, next month, what's future Roger going to look like in terms of the score? Like in 1 year, what's going to look like? And I guarantee if you go to other people and without even taking them through the Ikigai test, start just asking them, where do you want to go? Like, how could I serve you to be more of the person you want to be? All the doors will open up, because you're actually now serving people not just to solve a problem, but actually to serve a purpose, right? And that's what everyone's looking for. They're looking for a transformation, not just a transaction. That's been my experience. And if you come from that place, every single conversation you have is something that will then like allow you to step forward. And let me ask you, Jason, just coming to Bali, just taking that concept of Ikigai, your passion, your purpose, even your earnings, right? Like, what was the reason you came out here? Because I know why I came out. Was it just to make more money, or was it actually, no, there was other things that were more important to you? And what's been the outcome of making that bold step, right, to the other parts of your life?
Yeah, it's a good way to throw it back, because it was serendipitous that I found myself in Bali, and I stayed because of the pandemic. But what happened is, the longer I stayed here, I started realizing, like, wow, I can now find another place in the world that I can live a life that's in a great climate. I come from Canada, so I did want to escape the cold. I ended up finding my life partner here as well. The lifestyle of people staying very healthy. So I found a community of people that I really enjoy being around. I don't drink, I don't smoke. There's a great group of people where you going to a restaurant, not ordering a drink doesn't make you look weird, which, in Western countries, if I go to Canada and I'm like, I don't drink, people are like, oh, what's wrong with you? Here, people are just like, that's right. Most people don't. So I just found a lot more peace, a lot more happiness. I do feel a little pain from being away from my family, but after I evaluated everything, I was like, wow, this checks so many boxes for me to be able to do the work I love, be with the people I care, and live a lifestyle that's just a fairy tale.
I think this is one of the most important things, is the environment you're in. If I can go back for a moment to, I talked about education. I still remember a conversation I had with Lynn Twist, who is like probably one of the best masters of abundance. She learned a lot of that from Buckminster Fuller, who also is a mentor of mine. And there was something she said, which is like, hey, you know what? Parents will often give education a hard time, but parents themselves don't realize how much they're teaching their kids lack. And she has this great thing she does on stage where she says, hey, parents, have you ever had party games with your kids when they were like 3, 4, 5 years old? Yeah, everyone's like, yeah. Have you ever played musical chairs, right? Everyone's like, yeah. It's like, well, imagine the very first time that your son Johnny is playing musical chairs, right? And Johnny says, oh, there's music playing and all the kids are dancing. This is great. So Johnny's out there playing with them all as well, heart full of abundance. And as this is happening, he sees that, hey, look, there's just enough chairs for everybody. This is great. Maybe we'll sit down and like have something to eat in a moment. And then suddenly the music stops, right? And the parent's taking one of the chair away and he's going, oh my gosh. And he sees everyone sitting on chairs. He's like, well, maybe that's the game. So he goes and sits on a chair. But little Wendy didn't get a chair. And so Johnny's like, oh, what about Wendy? And instead of the parents giving Wendy a chair, they take Wendy off. And so now he's like, oh my gosh, like what's going to happen now? And then the music starts and everyone's dancing. He's like, oh, phew, okay, we're dancing again. But as everyone's dancing, the parents take another chair away. And now there's not enough chairs. And so he's like waiting and seeing I'm going to wait for music to stop. Music stops, jumps in, like, Dave didn't get a chair. You're going to have to go, right? Eventually it's just Johnny and Bobby left. Bobby used to be Johnny's best friend, not anymore. Like, you know, this whole idea of lack that we actually somehow embed in our culture. And by the way, like, you mentioned that we listed our company we listed on your stock exchange. I have never seen a more zero-sum lack mindset than the Wall Street mindset, right? Because like if they can make money on what they do, even if it like ruins your company. Like, we went on a very big public rampage about like, naked short selling and like, manipulations. And we're seeing this play out in America as a whole, right? In terms of like lack mindset and everyone trying to grab what they can grab. You talk about Bali, you come to a different environment where actually there's enough for everybody. That's the very first thing that everyone should do. You don't have to physically move geography, because even in Canada, there's going to be, certain environments where people show up, or there's festivals you can go to, and everyone has a very much abundance mindset. But it's not necessarily the norm in most of the Western countries. And so just even if someone can't, just physically move and come to a place like Bali, even just taking a holiday to have that dose of what abundance really can be is super important for this reason, right? Because we are, at the end of the day, everyone says we're creatures of habit, but I think we're creatures of environment even more than habit. Like if two of us were talking at this volume and we kind of like walked into a library, we'd start talking quieter, right? And if we at the same time like went into a nightclub, we'd start talking louder. And for most people, it's like, well, I don't feel like dancing. Well, try go to a nightclub and not dancing, right? You're going to end up dancing, right? Or I don't feel like, being quiet. Well, just see what happens when you go to the library. Everyone goes quiet. So I don't really know what it feels like to have abundance. Well, just go to a place where everyone's already feeling abundance, where everyone's not judging you for being different, because actually that's what they value. And suddenly you can be a different person. And I think that is one of the most important first steps, is just get into that environment. People like tuning into the summit here is a perfect first step, because everyone's talking about abundance because everyone's living it.
And you're going to be amongst peers that are tuning in. So I'm hoping you're part of the Facebook group. You're connecting with the people as well, because you now have peers that are tuning into that frequency of abundance as well. Roger, I wanted to ask, if I was going to make some sudden shifts, maybe there's certain environments I really should be looking at. Is it avoiding? Is it getting yourself more distance from? Are there some easy places to start looking that maybe I need to change that environment to tune into abundance a lot more that most people might not be consciously looking at?
What I would say, because again, environment is very important. And again, the fact that you're building this community is great, because people then have a ready way they can step into the environment. But I've seen too many people step into an environment like this, and then it hasn't worked out for them. And then they're like, well, why didn't that work, right? I thought I was going to, have all these opportunities and people would be wanting to help me, and it just didn't work out, right? Why? And I think a reason for that is that while part of the question is, well, how do I just find those communities? And they are everywhere. It is, how do we change our own mindset when we step into that community? Because you go back to the idea of, a great football team that are all passing the ball to each other, and then the one person who's coming on the team for the first time, and it's like, right, I want to get the ball. And they get on and they start chasing the ball everywhere, right? And they're wondering, why is no one passing me the ball? They're passing to each other, they're not passing to me, right? And you get off at the end, it's like, I never got the ball, right? And everyone, how did you get the ball? Yeah, I got the ball. Or how many times? 100 times? You got 100 balls, right? What about you? I got 100 balls as well. It's like, how could it be that everyone got 100 balls and there's only one ball, right? How can it be that you can have all these millionaires and there isn't enough money for everyone to be millionaires, right? It's because everyone's passing it to each other, but they're only passing the ones who know how to play the game, which are the ones that understand abundance. So if I was to say, what is the smartest way for someone to really just even get, can they play this game, is create an abundance audit, right? So what's an abundance audit? It's understanding that, everything you give is not equal. There are certain things which are 100% assets you have, or basically value you have, what we call capital, right? Where basically if you were to give it, it's a lack capital because it will reduce in value by giving it. If I give you half my money, I'm only going to have half left. So I'm going to be like, wait, like how much of my money do I want to give to Jason, right? That becomes a challenge, because if you go to people saying, oh, just give me some of your money, they've got a hard decision to make because they know they're going to end up with less, right? And so what tends to happen is, for most of us, we're thinking about things that have, basically in the asset, a lack nature, which is that they become less. And we put them as a list of things we have. I have my time. But wait, if I give half my time to someone, that means I'm going to have less time. I have my money. Well, then I'm going to have less as well. Put down all the things where you think, if I was to give half of what I have, if I was to share what I've got with someone else, does it become less, right? And these are all the things that live on the lack side of your assets. And most people, they judge their wealth or they judge what they have based on things that they're trying to hold on to, right? And then try this, put all the things that basically are your abundance assets on the other side. So what's an abundance asset is something that if I was to share it with you, it actually becomes more, not less. So if I share a connection with you, I don't have half a connection, right? I've got now a stronger connection because they're happy that Jason now knows me, like that, and I can give that freely every day. All my connections, I can pass them on. If I share an idea with you, and especially if we're like on a summit, I'm not just sharing the idea with you, like all these ideas, they're ideas shared with everybody, right? But I don't end up with half an idea, right? The idea actually became more powerful because now everyone's got that idea as well. So when we talk about like Richard Branson being generous, when we talk about, how do we actually give all the time and not end up with less, is because what we're giving are the things which are growing the more we give. And that's what actually makes us valuable. And one thing that I teach is that there's 3 types of capital, which makes up all of the wealth in the world. And there's one type of capital, which is financial capital, which is the end point of the other 2 types of capital. So it's kind of like the tip of the iceberg. And most people think that's where they need to start by trying to grab some of that. But the other 2 are way more important, right? One of them is social capital, which is who you know. So again, like I said, pass connection on and it gets stronger. So think of who you know that if you were to go out today and already just recommend them to someone you know, who could you actually call? Not to ask for anything, to say, hey, I've got something to offer you. I know this person, they were talking about they're being interested in this. I think you guys would do really good together. I'd even facilitate that. I mean, what's it doing more than just basically increasing a value, but you end up at the end of the day with more value than you started, right? So you have social capital, and the other type of capital is intellectual capital, which is not who you know, it's what you know, right? By us learning, by people being on the summit and learning, it's not good enough to just have learned it. It only grows if you pass it on. Right. So if you take that idea and it's like, oh, that was a big idea that came out of the conversation with Jason and Roger, I'm going to pass it on to my son. I'm going to pass it on to my team. The moment you pass it on, it starts to grow. And as it starts to grow, people then actually feel like they want to give something back to you. Right. There's no limit to what you can get. There's limit to what you can get, but there's no limit to what you can give. And so you have to get into a habit of saying every day, what am I going to be giving today? And if you do that, you end up at the end of the day, not with half of what you had, you end up with double what you had. So that audit is all about how do I actually make sure that the things that are on the lack side will grow over time naturally, because the things that are on the abundance side are what I'm actually trading with, right? How do I go out and just keep passing this on in such a way that it just becomes simple that, for every 10 passes, there's going to be kind of like, 1 score goal, right? And it might even be someone else who's scoring the goal for you. Hey, thanks so much for that connection. And by the way, just because you did, I got this connection for you. It's like, oh, do you want some investment in your business? Well, like you already get trusted by such and such. I'm more than happy to like have a conversation with you. I can't fund it, but I know someone who can, right? And the moment you start thinking in this way, you suddenly realize we all can be living in abundance, right? But it's looking at the light, not the dark. And if I would say one final piece on this, which again comes back to the whole genius generation that I'm focusing at the moment, one thing I talk about a lot is with a candle, you got 2 parts of the candle. You got one part, which is the wax. You got one part, which is the flame. And most of us are taught to basically look at what's solid or material, which is the wax. But the problem is if you live in the wax, which is a zero-sum game, if you want to give half the candle to someone else, you're only left with half, right? And so with the wax, you're always just holding on to it. You can't even see clearly, like this is living in lack. But the only point of the wax is to be able to light the flame. And if you're living the flame, you can light another candle. It doesn't cost you anything, right? And that's when you realize, oh, that's the whole point of the candle. I mean, a number of people who have a life which is an unlit candle think I'm just going to hold on to this wax, and then you keep on seeing it melt away, as opposed to actually like saying, no, I'm going to light it. I'm going to not worry about the fact that this wax might be burning, because I'm going to use this to light more candles. And that's when you realize that's the whole point of life, is to illuminate, right? Like that's igniting the genius in others. And again, it's the same candle. It's just where you're living in it, which makes all the difference.
I feel like you've done this before, Roger. I think you've been a master at teaching people how to think differently when it comes to abundance. And it really shows. And one of the things I know you focus very much in your companies and where you share your message is with entrepreneurs. And you really speak about the power that entrepreneurs have in shaping their destiny, in living in abundance. And I'd love for you to expand as to what makes it so that taking on the role of being an entrepreneur, maybe an identity of an entrepreneur, really helps you in shaping your future, being more abundant in the process.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, because it really comes down to what even is an entrepreneur, right? And I know people are like, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. Like, is an entrepreneur someone like an Elon Musk who's just like good at going out building billion-dollar businesses, or is an entrepreneur like a digital nomad that can sit on the beach and work on their laptop? I go right back to the core of where the word entrepreneur comes from, right? And it's a French derivative, right, of entreprendre, which is to undertake, to go on an undertaking, which is like to go on a quest. And one thing that I really believe is the size of our life is the size of the quest that we're on, right? Like the word question is like the quest that I am on, right? Like that's what it is. So if your biggest question in the morning is what am I going to have for lunch, right? You're not going to live a very big life, right? But if your biggest question in the morning is what is it I have to give, or what is it I want to have as an impact in the world, you're going to live a very different life that day. And so there's an aspect of this which is the entrepreneurial life. I've seen people that don't even worry about the money, right? They may be a healer in Bali, right? But they're entrepreneurial because they're coming from the point of view of what do I have to give. They may be, a kid at school, right? But they're already thinking entrepreneurially, which is like, how do I add value, right, as I go forward as well. So to answer the question, well, how is it that that entrepreneurs and abundance link together? I personally think that the entrepreneurs are the ancient samurais of today, right? They're basically the concept that if you harness all of the natural forces in the world, right, and you actually look at this from the point of view of not I'm just like a rock or a stone in the river where all the flow is happening around me, but no, I'm flowing everything through me, right? And I have that ability to do that if I've actually got a clear enough vision of where I want to go. And this is one of, I think, the biggest challenges and the biggest unlearnings that anyone who says, I want to go on the entrepreneurial journey, the hero's journey to be the best version I can be. The thing that they actually miss the most is that they don't even get the fact that at school, you were never really taught what is your vision, right? Like, and why is that so important to have a vision of where you're going? If I go to Paris and I've never been to Paris before, and I basically like get off at Charles de Gaulle airport and I go up to a Parisian and I say, look, I'm lost. Can you help me? That guy could give me a map of all of Paris, which is all the information of Paris, every single street, and go, there you go. I'd still be lost, right? So going out looking for information, which is what most people are doing, isn't helpful if you don't know where you're going, right? If on the other hand, he said, well, where do you want to go? And I'm like, well, I want to go to Eiffel Tower. He goes, well, do you know where you are right now? I don't know where I am. You're at Charles de Gaulle Airport. Look, here's Charles de Gaulle on the map. Here is Eiffel Tower. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I can see point A where I am, point B where I'm going. And he goes, and by the way, there's a way you can go, which is the cheapest way. There's a way you can go, which is the fastest way. There's a way you go, the most luxurious way. There's a way you go, the most scenic way. Which one do you want? And every one of them is going to take me to Eiffel Tower, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, this is awesome, right? Like, I can now choose which way to go, right? And like, I met up with Will.i.am at an event with Abundance event actually with Peter Diamandis in LA, and he said, oh, I came using Google Maps to this venue. He says, why is it that today you can use AI to get to your destination, but not to your destiny? Right? Which I love, right? Because it is about the fact that we all have a destiny of some sort, right? And if I know I'm going to Eiffel Tower, someone can then mentor me and show me all the different ways I might be able to get there. But if I don't know where I'm going, then all that information in the world is going to be useless, right? And we're living in a world of too much information. So the difference of information and direction is up to us to actually say, look, I don't need all the information. I just need to know how to get from where I am to where I want to go. And how do we know where we want to go? We have a future self, which already exists in the future, which is going to be accidental if we don't actually make a plan of how we're going to get to that person, or becomes real and as real as your past self, which we all have as well. But if you haven't visualized what your future self is going to look like, what they're going to be like, eating, what they're going to be having as relationships, what they're going to be doing to grow themselves, what they're going to do to make a difference in life, how they're going to live their perfect day, their perfect week. If you haven't visualized all of those things already, you're going to wake up every day as your past self, right? And the small voice in your head is going to be the voice which is telling you what you can't do or the reasons that things aren't so easy, versus the voice in your head being your future self that's actually saying, hey, these are the things you need to do to get to the top of the mountain, right? So one of the very first things that we all need to do is just go through the processes. You've got processes, I've got processes, which show people how, if you're going to climb the mountain, first be the person who's climbed the mountain, right? Start from the top, look backwards, see what it looks like, We go through an exercise we call the future vision with all of our team, with my family. I've done this every single year since like they were born, where basically we will look at the end of the year. We'll look back from the end of the year. So we're all doing this for the end of 2025, for example, and said, okay, what's all the things now happening in our life? We use the power of gratitude, where we write it down like a journal from the 31st of December. But it's like, I'm so grateful for this and this and this. If you come from pride, like I'm so proud for doing these things, it won't happen. You come from gratitude, the universe goes, okay, I'll dance with you. Right. And at the same time, looking at it from hindsight, which is looking backwards, not looking forwards. And the reason for that is because when we go to school, the one part of our brain that actually visualizes, which is the frontal cortex, is absolutely full of memorization versus vision. Vision is just remembering the future, right? Whereas memorization is remembering the past. And you're tested with every exam on how good you are memorizing the past until you have to basically do the exam and then you forget it all anyway. But you're never really tested on remembering the future. And every successful person I've ever met in any field of life, if I say, how's it going? They don't say, well, I was doing this yesterday, or here's my biggest problem, or let me tell you about my issues last week. They say, well, here's what I'm working out for the future. Here's where we're going to be. Here's the picture, right? And once you see that they're living in that future the whole time, but actually taking gratitude for today, right, is something that Lynn Twist calls blessed unrest, right? It's like, you're living in a state of grace where you're not needing anything, but at the same time, it's like a stone rolling. It's there for a purpose, and nature will always support flow where flow is taking place. So become part of that flow, and nature will be there right with you.
Everything you've teach, I mean, I've known your teachings for quite a while, and so I'm so grateful that you're getting to share, which is, at this point, it's a sliver of everything I know you do when you support entrepreneurs, whether it's helping them identify their own strength, understanding what level they are, what level they want to get to in business, and having a concept of business that's not about take, which you spoke about, that comes from the lack side, but that creates an ecosystem. And it's a very different mindset when it comes to building business, where it feels sometimes like it could be perceived as an extraction of resource, a zero-sum game, as you mentioned in Wall Street. And if someone's out there, they're on this journey for abundance, they're choosing the path of entrepreneurship. They want to build something, but they'd love to do it with the mindset of the future, the garden that you nurture. I'd love for you to expand a bit more as to what that would look like and some of the foundational steps someone could take to ensure that if they're going to build something, it's going to be done the right way.
Absolutely. I think a really important base to all of this, I always go back to the Roman goddess Fortuna, right? And the reason for that is because, anyone who's looked at, those sailing ships that kind of Columbus took to go across the Atlantic and so on, many of these ships had on the front this goddess, right, Roman goddess, which is Fortuna, and why I love that the symbol of Fortuna is that fortune really stands for three different things, and whichever way you approach it, it gives you the other two pieces, right? So one thing is people obviously, think of fortune as luck, right? Like it's like you're someone who's fortunate, very lucky. But they also think of it as wealth, right? Like someone who has a great fortune, right? And they also think of it as legacy, right? Like telling your fortune, right? So all three of these things link together, and which as soon as you start putting a vision of where you're going, and knowing that the more that you are on your right path, you get lucky. Buckminster Fuller talks about this called lag. He says lag is that time between thought and manifestation. If you're on the right path, the universe will gift you sometimes with lag in seconds. Oh, I really need someone who's going to help me with my web design. Ring, ring. Oh, who's this? It's like, I've got a friend who's in web design. Do you need anyone on that? It's like the universe just immediately gets you there. And other times it takes years, if not ever, because you're going against the stream, and the universe is like, well, until you get it, then we're just going to sit back and hope you get more clarity in terms of where you're going in life. And so this whole thing about once you get into your fortune, luck starts showing up, right? And the reason I like using luck is that luck stands for four different things. If you see a football, I love using football as a game because there's flow in football, right? But you can take any sport. If you watch someone like Ronaldo, right, play the game, and you see oh my God, he's so lucky. He's always in the right place. And then the ball comes, it's like, oh, and then he kicks it, and then it goes in. It's like, how did that happen? How did he get so lucky again? If you take those four aspects and say, well, step number one is what we talked about earlier, location, right? The L stands for location, which is just start thinking, not where's the ball. start thinking, where's the best place for the ball to be, right? Where's the best place for me to be in such a way that everyone's playing the game, and then I'll be playing that game, right? Because the second thing, which is the understanding, is I'm not here just to watch the game. I'm here to play that game. I'm not here to grab the ball. I'm here to pass it on. That second part, which is like, so when I show up, I'm not going to go to a networking event and just wonder why I don't know anyone. I'm not going to go there just to try and get name cards. I'm going to go there to see how much I can add value to these three people I'm thinking about that haven't been able to have a chance to be here. And I'm going to go talk to people about them, right? And then suddenly everyone's interested in you because you're so generous with your time and you're not trying to sell them anything, right? So this basically understanding is understanding you're there to play the game with the rules that everyone is playing by. The C is the connections, right? Which is actually having connections so that people will be passing you the ball. Because if you show up and you don't make those connections, you're not going to get anywhere. But now you've got those connections of people now playing the game with you. And then the final one is knowledge, right? So that's the intellectual capital, which is knowing how to kick the ball, right? But you don't learn how to kick the ball by reading a book. You learn how to kick the ball by kicking the ball, right? And you're going to get it wrong most of the time. But as long as you're playing the game, people will still want to play with you as well. And the reason I think this is so important to think that way, to say every day, what's my luck score, right? How's it growing? Is you also need to know the worst thing you can do if you start going in this path of abundance is not make a distinction between who's playing the game and who isn't. You know, I remember going to America and going to one of my first baseball games, right? And you'll see so many people that are in the stands with a glove. They're not on the pitch, but they're hoping they're going to get a ball that's going to get like hit to them. What, like if you're on the pitch, even if you got opponents, right? The other team, everyone's keeping the ball in play. What happens the moment the ball goes over the line and into the crowd? It never comes back, right? That's why they got more balls, right? It's like, well, that's not going to come back, right? So a number of times I see someone say, well, I gave and nothing came back, right? It's like, yeah, well, you gave to someone who wasn't playing the game, right? You like 90% of people are just watching anyway, right? And so be really, really aware, where's your line? You know, who are the people playing the game that are inside the line? You might find you have family members that are outside the line. That's okay. They don't have to be there to support your abundance. You can just live by example, right? They'll be there just providing like loving support, right? Or just being there as part of your family for relationships. But don't judge anybody who chooses not to play. In the same way that a player on the pitch isn't judging the spectators for thinking they know better how to play the game. They know they're here just to watch, right? So really super important, right? First of all, choose, are you going to be a player? Because for many people, they just want to watch anyway. And then secondly, if you do want to be a player, just understand who really is in the game and be forgiving for the people who choose not to play, because that's okay as well. We only need a small number to change the world, right? And that really is why I do what I do. It's why you do what you do. It's why we give time freely to basically support each other, because we know it's going to come back in other ways. And I think that is the magic of knowing we still today, especially when we see all around the world, the media and the social media, pretty much say we have less choice than ever before, that we're kind of ruled by centralized forces and all of this kind of like craziness that's happening all around the world. Any one of us can actually change the world by just changing ourselves, right? And actually realizing we can live in our circle of abundance and bring other people into it. And then we start realizing, just like Leonardo da Vinci says, everything is connected. You simply need the eyes to see.
Roger, as we get towards the end of our conversation, I do want to open up the page around the future. And I know you're coming up with your book, Genius Generation, and you speak a lot about the trends happening in the future and the role that individuals have to play in how they show up for the future. I think your book is all about that, so I'm very excited about that being published. Could you tell us more about some of the things you see in the future that gets you excited, especially for an audience that is here choosing abundance and mastering it in the process?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're at a critical moment in time, which frankly, I think my entire life has been preparation for. I like whenever I have a chance to share my origin story, it goes right back to when I was studying architecture in Cambridge, and I thought I was going to be building buildings, right? Like as architects do. And one of the mentors I've mentioned a few times already, Buckminster Fuller, he was the creator of the geodesic dome. He's somebody who is incredible as an architect, as a designer, but he also was a futurist. He came up with the whole concept of spaceship Earth, and the fact that we're all hurtling through, the universe on this spaceship, which we need to look after as a crew. And he talked about something which really had a massive impact on me called the final exam. And his concept of the final exam, and again, first time I heard it, I was 19 years old, right? So I'm there like all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, like, I'm going to hopefully make a success of my life. And I'm hearing about him saying that we are living in a world today where technology already can solve all the world's challenges, right? Like everything is a distribution challenge. We say that there's hunger, but actually there's food mountains. We say that there's poverty, but there's actually more money getting printed than ever before. There's no shortage on anything. It's just an illusion, but it's because things aren't distributed effectively that there are many people around the world that are living in lack. And he says, and the issue here is that technology keeps on accelerating, whereas the one thing that's stopping us from harnessing that technology is actually, it's not our knowledge, it's our consciousness, it's our wisdom, it's our ability to really harness that technology in a way that can solve the world's problems. And he said, we're now going to be moving into a final exam. He didn't use the word singularity, the whole idea that AI is going to become more intelligent than humans, but he was talking about exponential growth in technology. He says there's no exam after this, right? Like, this is our test as humanity. Can we raise our consciousness quick enough to harness that technology that's coming our way? Because if we can solve the world's problems. But if we can't, that technology will destroy us. That's why there's no more exam after this, right? We're all going to be gone. And I remember when I first heard that, I was like, holy cow, like, what am I doing building buildings? I need to be building consciousness, right? And that's how I became an entrepreneur, for that reason. That's why I got into education, for that reason. And more and more as time went on, there was a particular date that kept on showing up, which was 2025. And the reason that date kept showing up, first of all, Ray Dalio was talking about this date as, like, the time that we're going to see fiat currencies collapse and the rise of digital currencies, which is what we're seeing at the moment. This is why we became a Bitcoin treasury company ourselves. We've amassed over, $45 million of Bitcoin in the last 3 months, right? This is because we see there is this whole massive change happening in the world. But there's also another part to this, which is, if you actually start looking at the generations that have gone from generation to generation, and the fact that you've now got people like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, the people who are at the forefront of AI, saying that this is the year we're going to see super intelligence that is going to be appearing. This is singularity, where AI has become more intelligent than us, and robots are going to be showing up as well. We are now living in this world and this new generation, which actually started this year, 2025. Strauss and Howe, who created the concept of millennials, and they had this concept of the fourth turning, which is this time that would happen around 2025, where you would actually go from, what was Generation X to the millennials, to basically, the Gen Zs, and then Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha finished at the end of 2024. Gen Beta starts 2025. And the reason that we, as the custodians of this next generation, have a bigger job than ever before is because each generation has been growing by about 20%, which means that by the time we got to Gen Alpha, we were just over 1 billion Gen Alphas, right? Between the period of basically 15 years when they appeared. They're now all teenagers, right? They're all going into their, adult lives. We are not going to have 1.2 or 1.4 billion Gen Betas. We're going to have over 100 billion Gen Betas, right? Only 1% of that is going to be in human form, right? The intelligences in AI, robots, we're going to have 99 billion robots being birthed during this generation. And there's going to be a coexistence of all of the kids that are going to be born from this year onwards, where we're at year 0 right now, with all of the AIs that are being born this year. And next year is going to be year 1, and then year 2 and year 3. And that is the generation, the genius generation, that we have the ability to harness and enable us to actually transform the world. But at the same time, if we don't bring them into the right environment, if we're all conflicted with each other, they're going to come into that world, and that's going to be what destroys us, right? Because it's going to be the wrong game. You have a kid that's brought up in war, they're going to be actually playing the game of war. You have a kid playing, musical chairs, that's the game they're going to be playing. But if you have them actually showing up in a world which is not about replacing humanity, but enhancing humanity, where we're here being the best versions of humans we can be, that's why I believe it can be a renaissance, just like the last renaissance was all about humanism. Where education wasn't about let's learn how to calculate better, or learn how to memorize better, or learn literacy better, because that's being a better computer, and they're already much better than us in all of those areas. But it's let's actually focus at our self-awareness of who we are. Let's focus at our self-mastery, how do we become the best we can be. Let's focus on self-expression of how we can give back in the most effective way. How do we show up, step up, give back in the most effective way as a human? And if I'm going to be a parent or grandparent to not just those humans, but also to that artificial intelligence, how do I want to be living by example to do that? That's what Generation Genius is all about. And the idea that we have a responsibility. Whether we decide to take that responsibility or not is all the difference of whether or not we live a life with a legacy that is deliberate or that is accidental, right? Like if anyone says, will I leave a legacy? We're all going to leave a legacy. But if you're not aware enough of what legacy you're leaving, it will be accidental and it probably will be negative. Whereas if we actually start thinking differently, it will be very positive. So I really personally believe that, to your question, which is like, what can we be looking forward to? Unfortunately, we can be looking forward to both dystopia and also utopia, right? Two books that I highly recommend if anyone watching hasn't read recently and go back and read. One of them is George Orwell's 1984, which is all about what we're seeing happen in many parts of the world right now. What happens when Big Brother controls everything? What happens when there's doublespeak? What happens when there is an entire department of truth, which is telling disinformation? That's the book, right? That's a dystopia, which actually is living out today because of the harnessing of technology through central powers. And the second book is The Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, which is actually saying, well, there's a whole different world where, again, technology is being harnessed by certain individuals or by governments, not to actually make us live under constraints and under control, but actually to live in euphoric dopamine fixes of entertainment, right? Where we just basically have no meaning in our life because we're just following whatever the latest trend is. That's also happening in the world today as well, right? So this is not just a matter of do we destroy ourselves and end up with nothing. It's will we actually have a world of meaning, a world of fulfillment, and a world of freedom, or will we not? And it's up to us to make that decision on a one-on-one basis versus us basically thinking someone else is going to figure this out for us. And I think that's the entrepreneurial journey. And I think that that's the journey most likely that most people listening into the summit are looking to make for themselves as well. And hopefully with this, that inspires them to some extent to say, no, this is not an opportunity which may happen. This is an obligation that must happen, right? Because if you do that right and you live by example, well, you get the benefit of actually now being a great example, not just to the next generation, but to the people around you today as well.
Roger, as always, this has been a fantastic conversation. I love getting the opportunity to have a conversation with you, to hear of what are the latest musings you've been seeing, and everything you spoke about resonates so deeply for myself, and I have a feeling for everybody else tuning in. You know exactly where the calling comes from what you hear just now. And again, as Roger said, it's you got to be aware of what's happening on the masses, but it starts with the things you're going to do for yourself. And we're so honored that you've all chosen a path of mastering abundance, self-awareness, and taking a path that's going to lead us more towards this utopia future. We're going to make sure that you get access to amazing resources from Roger and his team for those who are going deeper on a path of entrepreneurship, who want to go through the concepts of the genius generation. We'll be sharing that and so much more as part of the summit. And Roger, it's just been an honor to have you on the show, being able to share on the Abundance Summit. It's been just a lot of insights, a lot of actions to take. And I wish you the best on the book launch and all of the ventures. I know they will be doing well and the world needs it. So thank you for your work.
Thanks so much, Jason.
Welcome back, everyone, from our conversation with Roger James Hamilton. Every time I have conversations with this gentleman, it sends me into a lot of thinking, and the way that he perceives the future, the opportunities, the trends are always things that I want to keep a pulse on. And I would encourage each and every one of you to subscribe, to follow Roger's insights. He does a lot of events. A lot of them are free as well. He has a lot of paid assessments, trainings. And matter of fact, we do have an invitation that we'll share just before we go into the break. But what I want to make sure, as we've had this conversation together, is that you are all looking at the future, realizing that this may be the last year that we consider a normal year. There's so much stuff that's happening in every industry. It is fascinating. And when you have a grasp on how much these things are happening exponentially, as you've heard from Salim yesterday, you're hearing from Roger, and now you are equipped with an abundant mindset to be able to seize those opportunities and make the most of it. I'm hearing a lot of people in the comments are asking, what are the books he recommended? What are the books? There's two books that were mentioned at the end of the talk. One is 1984, and the other is Brave New World. Those are both classics. I believe Brave New World, I think, was written in the 1930s. So it's like pretty crazy how old that book was. But I could be wrong. Someone can correct me. But I'm pretty sure it was written way before 1950 at least, and projected a world that is very scarily close to what we're seeing right now. And again, I'm so excited that we have thousands of people, matter of fact, tens of thousands of people who signed up for this summit who are choosing a path of abundance and not just mindless seeking and being thrown through the waves and the currents of all the attention distracting things that exist in our world today. So with that being said, we are 5 speakers in. We still have 6 speakers to go, but this is going to be the moment we take a short break. Couple thing I wanted to do here first, because before the talk I mentioned who would be possibly interested in coming on a trip to Bali. And what I discussed with the team over at Genius U is to share with all of you the opportunity to participate in what they call their Wealth Dynamic Masters. There is going to be an event happening June 29th to July 4th this year, which is an accelerator for entrepreneurs. These are learning all the methods that are used behind the entrepreneurs group that Roger runs. It's a retreat, multiple day retreat, where all these models are applied to help you build a foundation for your business. And what I've decided, since I know the people who work there, I said, we have incredible individuals who are part of this summit. We want to make sure that they are well held by the hand if this is something that they are curious about. And as such, I've made sure that we can have it so that you can have a conversation with somebody who can guide you into deciding if this is right for you. I'm going to switch the screen over to the site itself. So this is the website that will take you when you use that QR code. Let me make it a little better, a little wider here. Let's fill up the screen. Here we go. And so the Wealth Dynamic Masters, it's happening here in Bali. And so if you do get to participate at this, we will probably get a chance to meet in the process. You get to learn wisdom of the ancients that Roger does apply and timeless new things for today's age. Check out the testimonials that come up about why you should join. You'll read more about Roger, what's inside the package. There's 5 days. All your meals are provided. There's some Wealth Dynamic Masters mentoring sessions, some navigation calls with Genius Igniters. There's tokens for you to take their Wealth Dynamics 5.0. And if you are interested in learning more, here's what I would ask you to do during the break. I've particularly asked the team to put someone together to guide you into deciding if this is right for you. It's a $5,000 event. And what we ask you to do, if this is something that is interesting for you, is simply add your name, email, phone number, select what is the company revenue you're at now, and share a reason why you would like to join. If you want to accelerate how you are growing as an entrepreneur, the impact that you are making, the number of clients that you are serving, this is an extremely powerful accelerator, and you should definitely consider it if you're already on the entrepreneurial path. Write a few of the reasons as to why you want to make an impact, and when you apply, they'll have a chance to review your application, share more with you if this is the right event for you. And this would only be for those who already are looking to jump into an accelerator for their current business. So I would suggest that you've already got a business in place if you're going to attend an event like this. If this is outside of your current price range, that is fine. When you go into the Genius Group AI Rogers website, you will see there's a lot of tools and things that are available that are at different price points, and inside of your package, we're going to make sure that everyone has a list of resources from the group that you can take for absolutely free to help you gain more self-awareness, to help you get better guidance into your entrepreneurial journey. But this event is going to be a very powerful one for those who are already on the journey and want to connect, mastermind, and accelerate the success they have in the process. Now, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. Before we do so, I know that not everyone has been receiving the emails, and so we've decided to do something pretty simple. We're going to put on the Facebook group a document that includes every single free resource, bonus, handout that the speakers you've seen today, yesterday, and on Monday who have offered generously for all of those who attend the summit. They're going to be put in a list of links for a resources catalog, and we're going to post that right onto the Facebook group. Are you already part of the Facebook group? You should be, and I'm going to ask you to go and join it right now if you haven't already. Let's make sure that we have a link onto the chat. I'm going to go ahead and post that right now. So have a look into the chat When you join the Facebook group, this is going to be a great place where we're going to ask you to share some feedback, connect with others that have participated into this event, and you will see a list of resources are going to be posted there. You can say hi to Natalia, who has been the one posting and sharing all the resources. She's working very hard behind the scenes, making this summit possible for each and every one of you. So that will be your actions to take during the 15-minute break. Be sure to join the Facebook group. If the retreat in Bali is something you're considering, make sure to fill up your details right now during the break, because I've made sure that they have one of their senior partners that's going to be available to have a conversation with you if this is something that you're considering. So you will be in good hands, and the event itself is going to be quite the transformative experience. And just because you fill the form doesn't give you any commitment to the event, but at least will show interest and will make it so that you actually get an additional $500 off of your ticket for the event. But you have to apply during this 15-minute break. So I will send you off. We will be back at 15 past the hour, or 1:15 p.m. if you are joining from Eastern time zone. So in 15 minutes, we will be back. And next up, right after, this is going to be a very fascinating conversation with someone who is exactly on the journey of living with mastering abundance. They are, I can't wait for you guys to have this journey set up with this individual. He's someone that is, well, you're going to find out about him. We'll have him come in right after the lunch. And I do see that somebody mentioned, I don't have Facebook. If that's the case, when you register to this event, we're going to be emailing this document to you. This is a backup for those who want to connect on Facebook and want to get it earlier. And if they're not getting the emails, that'll be the right resource. If you are not getting emails and you don't have Facebook, then write to our support channel so that we're going to make sure to send it to you individually. So take your 15 minutes. We'll be back at 15 past the hour for our next speaker on the Mastering Abundance Summit. It's going to be a surprise, and I swear this is going to be one of the most fascinating journeys that you're going to get to learn from, especially if you're at the beginning of your abundance journey and you want to have a preview of what the journey will look like once you embrace this path. I'll see you all soon. getting started very soon, everyone. 10 seconds to go. Welcome back, everyone, to part 2 of today's Mastering Abundance Summit. This is our final stretch. We have 6 speakers coming up next. And if you haven't seen, by scrolling down, you'll see all the upcoming speakers. But let me give you a little preview of what we have going on this morning, this afternoon, this evening. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but for me, it'll be more of this morning, as we're just passing the 1 in the morning before we go on this final stretch. So we're going to have Amrit Sadhu, who's going to be kicking it off. And I'll give you a bit more details about his talk. We're going to have Kathy Heller, who's going to be joining after. We have Bob Berg. We have Deborah Poneman. We have Danielle Laporte and Marissa Peer, who's going to be closing our event for today. And what I'm so excited about bringing Amrit to the stage is, if you are on this journey towards bringing abundance into your life, what I love from Amrit is the energy, the soul, and the heart that he has as someone who, just like you, started attending these events and is currently putting into practice this mindset of abundance. And what he started to create is a movement that is growing, accelerating. He is connecting with individuals around the world. He has flipped from a chase energy to an attraction energy. And it's just such a beautiful journey. And you will hear all the insights, the tools that he gets to share with his inspired evolution mind. He's going to talk to you about a journey towards purposeful abundance. And I can't wait for you to see and witness what could be a potential path for you as you embarked on your journey after this summit by mastering abundance itself. So let's give it up for Amrit as our first speaker for this afternoon. Session on Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm very, very excited about what we're going to be discussing today, which is living the journey as you go towards mastering abundance. I have a guest here who has journeyed so incredibly far in such a rapid amount of time by going and mastering these principles of abundance. Today, he lives an incredible life where he's going to share a lot more about what that looks like, getting to run a podcast called Inspired Evolution Podcast. If you're not subscribed yet, you're going to want to go check this out. The man has been certified as a coach by Mind Valley, has been certified as well with Eckhart Tolle, and has been putting into practice a lot of what you've been learning through this summit. And you will see the results of what happens when you put in the work and you go onto that journey. A few surprises, magical moments, and so much more. It's a pleasure to have Amrit Sadhu, who is joining me today. He's out there inspiring the masses and working with companies as well to make sure that they are living an inspired life, choosing abundance over fear. And today he's going to share his journey and a lot of takeaways on that journey that you're going to keep in your own journey as well. Amrit, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, Jason, it is always such a pleasure to be in your presence. Thank you so much for having me, brother. And it means a lot to be here. Like you said, some really incredible teachers that have supported me along my journey to even get to here where I am. And just honored to be here as part of the summit. So thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So I'll start with the same question. I usually have a very similar version of this question for everybody that's been joining on, which is, for those who want to unpack your journey of where you came from and where you are now, I'd love to hear from you. What is your story and what role did abundance play along the road?
Wow, this is such a big question to start with. And so the key thing for me around abundance really was, underneath it all, was freedom of time. Was really what I was seeking. So the hard thing was, there's always been this stretch between finances and time, finances and time. And I think, like most people, I've spent a lot of time trading my time and energy for money. And I think a lot of people tuning into this will probably be in that similar situation, which, working for a job, and I jokingly, not so jokingly, say the term job has that just over broke acronym about it. They pay you just enough to sort of come in next month. And that's by no means demeaning or looking down on jobs, because, I've got 2 kids, and, there's been periods where I've been extremely, extremely supportive to provide a, shelter over the family's home. And I totally understand everybody has different situations and how that all factors in together. But the key thing in there is when I've always sort of interfaced with abundance, the thing that I'm actually interfacing with, because abundance can be such a broad term, right? The thing that I've actually found myself interfacing with when I think the collective sort of feels into abundance is this sort of time freedom versus financial freedom, right? And that's sort of that's where the rub really, really sits, which then makes me run the risk of sounding like, for me, abundance is defined by time and money, and that's really not how I define abundance. Actually, for me, being a meditation teacher in the past, abundance is very much defined by quality of experience. I think experience is really what abundance boils down to for me but also having the time and the opportunities that come from choice of having financial abundance to be able to support the choices that I want is where I sit. So that to boil back into the story of like my life, I guess, initially, as we've discussed on our podcast before, like I had quite a few challenges with mental health growing up, and then having navigated that, I still ended up in the workforce. Having worked through depression and found meditation and having a great degree of self-awareness, but still finding myself quite depressed once again in the way that I couldn't express my life fully through my being. Right. And what I mean by that is it was very depressing because it was a suppression of my true authentic self, which you can almost argue is your abundant self. Right. Because it was like, okay, how do I make a living? How do I do the responsible thing? How do I support a family? How do I be a functioning member of society? Right. And you allow society to sort of groom and carve out a way for you that's kind of off your center and your true authentic self. So therein lies, once again, back to what I was saying about the rub between abundance for me was, okay, you're meant to be a functioning member of society. You're meant to be earning your keep. You're meant to be responsibly looking after your responsibilities and bills and stuff like that. But you're trading 8 of your best hours of the day sitting in a cubicle somewhere, or, on a construction site somewhere, or, like somewhere in a room with no windows when it's, nice and 30 degrees out and people could potentially be at the beach, but, you can't be there. So therein lies the rub.
And I love that you've went out and give us the definition of abundance, because I think that's one of the key things that can be misconstrued. And I wanted you to express a bit more about how did that desire for freedom of time happen to be something that motivated you to make some changes, because you're obviously not doing the 9 to 5 now. You've obviously shifted towards something that's much more aligned. And I'm wondering how much of a motivator was this seeking abundance of time helped you in the path that you are now?
I think it was quite a big deal, because for me, it wasn't, when I make it sound like abundance of time, it makes it kind of sound like I wanted to just sit on a beach somewhere and live a laptop entrepreneurial lifestyle. But it wasn't even that I was looking for so much spaciousness in time. I was seeking to dedicate my time towards things that purely mattered to me. And I think it's very fitting because impact is so much around what, your work is dedicated to, Jason. So for me, it was just this real clarity that like I'm working on, and it's, I think most people are aware of this, but when you're working in a job or you're working for someone else, you're generally, their priorities are being like, their mission is becoming your mission, right? And you adopt that mission and you go to work on it. But there was very much this mission alive in my heart around inspired evolution, kind of reminding people life is sacred. You've got this one opportunity in this incarnation, at the very least, that you can remember, that you're here to make the most of it, right? And here you are, potentially, as we're discussing today, trading so much of your time and energy for someone else's agenda. Is it aligned to yours? Like in many instances, some people have work that is aligned to their mission and purpose, and it's like a very tight collaboration, and it's a beautiful thing to behold. There's people in my team that operate this way, but on the same token, a lot of people, they say 80% of people are dissatisfied with their jobs. Stats are in, right? Like that's a huge number. That's a huge number. And you think about the mental health toll that takes on people, like it's quite harrowing. So that to sort of say there's this real, for me, it wasn't so much about trying to find the time to just do nothing and earn a keep doing nothing. It was more, hey, I want to, yes, I care about some of this work that I'm doing, but it's not really aligned to my values, right? So let's just take ground in the example. I was working in, corporate construction, building high-rise towers, amazing job by anybody's standard, engineer, project management, lots of cool stuff, meeting lots of cool people. But for me, my highest values were connection, contribution, celebration. Yeah, these 3 things. And there was very little connection in the job. Yeah. contribution, yes, we were building people's homes and stuff like that, but there was no celebration. Like really, like it was just like churn and burn, build the next thing, churn and burn, build the next thing. Whereas now I look at like podcasting, coaching, public speaking, there's so much connection, there's so much contribution and the kind of contribution I want to have. And then there's like that celebration element. Hopefully everybody leaves, even just today's chat on the summit, like leaving life a little bit richer, a little bit fuller. So those are my values. And again, just trying to dedicate my time so that I can fully, abundantly just live into what matters to me was my focus. Yeah. So I wanted to fill my time with the things that mattered to me. And that's what, when I'm like trying to claim back time, like so I can feel abundant in my life, because those values are where I feel the richest in my life, right? Like when I'm connecting, like right now, for me, I'm connecting to someone that I've always respected and loved on the other side of the planet. Well, not so much the other side, but like how rich is this experience for me? Like it's a connection. It's super rich. It feels really alive for me. There's a contribution that I'm potentially enabled to have thanks to Jason having me on and sharing with the audience. And hopefully everybody's like feeling the contribution. Like, oh yeah, this is possible, right? Then there's a celebration. It's like, yeah, life is meant to be lived on our terms. And hopefully you can all feel that. Now for me, this is a very abundant moment. Yeah, because I'm living into the richness of me playing into my values. And that's where I think I was trying to buy back time, not to be free, but to buy back time to be free to spend my time on the things that specifically mattered to me.
I think that's very beautifully put. And for anybody who's tuning in and are wanting to discover more what their values are and what their mission is, what are some of the life events or exercises or tools you've used to get closer to the clarity that you have now? Because I think for a lot of people, getting to that point of clarity would already be such a breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a 20-minute free masterclass that I've put together for exactly this. inspiredevolution.com/values or amritsandu.com/values. There's a 20-minute masterclass there. I'll just run you guys through the exercise so it doesn't have to be like, it's behind an email wall somewhere. Really quickly, what we do is we've got like a list of values, and there's like 400, 500 values listed on a page. And it's very intuitively driven. You go through first round, anything that gives you an impulse, you sort of select the values that are on the page. And it's very intuitively driven. And generally the first pass, you'll end up circling about 100 words and you're like, wow, I've got 100 values. But no. Collect the like terms is step 2. So you might have wealth, you might have abundance, you might have play, you might have, all these sort of things sort of wrapping into one bucket. You wrap them into one bucket. Then you end up with about 7 to 15 different buckets for your values. From there, you label each bucket. You've now got 15 different values. You order them. You're very clear. It literally takes 20 minutes for you guys to be as clear as I am on my values to be on yours. All you have to do is like get that list of values. And like I said, that's available in inspiredevolution.com/values. It's 20 minutes of your time and just the level of clarity that it gives you in terms of decision making, where to spend your time, what to say yes to, what not to say yes to. Absolutely invaluable in my humble opinion.
As you're going on that journey and you're getting clear on your values, you've mentioned just now, there's a lot of things you might have to say no to in the process of getting towards your path of abundance. What are some of the things that you've had to say no to and might be common things people will have to say no to if they're going to choose abundance and be on a path of mastering it?
It's a really powerful question. It was a particular year, and I think this is probably just a couple of steps ahead of where potentially some of the people are tuning in, but I think it's important to note this. So there was a year where I was Mind Valley Certified Trainer for Australia, Mind Valley Certified Trainer for India, Mind Valley Certified Trainer for New Zealand, Mind Valley Premium Coach, Heart Math Trainer and Speaker, Eckhart Tolle, trainings and coaching, Inspired Evolution podcast, Inspired Evolution coaching. There was literally 9 to 10 things that I was doing. Yeah. And the key thing that happened in there, at the end of the year, I did an audit. And I was like, Amrit, what a year, bro. Like, really, so well done. Like, you have just moved, like, the needle, like, all the things that you've dreamed of, like, you, like, championing Mind Valley, championing Eckhart Tolle, championing Heart Math. Like, what a dream of a year, Touchwood, like, everything, and the podcast kind of growing in the background there, ticking along. And this was probably about 6 years ago. And it was probably about a week or two later that I was sitting. I can't exactly remember. It's either the meditation cushion or in the shower. Those are the places where my insights generally come. Other than that, it's usually on a walk. But I was sitting there and I had this dawning of the realization of like, oh, you have had a great year and you have moved meters in the directions that you invested yourself in, but also you've kind of moved a meter in each of those vehicles that you were in. Let's just say there was 9. Right? So you've moved a meter, 9 meters in 9 directions. And the drop in that sort of happened for me was this realization of, oh, I don't think that's the path of like mastery. I don't think that's the path of abundance, because I can see myself getting more and more stretched amongst all the commitments. And like 5 years from now, having moved a meter every year in 9 different directions, kind of going a little bit to show for this, a little bit to show for that, a little bit to show for this, a little bit to show for that. Whereas really, that's when it like the dawning sort of realization was, oh, if I dedicated myself to 1 or 2 paths in the previous year, I would have moved like 7 meters and 2 meters on each of those paths. And if you compound that interest over, 5 years, you've now moved 7 times for like 35 meters in one direction. And I think that's kind of the way you're really going to add value and unlock things. So one week I was really happy and the next week I wasn't. And it was really difficult, if I'm honest with you, Jason. And like I had to do a very thorough audit, and it was hard to sort of stop coaching Eckhart Tolle, stop doing heart math work. And interestingly, a lot of it was intuitively driven, but like no longer participating in seminars and kind of going, the 2 things I'm going to focus on is the Inspired Evolution podcast, because that's my thing and I'm happy to move that 2 meters in each direction. And at the time it was, I'm going to do Mind Valley's premium, like be their premium certified coach, right? Working out the coaching program, which was a good decision at the time. No one had seen COVID coming, and then COVID sort of hit, and it was, that program really had a groundswell. And I think it was a blessing for me, if I can say so myself, Touchwood, because I was, like 30 coaching. Like that program gave me the ability to have coached over 200 people. Like I don't think I had at the time, through the Inspired Evolution, the sort of lead flow and lead gen to be able to coach that many people, but the chops that it gave me to become the coach that I am today, that was an invaluable moment in my time. And I was kind of getting paid to develop the person that I wanted to become. And, we've got that common mentor and vision, that being and becoming was very much alive. It was felt very much like I was bending reality. But having digressed quickly, to come back, that was a really tough time to kill off all those other 7 things, because they were like very much alive in my heart, like representing Eckhart Tolle, purpose, passion, presence, like meant so much to me. The awareness of the heart field through heart math, like meant so much to me. But I had to literally focus. So I had to say no to those things, to just double down on my podcast and double down on coaching for Mind Valley at the time. And it's not easy to do. And I think the key thing that makes it not easy to do is that scarcity mindset, because initially it's very much spray and pray when you're starting out. You're like, hey, I'm going to try a bit of this, try a bit of that, try a bit of this, try a bit of that, and hopefully I hit a bullseye somewhere. And then when you get asked to refine, because for those of you that are starting out and you guys have a business, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Someone will come up to you and be like, okay, can you refine your avatar? Who is it that you serve? And I remember this. I was like, oh, yeah, they're between 18 and 65 and they're male or female. They're either got a job or unemployed. And it was just like, mate, you're not distilling it down at all. And I was like, yeah, but I just want to help everyone, But that's one of the surest ways to not really be able to get your way through to having an impact. And it's not easy, it's not comfortable, but sort of saying, hey, I'm just going to focus on these 2 things or this one thing and say no to everything else. There's that acronym that is focus, right? Follow one course until successful. And I think if in an ideal world, you'd sort of preach people do one thing at a time. I think 2 things does work. Right now I've got my podcast and also my coaching interests that I invest in. So, and I'm kind of split focus in that regard, but it works really well. They both feed each other. Yeah, but ultimately I think drilling it down and staying focused, I think that's one thing that I see even a lot in my coaching clients. When they've got 3 or 4 ideas present and they're trying to water each seed, that they quickly run out of water, but the seeds aren't really growing fast enough for them to stay motivated to yield the fruit and the results. Whereas it's like, hey, can we just water one tree to some degree, yeah. And even if it doesn't work out and it's like, oh, I thought I was watering an avocado tree, turned out to be a lemon tree, at least now you know how to grow a tree, bro. Yeah. So from there, it's like we can totally pivot. Yeah. But to see something through is really useful. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does very beautifully, and I think it's very powerful for people who are on this path that want to be there to serve as a light worker. They want to discover more ways to help people. If this is the path that they're on, they're probably going to reach these several different milestones. And I want to continue digging on that story because you've spoken for a person who might find themselves being, trying to make the decision, having to say no and pick the place of focus. But I want to go a step beyond that is, did you find it beneficial by throwing yourself into all these different directions to gain a better awareness? Or if you had to go back in time, you should have probably just went deeper into one direction first?
This is one of my favorite questions. Jason, thank you so much for asking this, because one of the things as a coach I find is people come to coaching and they're like, can you just help me get clear so I can take some action? Yeah. And it's a common thing. It's like, can we just get clear and then we'll take some action? And it's like, look, I hate to break it to you, but action never precedes clarity. Yeah. It's like after you've taken a bunch of action, then clarity emerges, right? Like I didn't know whether it was going to be a lemon tree or an avocado tree in the example I just gave you until I started watering it. Something shot up out of the ground and I'm like, oh, that doesn't really look like what I wanted it to look like. So initially spray and pray. And I was lucky that I was an engineer by training in some ways, because I remember I still remember this moment clearly. I was sitting in physics and they said, oh, trial and error, the formal method of. And I was like, trial and error is a formal method in physics and engineering. It's like, it just sounds so like you just make mistakes and then see how they go. It sounds a bit not very formal, but it is totally a path, right? Like to make mistakes, to learn, to pivot. And yeah, I think you've got to take a bunch of action initially to elicit clarity. And I think that's important for people to hear. And I know even as I say it, many people will glaze over and be like, I don't really want to hear that. But the reality is you're probably multi-passionate if you're listening into this summit, right? Because abundance is probably already flowing in your life. You've got like interest here, interest there, interest here, interest there. But then one of the pieces is to clarify, okay, like I can feel, and intuition becomes really important at this point, that this might be something worth double clicking on. Yeah. And if you've got that sort of inner sense, inner knowing, I'd invite you to double click on that. But also initially, before you get there, you might have to try 5 or 6 different things before you're like, oh, is it this, or is it that, or is it this, or is it that? And then seeing some of it through. So definitely you need to take a bunch of action. The spray and pray is a total method. Like, how did I know? I mean, let's be real about it. The opportunity to be a Mind Valley coach would not have arrived was I not a Mind Valley trainer. The opportunity to be a Mind Valley trainer would not have arrived if I didn't have the Inspired Evolution podcast. The Inspired Evolution podcast would not have existed had I not been running gatherings in my house, in my own chapter called the Mandala Moments, right? So, how did it all end up? It's like I was just trying things, and not even from, like, I was just following my heart. Like, I want to do this and I want to try this. But eventually it all started to coalesce, right, into something. But you do have to try a bunch of stuff and just keep trusting the process.
This element of trust and the word you use, intuition, following your heart, and it seems to have been an internal guidance system that has been very powerful in you. Is it something that can be cultivated or amplified for someone who feels like, oh, this intuitive pulse, I don't seem to have that in my life right now? Yeah,
it definitely can be cultivated. In fact, the very simple intuition exercise that, we're both fans of Sonia Choquette, I know that much. Like, you literally just close down your eyes, and if you've got a fork in the road decision to make, you just lean into one, bring it to mind, and you feel into it. And if it feels heavy or light, then you kind of got a response, and then you come back and you feel into the other one. Does it feel heavy or light? And whichever one feels light, you're already kind of like feeling into a decision-making process. So I think people often overcomplicate, like, oh, intuitive guidance, like it's this whole spiritual thing. And it's like, no, just close your eyes, take stock of a feeling, or like, what you visualize, what you see inside. And that I often find makes it really clear for people. Like, I can really guide people in like just 2 or 3 minutes into that process, and they're like, oh, that felt lighter. And it's like, cool, that's probably the path forward. It's like, well, no, that's really hard to trust. And it's like, yeah. Now that's a whole body of work, whether you're actually going to trust your intuition. That's a whole thing. Yeah. Because I remember interfacing with that when I had genuine forks in the road. And honestly, like, I'll be frank, I didn't want to follow my intuition. There was things that logically, like there was a point where I was at a juncture and I could have gone and, done a consulting gig, or I could have gone and taken on like part of my mate's construction company. And I was literally at this fork in the road. And every part of me wanted to take on my mate's construction company. There's an entrepreneurial spirit that's alive in me that was very much like, yeah, I could own part of a construction company, like this is great for the stripes. But I got to that point and I remember intuitively, I just did the process I just guided you guys through, and it felt so much denser to sort of move into my mate's construction company. It's so much lighter to become a consultant. And I was like, I don't want to consult though. Like that feels like I'm sort of going back to corporate in some way. I don't want to do that. And so it was almost like, when you're flipping a coin and you like midair, you're like, you're not sure if you want heads or tails. And midair, you're like, oh, I hope it's heads. And you're like, I really don't want to look at the coin now because I kind of know it's heads, right? You have those moments, which is very clarifying. And so for me, I was like, I really just want to do the construction company thing. And then the drop in I'd been running the podcast for like 2 years at that point. And I was like, am I going to be the guy that talks about the inspired evolution and gets people like Sonia Choquette on and talks about intuition, but in his own little dark little secret corner doesn't really execute on it? Or am I going to be the guy that, hey, like I've got a podcast called The Inspired Evolution. It teaches me a bunch of stuff. And I don't get it and I don't want to do it, but I'm going to just lean in and see what happens, just to sort of say that I leaned in and, and yeah, you fast forward, I took on that consulting opportunity. And I mean, at the risk of turning it into a massive story, like just to sort of keep it concise, 6 months later, COVID hit, and consulting for the government on the type of stuff that I was consulting on was the most secure thing I could have had here in Melbourne, Australia, which was the most locked down city in the world. My mate's construction company, belly up. Yeah. So, I mean, intuition has its way. It totally knows. And there was no reason I would have ever seen COVID coming. Right. And we can get super spiritual about, the quantum dynamics of when you're tuning into intuition, you're coming back into your body. Your body's mostly carbon based. Reality's mostly carbon in the universe that we're living in. You're just feeling back into what the nature of existence is in there outside of the mind space. Yeah. But just giving yourself permission to trust that and just connect back into the internal internet and kind of going, what's the right decision? I mean, I'll go there now that I'm going there for a moment, at the risk of getting super woo for a sec. But when you start speaking to these people that are like the Deepak Chopras and stuff like that of the world, they'll start telling you that like in the quantum, time is just another variable. So, and it's just your consciousness that's experiencing time. Yeah. And it's just, you see frame by frame by frame by frame because time is modulating it for you that way. But if you step back from that, actually it's all one big eternal now. And so what I believe is happening in intuition is the eternal now exists, and you're sort of stepping back from like mind-based thinking, kind of going frame by frame by frame linear time and just going, what decision has the future Amrit already made? And when it feels lighter, when you close your eyes for a couple of seconds, that's the path of least resistance. That's why it feels lighter, because you've kind of already made that decision and it took you where you were going to go. Whereas when something feels denser, it's kind of like, I'm not entirely sure if that's the cleanest path there, So that's what I think is happening behind there. And that's getting probably a bit too much in the weeds around intuition and the mechanics of it. But yeah, that's where I think intuition is vitally important. But the key thing in there, even without understanding how it works behind there, the key thing is then having the courage to follow through on what your intuition said. Now, for those people that have had the call, you'll notice, and I don't need to sort of say too much about this, for some of you, you've leaned into your intuition, because I've done this, and then not listened to it, and then had your knuckles wrapped. Yeah, kind of been like, dang it, I knew I should have, oh man. As opposed to the other side of things, which is like, I followed my intuition, and then you've got a couple of stories to sort of share. Like, man, that really worked out well. That didn't make any sense. Like I described to you guys before, that was going to work out, and it did. So the key thing in there is courage and trust. And it becomes really easy, like I said, if you start to feel into what's the person I want to become. Stop focusing so much on the decision, but kind of going, hey, what's the type of person, what's the identity that I want to assume? Do I want to be the person that's kind of fear-based, always leaning into over-rational, mind-based thinking? Or do I kind of want to be this, hey, I'll trust the process a little bit and surrender control every now and then? And, maybe there's a little bit of more ease on the other side of that, and just surprise yourself.
You definitely did not go too woo-woo. I think this is perfect and something that's very cherished for everybody tuning in to understand how powerful this can be. I was wondering, as part of the summit, if you'd be able to lead us through that exercise to measure and a decision for anybody who's tuning in and maybe is struggling with a current decision. Would we be able to go through that as part of our end of our session together, where everyone gets to have an experience of trusting into, well, experiencing, I don't know if the trust is there yet, but definitely experiencing what happens when you take an important decision and you leave it towards an intuitive decision-making process, I think would be such a valuable part of our session today.
I'd be honored to.
I'm ready.
Closing.
I'd say I'm doing this partly selfishly because I do have big decisions I want to make. And so I'm hoping for everybody else who had tuned in, you are also in that moment and you can use this exercise perfectly.
Perfect. So I'll just quickly preface, like, me being Mr. Engineer by qualification and then spiritual by, the other side of me is definitely the first place I always start is with my values. So generally I don't always have to exercise my intuition. If I know what my values are, then I can just make a decision based on that, right? Connection, contribution, celebration. When Mind Valley asked me to become the premium certified coach and help them build out the coaching program, I was like, will I get to connect? Will I get to contribute? Will I get to celebrate? It was a yes. They were like, oh, you don't want to discuss finances? And I was like, I probably should, but I know this is for me. Yeah, so it was like, and they were like, you can get back to us tomorrow. And I was like, I don't need to. I know I'm doing this because it's for me. These are my values. You're enabling me to be more me anyway. So I've got my values. I'm ready to go. Like, thank you for giving me a space to play into more of the person that I'm meant to even be in this incarnation, in this lifetime, right? So there's that piece. But then you end up at genuine forks in the road, and that's where you've got the opportunity to dial into your intuition, right? So getting comfortable. I'm just going to talk for a little bit as you start to close down your eyes, start to guide you into how this exercise is going to go before I guide you into the exercise. Primarily because there's going to be the tendency of the mind to sort of kick in, yeah? And what I'd like to say about that is it's an impulse. So intuitive writing, when you do intuitive writing, it's just allowing what's coming through you to just pour onto a page without really letting your mind get in the way. Now what's going to happen is we're going to guide you into 2 intuitive spaces around each decision, and the mind's quickly going to want to shutter in right after, almost like it's taken a photograph, see the sort of image, but then it's going to want to try and expose the image, and the mind's going to try and relay it and work to it. And I invite you to try and soften that urge as much as possible. Don't judge what you just felt and saw and heard. Just retain the feeling you felt that moment and then come back. And then we can psychoanalyze the bee's knees out of it after. So taking a couple of deep breaths with your eyes closed, landing in the space, breathing all the way in and breathing all the way out. Again, breathing all the way in and all the way out. More for good measure, breathing all the way in and all the way out. As you continue to breathe in this fashion, to mind one of your decisions, one of your outcomes into your mind's eye. See if you can visualize, see if you can feel. Option number 1. And as you're bringing it into your field of awareness, just noticing if it feels light, bright, what colors are associated with it. Is it vivid? Is it bold? Is it heavy? Is it dense? Is it dark? How does it feel? And that's about it. Coming back into your center, breathing all the way in. And breathing all the way out. And again, breathing all the way in. And all the way out. And one more for good measure, breathing all the way in. And all the way out. As you continue to breathe now, bringing to mind, bringing into your field of awareness, option number 2. Does it feel light? Does it feel easy? Does it have flow? Is it bright? How does it feel? How does it look? Does it feel dense? Does it feel heavy? Feel restricted? Is there an expansion? Is there a contraction? Taking stock. And coming back into your center. Breathing all the way in. And breathing all the way out. Breathing all the way in. And all the way out. Rubbing your hands together, bring some warmth and friction to your hands. You continue to breathe. Covering your eyes with closed hands, opening your eyes behind closed hands and turning to the space whenever you're ready. Avoid as much mental chatter as you can and just feel into what felt lighter, what felt denser, what felt expanded, what felt contracted. Yeah, your heart already knows the answer. Is it the one you wanted? And if not, do you have the courage to follow?
Amrit, thank you so much for everything you've shared, the wisdom from your journey. The things you haven't shared that I'd want to take the advantage to reiterate is you're now getting to speak to leaders around the world in the space of personal growth, help individuals through your practice and really build something incredible, get to live this life with your partner and doing amazing things in the process. And I think for a lot of people tuning in, you are living an inspired vision of what their abundance could look like if they are on a journey to become healers, light workers like yourself. And you've been able to give us an experience to help us make a powerful decision as we're on this summit to choose a path that's going to get us towards mastering abundance, which might not be the path that we rationally expect, but intuitively, we might have a different path that'll get us there in a beautiful way. You've shared us a lot around how to find our values, and this exercise will be shared with everyone. So we'll make sure that everybody gets to go and do this values exercise. And you've talked about how through the action, we get to discover more about the passion and the path of where we want to journey on this earth. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you share. And I'd love to just give you an opportunity to say some closing words for those who are listening and on a journey towards mastering abundance.
Thank you so much for having me. Jason, it's always, yeah. One of the things I will say is, I know you probably hear people say this, but for me, I've always felt like the dead weight, especially in the expansion of consciousness. It's like this sort of space of like everybody moving, shifting and evolving. And what I mean by that is I don't see myself as a pioneer by any means, shape, form or manner. In fact, I sort of see myself at the back of the line and I see organic chicken shops and organic salad stores and juice bars opening up everywhere. And I'm like, God, everybody's getting there. Like, can I just pull my socks up and get to work already? So I'm not like, lagging too hard. So in that space, what I guess I'm trying to say is if there's something about, the inspired evolution that inspires your evolution onwards and upwards and inwards, man, I just feel so honored, because ultimately, if I can do it, absolutely, you can do it. You know, there's in my mind absolutely no reason why that is the case, that I may be able to achieve something, because I don't see myself as being anything too spectacularly special, to be honest. It's just following the path that's prescribed out by a lot of the people that you've had on this summit, you know, just that guidance that is afforded. And I feel very honored to be able to just share my humble journey onwards there. And I think to sort of put some structure into what we've discussed today is really one thing that I think is often overlooked in the space of abundance is just structure. Yeah, like even when you look at financial wealth and stuff like that, and today decision making and where you're going to commit your energy and focus, like energy loves structure. Yeah. And abundance is an energy, right? So the more you can afford yourself structure, the more you've kind of got the conduit in which now the water can flow. You need pipes for water to flow through. Otherwise, it's flowing everywhere, but not through your house. Yeah. And so getting clear on your values, getting clear on what you're going to focus on, getting clear on everything we've discussed here today, how to make the decisions on what you're going to get clear on, hopefully provides you with some structure, which then now you can start to collect a container in which abundance can start to flow through your life. Yeah. All the best on your journey forward. Much love.
Amrit, what a gem to have you here. Humbleness has always been one of your qualities, and I think you're doing fantastic. I'm going to make sure everybody tuning in, go and check out Inspired Evolution Podcast. This might be a regular place where you can tune in, continue to have these amazing conversations, reconnect with Amrit in the process as well. We're going to make sure that Values Tools is a part of your journey as you bring some structure towards your journey in mastering abundance. Take care, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Amrit Sadhu, honestly, he's a gem of a human. I love everything he shared, and I think you're getting a preview of maybe some of the decisions you'll want to make as you journey off into mastering abundance yourself. And key takeaways. What are the things you enjoyed the most from here? One thing I want to make sure to make everyone aware is we've already posted on the Facebook group the toolkit for all the tools that our speakers have been sharing throughout the summit. And Amrit's values exercises will be included in that kit. So definitely go grab that if you are gravitated towards identifying your values, following his masterclass. It's a very powerful thing. It's going to be available to you for absolutely free. Yes. So with that, hey, a ton of people here recognizing some valuable content that we're sharing for free. It's not sad. It's not going to be over today. Matter of fact, this is the beginning of your journey. And we're so excited we've been able to bring to you amazing insights, amazing speaker, and so much more. And we are not done. Are you guys ready for the next speaker in our lineup? We have none other than Kathy Heller, who's going to be joining us next, Abundant Ever After. The woman truly is going to help you tune into your inner abundance in a powerful way, and quite actually someone that is providing tools for creating a life of prosperity and ease. And as such, you are going to be learning so much more about what is it like to live abundantly, master abundance, and continue beyond the 3 days of abundance you've been having with us, but truly living a life continuously ever after with more abundance in it. Let's give it up for our next speaker, Kathy Heller. Behind Abundant Ever After, tools for creating a life of prosperity and ease. Also, one of the most downloaded spiritual podcasts, Abundant Ever After, is a place where you can get so many insights when you want to go and live an abundant life. Hear all the insights that you need. It's been downloaded over 45 million times. So most of you have probably already been in contact with Kathy and her messages. She is here talking about the law of reception and has a deep understanding of the principles of manifestation. And if you're on this journey to mastering abundance, this is going to be a key tool that you're going to want to bring into your life so you can attract the wealth, the health, the relationships, and so much more. Kathy, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much. That was such a beautiful intro. I'll take you with me wherever I go.
Well, I'll be doing these all day.
Oh, good.
I wanted to kind of kick it off with the fact that you've just done a 21-day challenge. I mean, you've helped people get to more abundance. And I'd be curious to know, since this is exactly the kinds of initiatives that you're all about, what is the biggest problem people seem to face when they're coming to a summit for abundance? They're joining your challenge for abundance. There must be a clear
reason that people are wanting to make a change. So what is it that you see in most of people's lives when they want to change towards being more abundant?
I think that there's a lot to unpack with that, but one of the most universal pieces is that people sometimes are unconsciously believing that abundance is outside of them, and that in order to feel more abundant, they need to acquire more things. And then the more piles of stuff they have, they will finally feel abundant. And the truth is that it's the opposite, right? The more that we feel whole within, the more we create the most abundant life, because we create from wholeness. And so when we're in lack and we're trying to prove ourselves and impress the world and constantly achieve or constantly acquire more, we just keep pushing abundance further and further away. So it starts within, and that's what most people don't grasp.
Given that your whole, passion, purpose is very aligned with abundance itself, I would assume that it's played a significant role in your life and in your journey. And I'd love to have a chance to unpack, how did you find yourself to be the person that's really helping people around abundance ever after in the process?
So for me, I wound up living in Jerusalem for 3 years. I know Jay Shetty talks about how he was a monk. I think he lived in India for 3 years. So I wasn't expecting to do that, but after college, I went on a trip and I thought I was going to be there for a few weeks, and I stayed for 3 years, and I learned Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from a really holy family, a Rabbi David Aaron and his wife and 7 children. I lived with them in the old city of Jerusalem. And the word Kabbalah means to receive. That's what the Hebrew word means. And Kabbalah is really like a code. It's like an energetic code. And if the word means to receive, it means that Judaism is basically saying that the human mandate is to be a receiver. And so what does it mean? It means that every one of us is like a light bulb and God is the light, right? So we each have the capacity to receive that light and be a vessel for that light, which is the most abundant thing you could be. And so the idea is a receiver should be radical reception. You should have the best reception. And another way that Rabbi Aaron explains it is like a radio is a receiver. And if I turned on a radio right now, we would hear music, but we could tune it to many different channels. And depending on where the radio is tuned, that is what we will receive. So the reality that you're experiencing is the one you're tuned to. So the idea for me is that abundance is what everybody seems to be after. But when you tune to abundance within, your soul is abundant. You are a piece of the infinite. And the more that you go deep into what is really at your core, love, equanimity, empathy, joy, creativity, flow state, that is like the gift that keeps on giving. It's infinite. Once somebody enters flow state, there is no end to what downloads they'll have, to what force, because they become a transmitter of energy, which is abundance itself. So I find that fascinating and intriguing and deeply purposeful. And then in life, everybody is looking for making money because they forget that that will never do it for you. Nobody ever said, oh my God, I finally acquired enough stuff. And now I feel so deeply, radically, I feel transcendent because of my stuff, right? The transcendence comes from really cracking the code on what is abundant about you, which is your energy, your soul, your life force. And what I found to be fascinating is when you crack that and you become the greatest emanator of energy, you become very abundant. And that's when I realized, oh my God, I never had the vision board or the intention of making millions of dollars, but I do because I didn't need to, because abundance follows abundance. And so a lot of times you can then be a steward of that. And so there's a lot of names on the bottom of hospitals because people who become abundant can then steward that abundance. And so we have a lot of weird beliefs about money. We often think that the more money you have, the worse of a person you are. but there's plenty of horrible people with money, and there's plenty of horrible people without money. So it's not the money, because there's plenty of great people who have no money, and there's plenty of great people who do have money. So people can be good or bad. It has nothing to do with money. Nothing. In fact, money, the Talmud says money is an amplifier. So whatever you are, it becomes exaggerated. So if you're a person with integrity, you'll do more good with money. You'll use your home to host benefits for charities. If you're a person who's horrible and you have money, it'll just exaggerate how out of integrity you are. You'll use it to do destructive things. So the money is not the issue. But what is the issue is the more abundance you find within yourself, you are so tapped in and turned on that everyone has good ideas just being around you, because your energy itself opens up their portal to their own energy. And like the amount of things that will turn to gold will lead to abundance on the physical level as well. And then what's really fun is you just get to steward that. You get to enjoy it, but you also get to move it around the world. And so that's why I wrote the book, because I find that that whole thing is really quite intriguing.
I'm very curious because you've worked with so many students and you've helped them kind of tune into abundance within themselves. And I don't know if there's an example that you share around what does it look like when someone's, let's say, on that journey to acquire more abundance and going at it maybe the assumed wrong way. And when they are tuned in, how does that day unfold? How does that energy or activity and mindset shift when you're doing it from one way versus another? Because there's plenty of people that have been doing it in a certain way that hasn't been working. And I'd be curious to know if there's a distinction to make so we can click as to, oh, wow, I might be needing to switch groups here.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that when you make a list of what you want to achieve or accomplish, let's say someone's like, I want $1 million, I want a great relationship, I want a house in Fiji, whatever it is. If you really boil it down, the reason that you want anything you want is because of how you believe it will make you feel. So why would you wait to feel that way? Why would you wait to feel whatever you want to feel when you can feel that way right now? So that's the doing it wrong. The doing it wrong is saying, I won't feel however this is going to make me feel. Let's say you think being in a relationship will make you feel connected. I won't feel connected till I have it. Well, then you'll just keep pushing it further away. Let's say you think having a house in Fiji will make you feel free and abundant. Well, you won't feel free and abundant until you have it. Well, then you'll just keep pushing it away, because it's the feeling that actually is what creates the material level. Energy creates matter. So when you're in the feeling of abundance, you don't even need it. You already felt it, which is when you'll create it.
Understood. Now, when I want to tap into this, there's probably a lot of inner work that needs to be done. And I'm curious, what are some of the first steps that I should do if I want to cultivate this inner abundance? And it's this maybe even a foreign feeling to me, and I've never thought that this is something I could choose to feel now.
Well, first of all, just becoming aware of how you're operating is helpful. You're mostly unconscious and not even awake. You're not even driving the car. It's like your mind is in charge, which is a bad idea, because there's no answers in the mind. All the answers are in the heart. In fact, they recently did a fMRI on a bunch of monks at Columbia. It's such little brain activity. They couldn't believe they were alive, but they're fully alive and healthy. And the reason they have very little brain activity is because they're not thinking with their head. They think with their heart. That's where all the wisdom is. So most people are not plugged into their truth. If you ever ask yourself, you stop in the middle of a Tuesday and you say, you ask your heart, what do I need to remember right now? It's really amazing. There'll be an answer. It'll probably say something like slow down, or it'll probably say something like listen to your intuition. So the hard part isn't finding your way to that, because it's always like right there. The hard part is trusting it, because we've been raised by well-meaning adults who tell you not to trust that and to put a pen to paper and analyze everything and try to figure out the ROI and overthink and overanalyze. And there's no answers in the mind. There's no compass. There's no charts. So first you have to understand the way that works. And then, I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people on my show. Everyone at some point found their way to meditation because of that. So meditation is witnessing the mind, not being in the blizzard of the mind. And then you say, I'm going to spend 10 minutes in the morning and slow down and just listen. and just ask a good question. Like, what do I need to remember today? And there is an antenna. Einstein talked about this infinite field. There's an antenna that will pick up what is the wisdom that you need to hear, right? And so then you start moving back to wholeness. You start moving back to, wow, my mind is always in lack. So it's always telling me I'm not enough. It's always telling me I have to achieve more. It's always making me feel everything's urgent and stressful. My heart's like, sit beside the river. And then when you do that, things become synchronistic. All of a sudden you're in a good mood. All of a sudden you're chill, you're surrendered, you're whole, and you bump right into the person you needed to meet at the coffee shop.
Nice.
So that's the practice. It's moving out of the urgent, fear-based mind into the wholeness of the present moment where all possibilities exist.
You touched on a piece that at least resonates a lot with me, which is the fact that you're needing to really trust that that's the right message. And if you're trying to build that trust muscle, given that you've been very head heavy your whole life, I guess we got to have little wins, or what are some ways that you can maybe start strengthening that muscle more?
Well, I think that we are all addicted because we don't realize, but cortisol, which is what comes from stress in the mind, is more addictive to the body than nicotine. So you're more addicted to stressful thoughts than you are to cigarettes. So we have to wean ourselves off of it. And it's hard because it's addictive. Your body literally will crave doubt and shame because cortisol makes you feel this familiar feeling of stress. It's kind of like when you are on a people mover in the airport and then you get off and you feel like you want to keep moving. It feels uncomfortable to slow down. When you get off of sugar, you feel like that's an exciting idea. And then 3 days later, you have headaches and you're craving sugar and you just want the sugar, which you know isn't good for you, but it actually feels worse without it. So in the beginning, when you tell yourself to let go and surrender, your body registers that as a danger. And your body says, that's not safe. And then you start to feel withdrawal of trying to constantly be on hyper alert and be in fight or flight, because fight or flight is what's cortisol driven and it feels safer. So yeah, you have to start to create a capacity to tell yourself it's actually safe to be calm. And it's fascinating, but it's just like in a relationship, people talk about like they pick fights with their partner and then they have like 10 days where everything's really nice and they actually find it icky because they're actually finding like it feels unsafe. It's like, well, maybe growing up their parents fought all the time, or maybe growing up love was always a little tense. Well, now everything's really nice and it's like, well, this is boring, or this can't be right, because it actually doesn't feel good. So then people will create an argument because it almost feels like, finally there's some like familiar feeling. Now I feel safe because I've just distanced myself a little bit from this person, because the feeling of vulnerability and really having a healthy attachment felt actually scary. So I'll go back to unhealthy attachment. It's like literally like it's nonstop. So we have to become wiser than that. And we literally have to teach our nervous system it is safe to be calm. This is actually healthy. This is actually better. That other thing that feels familiar and therefore safer is not good for you. In fact, we know that cortisol creates inflammation in the body, and every disease is created by inflammation. So we are making ourselves sick. So as much as it feels good and familiar to pick a fight or to just constantly be addicted to pressure and have pressure in your business, it's making us ill. So we have enough data, right? They say like to know and not to do is just total ignorance. That's where we're at now as a planet. We used to not know. We used to just be like, oh, she's in a good mood. She's in a bad mood. Like 50 years ago. Now we have all the science, and we know that people in the blue zones live into their hundreds. They don't have any cortisol going on. They have no inflammation, and then they live longer, but they're not trying to make the achievement every day. They're not on Instagram all the time. They're not constantly in fight or flight. And then their body knows how to live till 113 without cancer. But in the US, we're constantly in the addiction to cortisol, and we're living shorter and shorter lifespans. So at what point do we say, you know what, as hard as it is to get off sugar, as much as my body is going to fight me, I'm in control now. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm off. This is sick. They put sugar in everything, right? So at what point do you do that with cortisol? And you say, as much as I don't feel right getting off of stress, my life is more important. So I'm going to do the hard thing, which is to discipline myself to have longer stretches of time where I say, regardless of what my mind is going to do to me, I'm going to tell myself I'm not going into overfunctioning mode. I'm in surrender. And my body won't like it when I say that I trust it's all working out and I'm in a state of well-being and I keep being in gratitude and I keep just enjoying looking at the trees. My mind's going to say, you're crazy. What are you doing? Come on, let's worry. Come on, let's look at your bank account. Come on, let's overreact. I'm not doing it because it's going to make me live a shorter life. So what else do I need to know? I mean, it's just so fascinating. We can come at this from a million different angles. The truth of the matter is the person who walks in a room and all the doors open for them is the person who's most at ease. The most impressive person is the person who's most present. It's not the person who's trying so hard to get the deal done. The girl who goes on a date and is like trying really hard is not going to have a successful date. The girl who goes on a date and she is just a vibe, she's just liking her life and she's holding very lightly. She's just not clutching and not trying. She just is. Every guy will be into her because wholeness is attractive, right? Because wholeness attracts. We don't attract from lack. So whether we feel good being in wholeness or not, wholeness is the vibe. And we have to keep practicing. And so I say all this to say, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. It does suck. You won't like it. I understand. You'd rather eat Cheetos, sit on the couch, flare up with cortisol, and worry all day and doom scroll. I get it. Your body's addicted to it. But guess what? You know better. So you're bigger than your body. And you're going to override the cortisol and say, you can handle this. And then what happens is after a few days of practicing it, you will tolerate it. And then your life starts to get pretty good. And then you're not in crazy dramatic relationships. You're not having big blowups all the time. Your bank account's not on empty. There's no big pressure issue. And you go, oh my God, this is so weird. Life is actually not meant to be awful. You're like, no, it's actually really delightful. Life is really, really good. Life is amazing. And then people are like, what did you see was on the news? And you're like, there's always been stuff on the news since the beginning of humanity. That's not new. There's 8 billion of us. What's more interesting is how many billions of us are nice and kind. Why? There should be a whole world of Armageddon. There's not. It's usually mostly not. And then there's a lot of weird stuff. There's always been 8 billion people. Come on, there's got to be weird people. Why are you focusing there? It's none of your business. Get it together, right? Step into wholeness, step into creation. Go be a vibe, go help your neighbor, go make something beautiful, go enjoy the trees. Nobody gets to the end of their life and gets an award for most depleted person. So, I don't think in the blue zones, they feel like they have a lack of empathy because they're not watching the news all day. No, instead, they're making ecology grow and they're working in systems that we're now learning from. And without even trying to be famous or known for it, they're just helping the rest of humanity. So that's the path, right? And we're a little on a different path because we're all addicted to the dopamine of the phone and the stress. So just having that global awareness, you then know you're not crazy for why it's hard. And I think it's easier to start to step toward it.
Well, you got a pretty strong prescription for everybody who's here looking to master abundance. That's a lot of actions already of things that we have in our routines that we need to wean off. And you've already spoken, of some of the things that you could, I don't know if substitute is the word, but you spoke about being a bit more mindful and bringing some types of practices like that. You've interviewed so many people who've brought that into their life and it brought massive benefits. You've shared some examples of what you could be doing, but more concretely, do you find that there's some initial activities if someone's going to be doing this transition, getting off that cortisol train, that happen to be some of the things that can substitute what you've released as time? Because most people are like, well, I don't have any time. And when you start realizing how much of your time is spent using these activities that are opening you up.
it's really a shock when people say they have no time, and then you'll say to them, how many hours a day are you on your phone? And they're like, I don't know. And they're like, just clock your screen time for a week and then tell me if you have no time. And then they realize, oh my God, I'm on my phone an average of 5 hours a day, which is nothing, actually. Most people are on it way more. And then you're like, okay, so you don't not have time. It's what you're doing with your time, right? So if I'm on my phone, it's like I'm watching quantum physics videos or listening to Abraham Hicks or talking to my team or making a podcast, right? I'm not consuming the stuff. I'm just not. I've curated my life, so I don't see it. I'm not getting down that rabbit hole. It doesn't serve me. One of the practices, we live in this molecule of more, right? Dopamine. We're literally all addicted to more, more, more. When's the next win? When's the next thing? I'm bored. I need another win. I need to post something new on Instagram that says that I'm worthy. I need another achievement. I need more money. I need another car. I need another. When we live in a consumer culture, it's like more, more, more. So one practice that can be really beautiful is to literally stop and develop a relationship to the having of what you have. Like deeply take it in. Like I notice that so many people never use the word satisfied. It almost feels like sacrilegious to say it. And it's like, how many moments of your day do you stop and feel how satisfying it is that this is a perfect moment? It's perfect. Your heart's beating. You're not sick. The sun is shining. The birds are chirping. You love what you just did. You ate a nice lunch. You're with your friend. 100% perfection. Nothing missing. Nothing needed. Well, most people are having those moments constantly, and instead of having them, they're in lack while they're having them, thinking about what they're missing that they don't yet have. So that is hell. That is literally called hell, because it's always more and you're never there. And when you arrive, there's always more. So you never have. You just want. You just crave. So in Buddhism, that's literally hell. It's a life of craving. And craving for them is hell, right? Versus having. And what I'm saying is manifestation works from wholeness. So every day, at least a few times a day, I stop and have the experience of having what I have. I have the moment. I actually have it. Oh my God, this moment is perfection. I love being in this moment with my kids. I love the way the sky looks. I love the crispness of the air. I love how satisfied I am right now, completely and totally. There's nothing else I need. That is a vehicle for manifestation, because people talk about have a gratitude practice. It's a little deeper than that, because it's beyond gratitude, right? It's having what you're grateful for and actually receiving, going back to that word receiver, receive it fully. Actually take in all the good in your life and let it bring you to your knees with how mesmerizing your life is all the time. And then what happens is, all that happens is you become a magnet for more, because you're so overflowing with deep gratitude and satisfaction, but you don't need it, which is, of course, why it comes, right? So, my grandmother, who grew up in, a horrible circumstance and had nothing and lost her mother and came through a war and all that, she used to read by kerosene lamp and go to the library and taught herself to read and didn't get to go to school and suffered from malnutrition. But she said every book was like traveling the world, because it would take her to new places. And so she taught me that deep having gratitude. And she was a dancer and she danced at this club. And it's just to find dance in the middle of a war. It's and then she met my grandfather, who was a dancer, and that whole story is amazing. But it's there's so many moments that you would think well, of course I would appreciate it. That's what I've been after. But you prayed for the moment you're in and you still don't appreciate it. So what makes you think you're finally going to get there? Oh no, what's going to happen is then you're going to be maybe in some scene of your life where you're at the Ritz-Carlton in Hawaii and you just had a fight with someone and you're in a robe and slippers, but you're miserable. Because you were never after that anyway. You were after the feeling of a mystical experience, a feeling of deep equanimity and inner peace, right? And then the irony is usually being in lack and pushing and stressing, it doesn't get you there anyway. Usually the fastest way to get there is by having the experience right now. So I like for people to think, I'm going to have a having practice. I'm going to have what I actually have and deeply feel the word satisfied. Do not sit up from the practice until you get to the place you're like, I'm completely satisfied. There's nothing else I need. And I think that is really interesting. And in Judaism, we practice, the Sabbath, this word Shabbat, is the Hebrew word for the Sabbath. And the whole idea is that one day a week, everything is perfect the way it is. And you stop trying to fix it. You stop trying to meddle with it and excel more. You just sit in awe and perfection with what is. And you know that everything's in divine order. And then 6 days a week, the other 6 days a week, you can sort of look to grow and achieve whatever it is you want. But there's always that balance of, but everything really is always in divine order. More than enough.
I find this to be such a powerful session to bring people back to that wholeness that seems to have been missed on. It feels like we've been on a wrong path. It seems like we've been getting the wrong messages when a lot of the wholeness is within our grasp, is already not that far from us. And the practices you've given us can get that feeling within us right away. I'm curious, with the work that you do, you're already reaching like millions of people. Is this the key thing you wish the world would wake up to? Is this idea that we have wholeness within us already?
Yeah, I think the idea, Rabbi Aaron says that we're each someone because we're some of the one. So the real wholeness is that we're a part of the whole. We're each a masterpiece, a piece of the master. And that's ultimately it. Because when you really get what you've been looking for is a divine size whole inside of yourself. And you find the divine, you find your way to the mystical, then you don't want more Range Rovers. You just want to sit in awe of your connection with this incredible, infinite world that we live in. And yes, then I imagine you would be a kinder version of yourself.
Kathy, I'm so grateful you're on this summit sharing with us a lot of the tools and the practices that we can start bringing into our life, and particularly bringing awareness to the things we might have to stop doing and the things that we're currently addicted to. And I think that's one of the key messages that we'd want to take away from the conversation here, is that we need to do a bit of a self-audit here and kind of look at where our time is going, seeing why we're always busy, always stressed, always chasing. It's an intense energy to be in, and this stress seems to be an epidemic that's affecting the healthcare around the world. And, I think you're based in America as well, is like there's a stress epidemic, health epidemic. It seems all very related. And I'm very grateful that we've been able to bring together yourself and other speakers. And even more importantly, we've got all these people that are listening and wanting to make a change. And what you've given us is really some powerful stuff that people can do immediately. You've just ran a 21-day abundance challenge. You've just had a chance to get a bunch of people to make some of these biggest changes. What does it look like at the end of a 21-day challenge with you? And what are some of the abundance differences that you've created in people's lives?
I mean, it's really cool. Like, there's a lot of things that people write in and tell me that they have manifested in their life, they'll say like, I don't know, I was on day 5 of your challenge and I started to just finally feel so good and so at ease. And next thing I know, I get a call from the guy that I wanted to call me so bad, my ex. And I say to him, this girl's like, and I say to him, oh my God, I'm so glad you called, but I actually think we should just be friends. And she goes, I was desperate. And then I realized that was coming from a part of me that was broken. And then I got to wholeness. And then he called, which I think is interesting, or somebody else said, I was on the 3rd week of your challenge and I completely got to a place of feeling at peace. And then I got this call from an interview I had. I thought they were not going to hire me. Next thing I know, they offered me the job. And she's like, it was just weird, So I was watching this thing on Instagram, which is similar, where this guy was talking about how he was in prison and he had been a drug dealer. And while he was in prison, a few years into his prison sentence, he started becoming really spiritual. I don't know if you saw this. And he got to this place in his own meditation in prison where he finally felt free for the first time in his life from his own inner demons. And literally, he never felt that sense of peace in his life. And the next day, they walk into his jail cell and say, "You're free." And he goes, "What?" And they say to him, "Well, we gave you multiple sentences based on the drugs that the amount of grams or however they figured out." And they said they retested the drugs and a bunch of it was fake. He didn't know, but some of it was actually not real. So for the part that was real, he had already served enough of the sentence. And so they let him out. And I was watching that reel and I'm like, it's exactly that. Like the lock that you can pick is inside yourself. And it's like that girl said, I was waiting for him to call. And I'm like in day 4 of your challenge. And I finally just feel so in love with my life and so whole. And then he calls. And I was telling all my friends, oh my God, I need him back. Blah, blah, blah. And then he calls and I'm like, then you called? And she's like, and then I realized I don't need this guy. I was like in a weird dynamic with this person. And now he's into her, right? And she's like, she's gonna chill. But it's so fascinating that we live in an energetic world where everything's like a radio station, everything's like a frequency. And so your frequency, my cats feel someone's frequency before they even walk in the house. They can feel it from like a mile away. So we don't realize that it's an energetic world and it's an energetic code. And the more you fine tune your own energy. So yeah, I have a lot of people saying a lot of things to me about how life just feels like ease all of a sudden. And there's all this synchronicity and they manifest things and things just start happening because they're happening, because they're totally in like wholeness and love and their heart's open. It's amazing.
Kathy, I know for a fact with what we've learned today with you, we'll give a taste for people to get started in the right direction. And what I want to give as an invitation for everybody else is go and pick up Abundant Ever After, Tools for Creating a Life of Prosperity and Ease. And you can even subscribe to the podcast. So many interviews that you're going to get to have abundance continually be a part of your everyday life, get some messages and so much more. We're going to make sure all these links are provided to you and you can go deeper on a journey with Kathy. It's been such a pleasure to have this conversation and to get your wisdom and contribution for this summit. We're very, very grateful.
Me too.
And I always like throwing it back. You've already given us a lot of things to look at, actions to take, but I always love to throw it back one more time to say any closing words for our audience as they're going through these 3 days, learning about abundance from various teachers such as yourself, and they're quite on a journey of transformation.
I would just say to you that I've been on so many people's podcasts and I just think you're delightful and I love what you do. And I felt particularly at ease and I really enjoyed this so much. And I hardly ever say this, but I'm like, this was such a good conversation that I would put this on my podcast because I love the way you interview. So that's what I want to say.
I'll take that. And maybe I've shown up quite whole myself. And to be honest, I will end with maybe sharing this is that, you know, you have your cat on your chair. And before we hit record, you guys should know that we had a moment going cat parents because we just had a little cat come into our life as well. And I have these moments recently where I'm on my sofa, maybe watching a series at the end of the day with my fiance, my little dog, little cat, and we're here in Bali, sun is setting. And that's the vibe. Like you
That's
speak
amazing.
of the vibe. And, you know, I'm recording all these interviews for the summit in advance. And this month I've had over 30 conversations. And for everyone who's watching the summit right now, my February has been one of the most whole, abundant, amazing, serendipitous months I've had in years because I've been exposed to all the lessons that you're going through right now. So I'm going to say, expect miracles. And
I love
Kathy,
that.
once again, thank you so much. It's been an honor having a conversation with you.
Same for me.
And there you have it, Kathy Heller. Yeah, we definitely vibed on that interview, and she is such an energy. The wisdom shared through every moment of that interview is so powerful for everyone who is on this journey for the summit. And I did feel this was going to be one of the end conversations that should be happening for all of you who are here going through these 3 days. Kathy is an absolute gem. Grabbing a copy of Abundant Ever After, I'd highly recommend it, and her podcast as well. Going to kathyheller.com, her website. Go and soak up so much more of her wisdom if you are feeling drawn to it. It was an absolute fun, amazing conversation. And she had that calm cat. Did you guys notice through the conversation? Let me play this one more time. The cat is there the whole time being silent. I'll show you guys a quick preview just for fun.
As hard as it is to get off
See that?
sugar,
See that? There is a cat on that chair that's just been chilling the whole time. My cat does not do that. But nonetheless, what she has shared was so wonderful. And honestly, we had a great time being able to come together, share this with all of you. Honestly, every single speaker we've been bringing to the stage for you have been a joy to speak with, an impact to bring into our lives. And honestly, for all of you who have been joining the summit, you are going to expect an incredible week, month, quarter, year ahead. For those of you who have already upgraded to VIP, you'll get to tap into these content pieces whenever you feel that you want to tap back into the abundance source, the energy, the message, because life will get in the way. And if you can always come back to something that anchors you back into abundance, I swear it's going to be one of the most powerful decisions you can make for yourself. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP yet, know that we only have a few hours before the price goes up. So make sure you do that upgrade before the end of today, so you get the recordings, the audio versions, the transcript, and the team's putting together an incredible 30-day journal applying these lessons and being able to go beyond just the next 3 days. It's been such a fun time together, and we are not done. The next speaker that we're going to be bringing on, he's someone that's had such a profound influence on me. I've also interviewed him many, many times, and I just wanted to bring him to this summit because his message is so powerful for anybody who's in business wanting to switch the mindset that might come with this idea of being a go-getter. Have we ever heard that term? Like, you just got to be a go-getter and you got to go take. And this person created a revolution, and he made people not become go-getters, but actually go-givers. Man's also written endless referrals, and he's such a wealth of wisdom. And I'm so excited that I got to have him share it with all of you on the summit. He is none other than Bob Burg. We're going to talk about mastering abundance with a giving mindset. Let's have the conversations continue, all these abundance insights. We're having a good time here, so let's keep the good times rolling. Let's give it up for Bob Burg, our next session for today.
Welcome to this amazing session on our Mastering Abundance Summit. I have the one and only, a great inspiration to the work that I do today. Mr. Bob Burg is joining us. He's the one who has written several books, including Endless Referrals and The Go-Giver. Go-Giver, a story that I have read, who has completely shaped the way that I approach sales, work, anything I do in life, with this attitude of being a go-giver, not a go-getter. And if you're not familiar with these concepts, we're going to unpack what role does it play to have that kind of attitude if you are on a path of mastering abundance. What are the things you can do in every time you approach your business and your personal life with that kind of attitude to really make sure that you bring into your life amazing things, and you'll realize that it's not by being focused on this that you get to have them. The man has been on Inc. Magazine's most motivational book ever written, so you definitely want to get a copy of it if you haven't before. Has spoken on stages for thousands of people, and he's here on the Abundance Summit with us. Mr. Bob Burg, it's a pleasure to speak with you again.
Jason Mark Campbell, honor is mine, my friend.
Sir, I need to start with a question I've been asking every guest that comes on, because we're talking about mastering abundance. And we've noticed that abundance seems to have played a role in everyone's journey that is here to teach and inspire. And we'd love to unpack your journey and your story and the role that abundance has played into bringing you to where you are today.
Well, if you look at what abundance is, it's a sufficient amount. It's more than sufficient. It brings you choices. And whether we're talking about abundance in terms of financial, physical, spiritual, mental, emotional, social, relational, what have you, it's understanding that you have enough to thrive, right? And it's a great place to be, because when we're there, we can act out of strength and conscious thought, as opposed to out of fear and out of weakness and out of, let's say, preset beliefs that really haven't been questioned. And I think, like most people, I had an abundance journey I had to go on, because we're all subject to the messages of the world around us that are very anti-prosperity, right? It's like the false premise you hear when you're a little kid, that when someone says, hey, when you grow up, do you want to be rich or happy? Now that "or" is a key word right there, right? Because what's the presupposition? What's the premise? That you can be one or the other, but not both. And that message is backed up in schools, it's backed up in communities, it's backed up in religions, it's backed up in television and movies and so forth. And we call that the treacherous dichotomy or false dilemma. Either one can be defined as the unnecessary or inappropriate use of the word "or," right? Rich or happy. Well, how about yes, right? And so when we unconsciously buy into false premises, false anti-prosperity, anti-abundance messages, we're living our lives within a paradigm or within a matrix, if you will. Just think of, think of the movie, The Matrix, without the machines. Instead, it's what? All the messages that we get from, whether it's upbringing, environment, schooling, news media, television shows, movies, television, you know, uh, all the experiences that come into our lives. So this is very big. I mean, it's very important. And I think it was when I first read the book, it was published in 1960, Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. That's when I first began to learn about the programming that we operate from. I call it an unconscious operating system, right? But I certainly didn't invent the concept. It's been around forever. But I thought Maxwell Maltz did a wonderful job of sharing that we can never achieve more than our most limiting belief. And it is those beliefs. Beliefs are subjective truths. It's the way we see the world. And it's totally subjective. It's not how necessarily the world is. It's how we've been programmed to think it is. So once we can get conscious about abundance, now we have an opportunity to start questioning all those false premises, and again, operating out of a sense of strength.
I love that, and familiar with the work of psycho-cybernetics, I think is a great influence to get us to acknowledge the
Oh.
subconscious, which
Mhm.
would bring me to the natural next question, which is, for somebody who's understanding that their limiting beliefs are going to be maybe the ones that hold them back, or at least sets the bottom of their journey, what will be the resistance. What are some of the most common things we could be questioning as beliefs or falsehoods that really seem to block the majority of the people that are on a journey towards abundance?
Well, so let me give you an example first of how I think it plays out, and then let's go back and see where we can start it from. So I'm talking to a friend of mine. She and her husband were being visited by his younger brother, who was still in his teens. And they're giving him a tour around some of the neighborhoods in the city where they live, and they take him to a particularly nice area. And they pass by this beautiful, huge mansion. And as they pass by, the young kid says, young man, 16, 17, whatever. I mean, wasn't totally a little kid, but he said to them, wow, I wonder what that person had to do to get that house. And it was totally dismissive, as though the premise of his question was, who did that person have to rip off, take advantage of, build his wealth on the backs of, and every other thing you could think of that would place evil with, making the money it took to buy that house, to have that mansion. So the woman, who is a friend of mine, said to him, well, what if we looked at this in a different way and asked, how many people did he have to serve in order to be able to afford that mansion? What did he create? What did he sell? What did he manufacture maybe that people wanted so much that they willingly exchanged their money for it because they knew, or at least felt, their life would be better as a result of doing so? And he made a profit. And with that profit, what else did he do? Maybe he supported hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people, who then could have a steady paycheck in which they could take care of their families. And by the way, those same people needed goods and services from all the different stores around their town. And so every time they went into Publix or Kroger's or whatever the store was, it employed other people, right, who were there as the cashiers and the management and the staff and the so forth. So you look at everything, and now you kind of reframe this. Now, did that person make their money by some scam or ripping off people or having some kind of, well, I don't know. Okay, we can't know that. But the chances are, no. the chances are, are some wealthy people, some are, most aren't. But basically, to the degree we operate in a free market-based environment, meaning free market simply meaning no one is forced to do business with anyone else, right? To the degree we live in that kind of environment, the only way you can earn a whole lot of money is to provide a whole lot of value to a whole lot of people, right? And so if we now reframe that, now we can say, how many people did that person have to serve? So I think one of the things we can do is, when it comes to changing the whole abundance thing, and I'm sure many of you are guests who you have there. I mean, they're more experts in that than I am, certainly, but it's teaching. It's communicating this message. It's not really allowing just people to buy into this premise without question. Now, you can't force your beliefs on others, but we have so many media platforms out there and so many ways of connecting with others that we can be passing along this message of abundance, that there's really no reason why this has to be understood by just, a few people out there. The masses can understand this. And to the degree that the masses do understand the principles of prosperity, the principles of basic economics, okay, that's the degree that we will build a world that is prosperous, in which people are kinder, they're more respectful, there'll be jobs for everyone who wants them, and enough charity for everyone who truly needs it. This can happen. Now, is it going to happen tomorrow? Probably not accomplished by tomorrow, but it can certainly start right now with that one person we're speaking to.
I love this story. I love what it reframes, because it is very common that anytime you see somebody who's amassed wealth, the first instinct is to judge it negatively.
Right. Oh, sure.
Any reason why we would default to that? Because to me, it seems so much healthier and self-serving to have that positive framing around the things you even want for yourself.
Sure. Well, it's human nature, and that's based on, again, what on elements of human nature, such as jealousy, right? Such as rationalization for why I'm not successful. Well, I would be, but I'm not willing to rip people off like those wealthy people are. There's lots of reasons. But what happens, and then, of course, you have the politicians who they benefit. They get to stay in office by creating division between the haves and the have-nots, right? Then you look at movies. My friend Randy Gage, who's one of the foremost experts on prosperity and abundance thinking, he makes this great point that in every movie you see, every big blockbuster type of major selling movie, there are typically two types of people being portrayed. You almost can't unsee this once you know it. There are the good people who are typically poor, struggling, but honest, right? But these people are, and even relatively happy, but they're always being put down, pushed around, stepped on, stepped over, taken advantage of by who? The evil rich people who are mean and nasty and cowardly and have no soul, right? And you see this everywhere, right? He gives this great example, by the way, of and again, we could talk about tons of examples. You see them all the time, but one of my, I would say, favorites with quotation marks. It's not really a favorite. It's a favorite example. But it's not a favorite concept. Is during the first Spider-Man movie where Peter Parker is talking to his Uncle Ben. They're on the couch talking about their financial situation, and Uncle Ben says, "Well, Peter, we may not be rich, but at least we're honest." What a horrible, horrible message for some young teenage boy or girl who's sitting there watching that, right? Because what's the presupposition? Again, what's the premise? That if you are honest, you're in big trouble, my friend. You ain't getting nothing. Yeah, you're gonna have a life of poverty. You're always gonna be struggling. You're always right. And if by some chance you're wealthy, you must have done something wrong to get there. So now you've totally you're into this person's mind. I'm saying, well, it's just a movie. Well, first, it's just about every movie. It's pretty much every political message. It's every TV show. It's, the stories that sell, right? Again, human nature. These are stories that sell. So, so I think that's why this happens. So we've got to really, again, just try to educate, the best we can, and get the idea out there, in ways that it's able to spread and go viral, if you will, and so forth. And if, you hope things will change in that regard.
Well, Bob, I love that you brought that up, and I agree with you. The media, I have to share this because the image when you started talking about media that came to mind was Mr. Burns in The Simpsons. He's the old crooked man.
Absolutely right.
And then as you said that, I started thinking, well, actually, he's the man who took the risk of building a nuclear power plant in the city and provides energy and lighting for everyone. Yeah. But they definitely do a great job to make him a villain. But again, these are the caricatures that fuel our culture.
Yeah, he's the villain, the producer, the creator, the guy who took the chance. And he acts like a villain.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Matt Groening and them, portray Mr. Burns. But
speaking of changing. Well, it does, but at the same time, you have people that are coming out saying, hold on, we got to change that narrative. And I consider you one of them. The go-giver is a global phenomenon of people moving away from the go-getter mentality. So I really want to get into your material because I think for anybody who's looking to have abundance, and even if you narrow it down to material abundance, it seems like it's an activity where we need to get really, really good at getting more things. And you flip the model on its head and you share stories on what are some of the key aspects and habits people can have to become more magnetic, to be able to have more abundance. And it's not what most people assume. So I'd love for you to share us a bit more about that concept.
Sure. And if I may, one, thought I would just like to share that, John David Mann, my awesome co-author, that he and I talk about often is we like to say the opposite of a go-giver is a go-taker. And the reason why is because, and again, it's always how you define terms, right? It's always the premise. And if you look at a go-getter as a taker, sure. But if you look at a go-getter as someone who takes action, we like that idea, because, you and I and everyone watching this, we're all business people. And if there's one thing we know is that you can have the best thoughts, nicest ideas, the best of intent, but unless action's put into the mix, nothing's going to happen. So we would say be a go-getter, someone of action, and a go-giver, someone who is absolutely, totally laser focused on bringing immense value to others. That's a great combination. Be a go-getter and a go-giver. Just don't be a go-taker. That's the person who feels entitled, if you will, to take without having added value to the person, to the process, to the situation. So just a thought. And again, we're talking semantics, but it just, it's just those words.
I do think it's important to specify, and I'm glad you brought that up because this concept of taking, again, taps into that limited. It seems like if you're taking something, someone is left with less. So how is it that being a go-giver starts actually fueling not only the people you give to, but to yourself as well?
Yeah. And this is, this is really where now we, instead of saying are you a giver or a receiver. You're a giver and a receiver, but your focus is on the giving of value. And if we talk about this, let's look first. What do we mean by value, right? So you look at price and value, and so many people think it's the same. It's not. So price is a dollar figure or a peso or a euro or whatever the person's currency is. That's the price. Value, though, is the relative worth or desirability of a thing, of something, to the end user or beholder. In other words, what is it about this thing, this product, service, concept, idea, what have you, that brings so much worth or value to another person that they will willingly exchange their money for this and be glad they did, while you make a very healthy profit? And just a simple example I like to use, just because it takes like 2 seconds instead of a whole bunch of time, is the accountant who you hire to do your taxes, who charges you $1,000, we'll say dollars if that's okay, $1,000, but she saves you $5,000 in taxes, saves you countless hours of time, and provides you and your family with the security and peace of mind of knowing it was done correctly. So she gave you well over $5,000 in value in exchange for $1,000 in price or fee. So you feel great about it. You receive more than what you paid for. And she also made a very healthy profit because it was worth it to her to exchange her time, her energy, her knowledge, her caring, right, for this $1,000. And again, this is in any free market-based exchange. There should always be at least two profits, the buyer profits and the seller profits, because each of them come away better off afterwards than they were beforehand. But this happens not because she was focused on the money she'd be receiving. No, she was focused on the value she was giving. The money she received was the reward. This is why John David Mann and I say that money is simply an echo of value. It's the thunder to value's lightning, meaning the value that you provide another must be your focus, and the money you receive is simply a natural result of the value you've provided.
I would love to hear from you if someone's listening to this and they're like, I get it. Value is the key, but I'd love to be able to maybe have more awareness of how I can provide more value, or maybe I need to develop skills that allows to be translated into value more. Do you have a prescription or some ideas you would share with people who might be on a journey to discover their own ways of providing as much value as possible?
Yeah, well, basically, you provide value by fulfilling a need that another person has, solving a problem that another person has, and so forth. There are 5 what John David Mann and I call elements of value. Don't get me wrong. There are probably hundreds of ways you can provide value to others, but they tend to come down to those 5 elements, right? And those 5 elements of value are excellence, consistency, attention, empathy, and appreciation. And to the degree that you provide one or more, communicate one or more, hopefully all 5 of them at every single touch point. And I'm talking before they're a customer, from the moment you first meet them, whether it's inbound, outbound, in person, through a referral, what have you, through the relationship building process, the follow-up, the follow-through, the sales process, the referral process, to the degree that you and your team are communicating those elements of value, that's the degree that first you take price out of the issue, and you also distinguish yourself as that resource of choice in their mind and in their heart.
Those are actually the values that most people would not prioritize when they're thinking about providing more value. And all of these have to do with something that's very human, it seems. And so
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much of the proportion of what you do whenever you're going out there serving is about an understanding of the human element in every transaction.
Oh, so important. For years, and I wrote, this was the premise of my first book, Endless Referrals, back in the early 90s, right? And it made its way into The Go-Giver and does in anything I'm doing. And that is, all things being equal, or close enough to equal, okay, but all things being equal, people will do business with and refer business to those people they know, like, and trust. It's always about the relationship.
Do you find that with the birth of the internet and maybe a wave of people that are very impatient for more success and more abundance in their life, that some of that human element has been lost and some of the focus on what really works has been maybe more mystified than it needed to be?
Oh yeah, but what you'd find. I mean, it's a great point. What you find though is the people who utilize technology as a means to an end, which in other words, not, instead of as the end, as the means to the end, and that means being to create a more personal relationship. And that's the neat thing about technology, right? Technology is a tool. It's like anything else, right? And you can utilize that technology to decrease friction, make the buying experience easier, and to actually communicate more humanity into what you're doing. But once we forget that it's never, B2C, business to consumer, or B2B, business to business, it's always H to H, human to human. If we forget that, I'm telling you, we're 9 steps behind in a 10-step game.
You've mentioned early in the conversation that, once we start having open market, people out there serving, people providing value, it starts making the economy better, starts making the world better, brings abundance across as a ripple effect from you just doing good business and, making money in the process. You're providing a lot of jobs because all that flows. I'd be curious if you had a magic wand and you'd be able to make one abundance related shift to the world. What would be the thing you'd want to see so much more of that would bring that world to be closer to us than ever?
I think it's in understanding that the freer you make markets and the less you think government is supposed to be your savior, okay, the better off we're all going to be. My belief is that government is there to create the environment with which people can trade with one another freely, right? Uh, in which people can live their lives however and in whatever way they see fit in their pursuit of happiness, providing, of course, that they don't infringe upon the rights of anybody else to do the same. Okay. And so, the government should be a mediator when it's necessary, law and order, certainly protect against, a foreign attack. So absolutely. Okay. I'm not an anti-government, whatever, but I think wherever they exist, in every country, they just grow and grow and grow, and they take over more of people's lives and they subsume more of people's rights. And it just doesn't work that way. It never has, and it never will. And that ties into human nature. There's a reason that socialism and communism not only didn't work, but was responsible for killing hundreds of millions of people. Starvation, gulag, all these types of things. Now it has to be studied because that's not what the world tells us, right? And here in the States, of course, and I don't know about other countries, here in the States, we've got now, two totally opposing sides that see each other, the other side, not only as being wrong, but as being evil. And so, it's difficult for people to obviously to be in discussion with people who they believe is evil. And so people aren't able to get their point across and learn from one another. But yeah, to the degree that people are free to operate and live their lives, conduct business and personal life however they see fit, providing they don't infringe upon the rights of anyone else to do the same, that's the degree to which abundance just explodes. Abundance just grows, and people are friendly and more respectful, and people are taken care of who cannot take care of themselves, and so forth. So that would be my one magic wand.
I love it. And Bob, if I was listening to this and, I'm ready to make a shift, I really want to step into a lot more abundance. I'm very inspired right now to take some massive action. I'd be curious if I had 30 days to make these abundance related shifts. Do you have usually an action that you recommend people to stop doing, and perhaps something you suggest for people to start doing that really starts moving the needle and changing your life situation?
2 things to start doing, if I may. Okay. One is start questioning your premises. When you get a thought, like the young man who had the thought, what did that person, and you catch yourself, what did that person have to do to make all that much, right? Just ask yourself, where did that come from? Why do I think that? What principle is that based on? Who did I learn that from, and who did they learn that from, right? And start questioning premises, okay? Along with that, it would be making a study of abundance. So people who are watching, of course, not our interview, but your whole series that you've put together. It's a great start, right? Because you're having so many wonderful practitioners and teachers of abundance. The second thing I would say is start asking yourself, how can I add value to this person or this situation? Always remembering that value is always in the eyes of the beholder. So it's not what you necessarily, or what I think would be of value to this person, right? Because we see the world through our own eyes. We value certain things. We assume everybody else values the same thing. Not true. Not so. Okay. So we need to find out what they value and how we can bring it to them. How do we do that? Well, we ask questions, right? We ask questions and we listen. And we listen deeply. And then we respectfully and tactfully ask clarifying questions to make sure that what we heard is what they meant, right? And so, try to figure out, how can I just keep being of value to others? It doesn't have to be something that turns into money. Just be of value. Get into the habit, get into the practice of being of value to others, of value to the marketplace. And that's how things start to turn.
Bob, I want to thank you for your time, your wisdom, your energy you've brought into this session. You've been someone that's been, I've followed you for a while. We've had several conversations, but truly you've been a catalyst that has propelled my success and my career very much forward. And the fact that I get to bring you to this audience so I can have them experience a similar transformation and continue on their path of abundance is a treat, a privilege, an honor. And I want to thank you for your time. And again, for sharing. If there's any closing thoughts you want to share, the floor is yours, and we'll call this one a close.
No, I appreciate what you're doing. And I think, having a summit about prosperity and abundance and mindset is one of the most righteous things you can do in terms of bringing value to life.
Well, thank you for those words. It means a lot. And for everybody else tuning in, please go and watch. We're going to put some links to Bob's website, see his resources that he makes available. This is the things. If you're going into business, going into sales, this is the man you need to listen to put you on a path of success and abundance in the path that you choose to walk. And I highly encourage you all to pick up the copy. Go Giver has been changing for me. Endless referrals for those who are more into sales and business is going to be something that you want to have in your back pocket, and a lot more resources available for you from Bob. Bob, thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you greatly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Bob Burg. He has written so many different books with his co-author, John David Mann, as well. But Bob is just one that I've had several conversations with. I love this man's generosity, value giving. And can we just take a moment to appreciate that man's voice? I love the accent and the clarity and the way that he speaks with just that strong, just like communicates. And I love the way that it sounds. I just needed to throw that into it. God, Bob, great man. Go to bobburg.com, particularly for those of you who are working in sales, like for the way that he trains, gives great values for people that are salespeople. It's just such a great resource. And for anybody who just wants to have that abundant mindset with the giving mindset, grab a copy of The Go Giver. It's such a light read. It's a classic. It was recommended to me by a great friend of mine, Carl Harvey. And Carl, we were working at Mind Valley together, and he's like, give a read to this book, The Go Giver. I read that over a decade ago, and it was such a, things clicked. And quite honestly, I've always felt supported on my journey when I either got jobs, went to my own enterprises, and just how the universe has kept giving to me. And I've always had this great invisible asset. Relationship capital comes from a lot of the mindsets that come from the Go Giver book. So big endorsement on this one. It's one that I'm very intimate with and has been a catalyst for transformation as well. So, by the way, all of you wondering, what are those five elements of value? And quite frankly, I was like, crap, I missed it as well. But luckily, as somebody who has access to the VIP offer of the Summits for Abundance, well, I was able to go through the transcript, look for those words, and give you those 5 keys instantly. And so can you if you upgrade now for our VIP offer for $99. But honestly, we've made this so affordable for you guys to be able to get the recordings, the transcripts, the audio versions, and we've thrown in so many bonuses for you to get the most out of the sessions you are getting from today, yesterday, and the day before. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, I highly recommend it. It is all of the work that we put into this summit and more, just for all of you who want to go and upgrade. Keep this in your library. Signal to the universe that abundance is something you choose. And quite frankly, it supports all of us at Summits for Impact to do more of these summits, to bring more of these speakers together, and to impact more lives in the process. So we hope that you consider joining us on the VIP offer. You'll get to save if you do it before the end of the summit today. And with that being said, are you guys ready to keep going? We have more amazing speakers coming. We are almost towards the end, but not quite. We have 3 more incredible speakers that are going to be taking the stage. And the next up is someone that you've heard other speakers speak about already during this summit, which is Deborah Poneman, the woman behind the Yes to Success revolution. She has created these seminars that has been the catalyst for so many of the people who are on this very stage, who have created incredible careers as speakers, as transformational authors. She has such a journey, and the entire conversation has been structured in a way so you can see how abundance showed up at so many different areas of her life, including a massive challenge that came into her life that made her truly live the values that she preaches, to be truly abundant in her life in all areas. It's going to be an inspiring story. The one and only Deborah Poneman is going to be our next speaker. Let's give her a round of applause and bring our speaker to the stage. Let's go.
Amazing session for our Mastering Abundance Summit. We have a legend in the field. Matter of fact, we're 40 years in the industry of personal transformation. Deborah Poneman is joining me. If you've ever heard of Yes to Success seminars or looked at the book Yes to Success, she is the woman behind this huge movement, getting so many people into developing themselves, mastering abundance themselves. And now we're bringing her onto the summit so that you can get a taste of what success looks like, how to say yes to it, and making sure that abundance flows your way, whether that's in financial, relationship, or other aspects of your life. If you're not familiar with Deborah, she's been working with companies such as Xerox, Mattel Toys, McDonald, Douglas Company. She's been featured on publications like ABC, NBC, Fox, CNN, every single letter in the alphabet combined together for a news channel. She's been featured on that and more. And today she's working with her daughter, who is also a successful chiropractor, and they are doing some amazing work. And she has been such a pillar of influence in this world of personal growth. Deborah, welcome to the summit. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here with you. Why do you just make me smile? You start talking, I start smiling.
Well, you're going to have a lot of smiling to do, but you'll be doing most of the talking, I think, today, because what I just read was a great bio of yours. But I think people are very curious to know, what's your story?
Okay, so we're going to talk about abundance. So let's put it this way. We'll start at the very beginning. I grew up with so much love in my life. I had the parents that every other child in the neighborhood wanted. My mother was genuinely kind, loving. My father might have been the nicest guy in the world. And we were always taught that love and family and non-material things are what was important in life. But if I had to hear the recounting one more time from my dad about how poor he was when he was growing up, and how he had to sell newspapers on the corner when he was 6, and how they had one chicken for dinner to divide between 8 people, and they always saved some to give to the poor people who live next door. Oh, and did I mention that I also learned that all rich people are crooks? That's what I was taught. Oh, and here's a good one for you, okay? Not only did my dad drive miles to another town to redeem his coupon for 50 cents off a 6-pack of soap, but when he died, true story, he had a deed to a cemetery plot, which he kept in his nightstand. And when he passed away, we knew where it was. So we got the folder out of his nightstand. And when we opened up the folder, clipped to the deed was a coupon for 10% off of a coffin at the Skokie Funeral Home.
Oh my God.
So if we're talking about some kind of poverty consciousness that I had drummed into me at an early age, and I'll tell you one other thing. My parents lived a very simple life. They were pretty much committed to just doing good in the world. We were not poor. I had piano lessons. I went to camp, but they drove used cars and they saved up for the one trip that they took to Israel and Russia, which was such a big deal for them. Are you ready for this? When my father died, my mom had no idea how much money they had. So her brother helped her get all the accounts together. And when he presented the calculations to her, and this is over 3 years ago, my mom was worth millions. I'm telling you. And that is my story of growing up, how we just have these programs running. So where do you go with that program?
Wow. Well, one thing that's really nice from that story is there was an abundance of love. So then how did you create abundance, even the financial abundance in your life, in addition to this abundance of love?
Okay. So next part of my story. So now I'm grown up. Well, I'm a teenager. I don't think I've ever grown up, but I wanted to be good folk like my parents. So at the age of 19, I decided to become a meditation teacher, a transcendental meditation teacher. So I went off to teacher training, and it was fun. That was when the Beach Boys were there. They were actually in my small learning group. And I was there for 5 or 6 months, meditating 8 or 9 hours a day. I came back. I taught for many years, and I became an administrator at Maharishi International University, which, by the way, is where I met some of the other people on the summit. Marcy Shimoff, Janet Attwood, some people you'll probably have in the future, like John Gray, Barbara DeAngelis. We were all one happy family back then in the 70s. Now, 1979 rolls around, and I loved working for the TM movement. I saw the difference meditation made in people's life, but it was a nonprofit. And when I saw the big 3-0 on the horizon, I realized that woman does not live by mantra alone. And I needed things that grown-ups had, like health insurance, car insurance, maybe a car to insure. That would have been nice. So I thought, how do people create a lot of abundance fast so that I could go back and teach meditation? So I came up with the obvious answer. They moved to LA and they sell investments. I mean, it looked to me like everyone in LA was wealthy. And I watched the Beverly Hillbillies. So I left my meditation community. I set out for LA. I'm trying to sell investments. It was completely wrong for me. I was so not good at it. I literally made one sale. And that was to my father, who I told you loved me and felt very sorry for me. So now I was not only broke, I was beyond broke because I was paying high rent. I had no stipend that I had when I was teaching meditation full time. And I left out another part. I was in an unhappy marriage. I had just had a painful miscarriage. I had another very major health situation. And I remember being despondent and going down to the ocean one day and sitting on a park bench, Santa Monica Beach. It was the classic dark night of the soul moment. Broke, not well, bad marriage, hated my work. And I was just crying in desperation and asking God why someone like me, who I thought was a good person, was in this horrible situation where there seemed to be no way out. And I think that your listeners, some, maybe all, can relate to the fact that we all go through dark nights of the soul. I wanted an answer, and I remember after I had a really good cry, I felt this sense of peace come over me, and I heard the words, "And this too shall pass." And quite literally, the next day, I was led by accident to a seminar where I first heard that there was actually a formula for ending the struggle and creating prosperous life. And there was a program at the Learning Annex in LA, and those people who are like my kind of age, they all remember the Learning Annex. So I went there, and this is 1980. The guy was talking about the law of attraction. And this was decades before The Secret and also Esther Hicks made it a household concept. And he said this. He said, we're like tuning forks. And if a tuning fork is vibrating at an F sharp and a B flat comes towards it, it repels the B flat. But if a tuning fork is vibrating at an F sharp and an F sharp comes towards it, it augments that sound. And he said, when we are vibrating with, I'll never be wealthy, I'll never get out of debt, my parents had no money, I don't, all of these stories, all these things that we say out loud, I might have love, but I don't have money. Well, hey, how about having both? The leader said that we have to be careful how we vibrate, because we can only vibrate to ourselves what we are talking about, like the wealth that's to come, the relationship that's to come, the success in the career that's to come, and what we put our attention on grows in our lives. And he also said, if you want to be abundant, help others become abundant. He said, mentor them, make connections. Oh, I have to introduce you to this person. Give advice, wish other people success, even strangers. And he also said that there's plenty of success and prosperity to go around. And if one person becomes successful, it does not take away anything from you. And if you can rejoice in another person's success, even if they're in the same field as you, actually, especially if they're in the same field as you, that is a sure way to magnetize more success and prosperity to you. I had never heard any of that before. It was 45 years ago. 45 years ago. But the next morning, I opened my eyes and I started shaking my then husband. I was like, God, what was his name? I've had so many. No, I've only had a few. His name was Mark. Mark, great guy. Love Mark. And I said, I know the real reason why I upended my life. We both upended our lives and we moved to LA. It was because I was supposed to go to that event, and I'm supposed to teach these concepts of how to create success and prosperity. So I started reading and studying and listening to every cassette I could. Cassettes back then. There was no internet. And I read books by Napoleon Hill and Wallace Wattles and Catherine Pounder. And soon I had enough knowledge that I was about ready to start my Yes to Success company. But something happened, and that is self-doubt crept in, right? I was 28 years old. I was a woman. I had no business, and that made a difference back then. I had no business experience. I was a meditation teacher. I drove a beat up 10-year-old Chevy Bel Air that my aunt had left me when she died. I was broke, and I was going to go out and teach people how to be successful. But here's what I knew, and this is the first key to abundance. An idea comes to you because it's supposed to be manifested through you. If your idea, everybody listening, wanted to be manifested by me, your idea would have come to me. You dream the dreams that you're supposed to manifest. I dream the dreams I'm supposed to manifest. And they come to you at a time when the universe needs that idea. I believe that God, creator, source, spirit, the God of your understanding, depends on us to listen to those whispers and manifest those whispers in order to uphold creation. That's why you, Jason, you have the idea to manifest this amazing summit on creating your abundant life, or your incredible podcast, Selling with Love. So fantastic. I wasn't given that idea. But the truth is, God can't go out and start a telesummit or start inviting people. So you receive that message because the world needed the principles that you are sharing with the world. And if you didn't do it, the idea would have gone to someone else, because I think that probably some of your listeners have had brilliant ideas in their lives. They didn't act on them, and then a year or 2 or 3 later, someone else is making millions of dollars with their idea. It needed to be manifested. You had first dibs. There's an old Arabian proverb that goes, there are 3 things in life that are irretractable: the spoken word, the released arrow, and the neglected opportunity. So in my case, these principles of success were supposed to be taught by me. And that's my story.
That is fantastic. And what a key takeaway here for everybody that's listening and wanting more prosperity. This is it. If it's coming to you, it's made for you to take action on. And there's so many times that you would see ideas just get lost. And a quick story, I don't want to take too much time, but I remember thinking, I think it was Vishen who shared the fact that Prince and Prince and Michael Jackson would be having ideas and they would act on it immediately, because if they didn't, they knew the other guy was going to do a song of the same theme. And so I've seen this principle in action, and I'm so glad we're sharing this with people, because everyone here wants to master abundance. And this, I think, is one of the most powerful things to integrate. So my question to you, Deborah, then is, what is the next key to success and abundance?
Well, okay, I'll share with you another one of my favorites. See, when I was putting my Yes to Success program together, I didn't go around telling everyone what I was doing. In fact, I didn't tell anyone, because the next key is what is sacred must be kept secret. All the great masters of success and prosperity say the same thing. Sacred and secret come from the same root. Your ideas are sacred. Just like Prince and Michael Jackson, don't share with everyone when your idea is new. And one of the reasons is because it could be easily crushed like a tiny seed by the people who I call the discouragement committee. And you know exactly who I'm talking about, right? It's those people who are going to tell you all the reasons why your idea is totally not going to work. Why would you share with them? And even they'll do one of these things. Oh, yeah, that's a really good idea. And you know they don't think so. So, boom, tiny seed shared too soon, crushed, never gets manifested. And I know this is the opposite of what most success gurus tell you. Share. And if you share, people will hold you accountable. You know, no one ultimately holds you accountable, because they're too busy going around telling everyone about their book that they're never going to write because they shared it too soon, or the business they're going to start that they shared too soon, and it got crushed by the discouragement committee. And, you know, I'm not saying not to tell others because someone is going to steal your idea, although when it does go out into the ethers, it is kind of possible that it is going to be snatched up. But the truth is that there could be 10,000 people out there doing the same thing as you. Thousands talk on leadership. Thousands teach you how to find your soulmate. Thousands write vegetarian blogs, but they're not you. And there are people whose contract in this lifetime is with you, and they're waiting patiently to hear the message from you, to do business with you, to write the song with you, to buy the property from you. So I had my idea that the Creator gave to me for my success and prosperity. I was keeping it safe and warm inside. And then I knew I couldn't pretend anymore that I wasn't ready. So I did something that I recommend everyone does, and that is take a step from which there's no turning back. I had to make myself do that. That's next key. I took a step. I was young. I was broke. The only thing I'd ever done was taught meditation. But I knew that that was why the Creator whispered in my ear, because I was the one that was supposed to create abundance by that idea manifesting through me. And I had all the reasons why I wasn't ready. But you can't wait until you think you're ready, because you'll never think you're ready. We live in a relative universe. There will always be loose ends. Nothing will ever be 100% perfectly in place. No sign is going to come down from heaven that says, okay, start now. No, you just got to lift that butt off of your seat and start. Ideas are the starting point of all great achievement. And the road to despair is paved with ideas that are never acted on. And I know that everybody's thinking, yeah, I had the idea to write that book and I didn't do it. And now somebody has a bestseller. There's a quote from Theodore Roosevelt that goes, in any moment of decision, the best thing you could do is the right thing. The next best is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you could do is nothing. Because when you do the wrong thing, just course correct. So the rest of my story is I rented a room at the Santa Monica Public Library because that was the only place I could get a room for free. I made posters because that was how we advertised back in 1980. I mean, God knows, I couldn't afford newspaper ads. And they said, Deborah Olson, that was my name at the time, remember, good old Mark. Deborah Olson, my favorite husband. Deborah Olson to teach how to manifest success in your life. And by the way, when the posters went up, the discouragement committee showed up and said, oh, no one's going to come to a seminar on how your thoughts create your reality. But it was too late, because I had taken that step from which there was no turning back. And the truth is, Jason, absolute truth, I walked into the room, and there was standing room only. And within a few short years, my seminars were being taught in major U.S. cities, 12 countries. Decades before the internet, some of the today's most renowned transformational leaders were my students, some who are in this wonderful summit. And they say that their success was following these principles that I taught. And and by the way, within a year or two, I traded in my Chevy Bel Air for a Mercedes. Actually, I didn't trade it in. I gave the Chevy Bel Air away and bought a Mercedes. And again, there you have the next part of my story.
Wow. Well, that is so inspirational to see what you've been able to accomplish with not having all the cards in your hands immediately, which often there's a discouragement committee that even happens internally for us. And I love that you're giving us the keys to make it so that we can start the momentum forward. And this truly feels like the mastering of abundance is in play. So one of my questions I might have, because I know a little bit about your story, which is you had such great success with the Yes to Success program, but didn't you give it up when it was like at the height of its success?
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I did. So what happened was I got pregnant, but that was with next husband. I had another husband after that. And although my plan was to give birth and get back to following my passion of spreading the message of success throughout the world, I mean, I was very successful. The core of my teaching was in order to live true success and true abundance, you need to be true to yourself. You need to follow the impulses of truth that speak to you from your heart. And with all the assuredness of an evangelical preacher, I had told the world that the basis of real success was to listen to that inner voice that we so often ignore. I taught that even if the impulses of your heart appear to be leading you in the opposite direction of your dreams, if you want true success and real happiness, trust those impulses. And on that fateful day in 1988, the impulses of my heart were saying it was time for my career to come to a screeching halt. As the midwives handed me my baby, I realized that not only did I not want to leave her to go traveling around the world, I didn't want to leave her to go to the bathroom. So actually, I remember I called, I'll tell you a funny story. I mean, and then I stayed home, by the way, for not just 18 years, but 21 years because my son was born 3 years later, even though they're, okay, Mom, it's enough. Go teach Yes to Success again. You don't have to read us Harry Potter. We're 18 and 21. We got it, Ma. But I was enjoying being a mom at home. But something that happened was when I had the baby, there was a guy, I was supposed to do a tour of Southeast Asia, and he heard that I had had my daughter, and he called me. His name was Chiang. We're still good friends. He said, I heard you had your daughter. Let's get the tour on the books. And I said, Chiang, you're going to have to call me back in 18 years. I did. He remembers. He always teases me. I mean, I had people who had just been waiting for me to push that baby out and get back to work. And I was waiting too. So when I said to my own surprise, I have a new passion, my colleagues thought I had gone completely out of my mind. And again, if you want true success and true abundance, you have to go out of your mind. I had gone completely out of my mind and right into my heart, because when you follow your heart, it will never lead you astray. And it takes courage to follow your heart. I mean, my book was in the hands of a top agent who was in conversation with a top publisher. I had a TV show that actually Janet Attwood, one of the people who was on it, she was my secretary at the time, and she will tell you I was in negotiations with a major producer to have a TV show where I was going to interview people who created success, and it was going to be all about positivity. And she was taking notes during my meetings with these producers. But basically, have you ever had a feeling, I'll ask you, where your heart said, I shouldn't do this, and you did it anyway, and it was a disaster?
Yep. It's usually what leads me on the wrong path.
Right? And here's the second question. Have you ever had the feeling, I should do this, and you didn't do it, and you're still kicking yourself?
There are some decisions that have slipped my fingers because of that hesitation.
Right. And in all the years I've been teaching, I've had so many people say that same thing. Their heart said yes, but they didn't follow it, and they're still kicking themselves. But I have never had anyone say, I listened to my heart, and darn, I regret it. To be truly successful, I recommend that you need to move out of your head and into your heart, because your head is filled with all of these lies that were told you by your parents and your clergy and the media about you not being good enough or smart enough or the right gender or the right sexual orientation or the right race. And that's how you make your decisions if you depend on your head, filtered through all of that. So you just have to move your decision making right to your heart. And this is about love. What would love do? It will never lead you astray.
Whew. Well, first off, I want to commend the courage for doing that, because I would assume at some point, like, did you ever doubt your decision? I'm sure that must have come back and forth.
Well, did I ever doubt my decision? Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you don't doubt, you're not human. And in fact, I remember one day, my kids were, I think, maybe 2 and 4 at the time. Daniel was still in diapers. But I remember one day when they were a little bit out of sorts, a little bit. I didn't put them in front of the TV a lot, but this was the TV day. And I put them on the couch because I had it up to here. I know, and nobody listening has ever had it up to here with their kids, but I had it up to there. And they wanted to watch Barney, that big purple, I think it was a dinosaur thing. So they're like, Wheels Bounty. My daughter couldn't say her R's. Wheels Bounty. I'm finding you Bounty. So here I am with all of my friends, not all my friends, but so many of my friends who who are going to be guests. And they are at their, book launch parties, eating their little, warm brie with the walnuts and the honey on top. And they are like going around New York and being wined and dined. And I'm here on the couch with these two. I'm like, yeah, I doubted. So one day, the Barney day, they're asking me if they could watch Barney. So I'm looking for Barney. And true story, Jason, I am telling you, as I'm sitting here, I'm doing this channel check. It was 31 years ago. I'm doing this channel check and looking for Barney. And all of a sudden, I see one of my students on Oprah. And not only was he on Oprah, but he was showing Oprah a demonstration of the power of your mind that I had actually cognized in a meditation. And I said, when I knew I was going to take 20 years off, I said to my students, take my stuff, teach it, add it to your stuff. The world needs this. You don't even have to give me credit. And, I was fine with that decision until I saw him on Oprah. And Oprah's going, oh my God, this is so amazing. And I'm standing in front of the TV and I burst into tears. And I'm standing in front of the TV. At that moment, I was absolutely convinced I had totally ruined my life. He gets Oprah, I get them. And the only thing that kind of shook me out of my self-imposed pity party is my daughter says to me, Mommy, I thought maybe I'd get some sympathy. She goes, Mommy. I go, yes, sweetie. She goes, I think you forgot our popsicles. Yes, I forgot your popsicles. So I find Barney, I go into the kitchen and I am mad at God. Anybody listening ever been like really mad at God? Like, how could you do this? So I'm really mad at God and I'm like pouring, the orange juice into those plastic molds. And I'm like, how could you do this? He's on Oprah. I get them. And I'm still crying. And all of a sudden I hear God. When I say I hear God, said to me, remember the book. It's not like Charlton Heston, in the 10 Commandments, like, Deborah, remember the book. No, just like a little whisper in my ear, remember the book. And I remember, and I'm like, yeah, the book, my book was in the hands of a New York publisher. And God's like, no, not that book. And I saw a vision of this book that I had read. Have you ever read one of those books that somebody dies and comes back and tells the story of what happened on the other side? Probably.
Yeah, a couple.
A couple. So I had read this book about a guy who had died. He went through this tunnel of light, and he was like a really straight guy. He was a military man. So he did not make this stuff up. You know, he wasn't some woo-woo guy. But I read this book. He went through this tunnel of darkness, and there at the end of the tunnel was this being of light. And he said in the book that, obviously he came back, but he said in the book that there was the being of light, and the being of light asked him if he wanted to see the highlights of his life. And he said, yes, he would. And he said it was like a movie reel, but it was really short. It only showed him dancing with his daughter at her wedding and showing his son how to swing a baseball bat. And in heaven, the guy is saying, well, what about the time I brought my company public? What about the time I did this? What about the time I opened the factories in Japan? And the being of light said, all of those moments glorified you. And then the being of light said that, would you like to see the life of somebody else who has just passed on? And the man's like, yes, I would. And in the book, he said, these curtains of golden light parted, and there sitting on a throne of golden light, surrounded by a host of angels, was the woman who used to take 3 buses to go to this man's house and to clean his toilets, basically. And then the being of light said, I'll show you a reel of the highlights of her life. And it was an endless reel. And it showed her carrying a pot of soup to a sick friend. And it showed her comforting a child who'd been bullied. And it showed her stroking her mother's hair when her mother was making her transition to death. And it showed her cheering at the baseball games for the kids whose parents couldn't be there to cheer because they had to work 3 jobs. And it showed her just going to church and hugging everybody up and saying, how you doing today? And then the being of light said, you judged her as such a poor, pathetic person, but she lived a glorious life. And then the being of light said, and when you get here, you discover that the only thing that matters while you're on earth is how much love you give. So me, I put those popsicles in the freezer. I went out to the couch, sat between my 2 babies. I put away the books by Napoleon Hill and Wallace Wattles and Florence Scovel Shinn, and I just surrendered to my 2 greatest gurus. And of course, those are the 2 gurus that call me mom. And that was it for the next 18, 19 years.
Wow. That takes me back. That makes me think a lot on decisions I make, how we treat people, how fast we go through life. And I think what I'm taking the most from this story is the fact that I think there are moments we should be slowing down a little more. But I'd want to hear from you. I mean, you speak a lot about relationship capital, which apparently you've learned from your son. Could you talk about how that relates to our abundance journey?
Oh boy, I would love to. Thank you for asking me that, because I learned one of my greatest lessons in life and in business about attracting prosperity from my son. Daniel always loved basketball. Are you into basketball at all?
I could take some free throw. I did some 21 shots, but no, I didn't active play in college or anything.
Anyway, when he was 5 and all of the kids were having their birthday parties at Chuck E. Cheese, he insisted on having his at Michael Jordan's restaurant so he could sit next to the Holy Grail, Michael's shoe. When he was 14, he made the A team at his high school, but you've heard the movie White Boys Can't Jump. No playing time. He warmed the bench the entire time. He was the only white kid on the team. But the team traveled all over the city of Chicago, and he realized that he had an eye for talent. So he started making videos and sending them out to college coaches all over the country. And his kids that he was taking the movies of started getting scholarships. And by the time he was 16, he was known as the go-to scout in Chicago. He was featured on ESPN, ABC, Sports, Fox, CNN. The New York Times did a spread on him. He even had a full-page article about him in Sports Illustrated. It was why college hoops coaches seek the advice of a 16-year-old scout. But there is one problem. he was getting these scholarships for the kids and making millions in revenue for these colleges by providing them with the top players in Chicago. But he wasn't making a penny. In fact, it was costing him and me lots of money because he took my car around from gymnasium to gymnasium. I bought him an expensive camera. So one day I say to him, Daniel, isn't there some way you can make money doing what you're doing? And he said, and I quote, Mom, don't worry. Actually, he said chill, but I make him seem like he's nicer. Mom, don't worry. I'm building relationship capital. So one day he decides that this is too slow, making one video at a time and sending them out to coaches. And he realizes that the Division II kids, like the Derrick Roses of the world in Chicago, are going to go to top schools anyway. He doesn't have to make videos of them, but the Division II kids needed his help, the ones that go to junior colleges and two-year colleges. So he decides that he's going to put on showcases, because the only basketball showcases were put on by like Reebok and Nike, and it costs like hundreds of dollars. These kids didn't have hundreds of dollars. So he decided at the ripe age of 16 that he was going to create a nonprofit and start fundraising so that he could put on free showcases for the kids in the city of Chicago, so these aspiring hoopers can be seen by college coaches. And he thought that in one day he could generate millions in scholarships. And of course, we said, great idea, because we were never the discouragement committee for our kids. If God whispered that dream into his ear, who am I going to say that God is wrong? So his first showcase, he had 10 coaches and about 40 kids, and the next one, 30 coaches and about 100 kids. And it grew and it grew, and now he's changing hundreds of lives. And now my friends are like, you have to stop supporting him and letting him sleep on your couch. And I'm like, chill. He's building relationship capital. And his last showcase, he had close to 200 coaches, close to 400 kids. And to date, he has generated almost just shy of $100 million in college scholarship money for the kids on the south and west sides of Chicago. And relationship capital. The players he helped have now been drafted in the NBA. Not only does he get seats at the playoff, but he chills with the likes of Anthony Davis. You know Anthony Davis. And look, you can Google kid who discovered Anthony Davis. You'll notice his name is Daniel Poneman. And he was just named one of the 100 most influential people in the world of basketball. And when he decided he wanted to make a movie about how basketball is the only way out for a lot of kids in the hood, somebody who he had built relationship capital with gave him $500,000. And Dwayne Wade and Chance the Rapper were the executive producers. By the way, Chance, when he was just some kid on the south side of Chicago, Daniel had built relationship capital with him. He was an unknown, but Daniel would recruit his friends to go to a Chance the Rapper concert. And here's the point. He knew as a 15-year-old kid the law of abundance. He didn't support these kids because he thought one day they'd go into the NBA and get him good seats. Mainly, he focused on the Division II kids who are never going to go into the NBA. Anthony Davis was an anomaly. He did it because he cared about the kids. He knew he grew up with privilege, and to him, that meant giving back. I mean, I never preached to him about giving back. He one day said to me, Mom, isn't that what you do when you grow up with privilege? I said, yeah, I guess so. And he knew that relationship capital is not, I'll do something for you, but then you have to do something for me. It's just give, because that's what human beings do, and let go. But you know the law of reciprocity, it will always come back to you. I mean, does the sun say, I gave you light, now give something back to me? You give, you support each other, and you cheer each other on, and it will come back. Maybe not tomorrow, but it will. And by the way, his film called Shot in the Dark was nominated for an Emmy Award.
Wow. Well, it sounds like he had all the right foundations to build something great. And I feel like he would have learned a lot of this relationship capital from you, but you mentioned you learned it from him. So how did that happen?
Yeah, well, he says he learned it from me, but I think we learned it from each other because
Hmm.
one day I said to him, Daniel, thank you so much for teaching me about relationship capital. And he said, Mom, I learned it from you. And I'm like, you did? And so he recounted a story that he somehow heard me talking about treating everyone as the most important person in the world. If you want abundance in your life, wow, do that one, even if they can never do anything for you. And I told the story about after one of my Yes to Success seminars back in the early 80s, this adorable little college student came up to me all enthusiastic, and she said she wanted to work for me. And you know what? Has this ever happened to you, Jason? You're pouring your heart out to somebody and you're telling them something very meaningful to you, and they're looking around the room to see if there's someone more important to talk to than you. Ever happened to you?
Yep. It
Yep.
hurts.
It hurts, right? But I say the person standing in front of you is always the most important person in the world. And one of the keys to abundant life is never to do that to anyone, because if you do God's work on earth, which is treating somebody as the most important person in the world, then God, the God of your understanding, will find the right contact for you. You don't have to look around the room. So I gave my full attention to this cute little college student, listened to what she had to say, and that was our brilliant and so adorable Marcy Shimoff. And I gave her a job as my secretary. And she laughs because years later she was what do you call it, promoted to vice president, but she still put up the posters. And years later, when she was asked to write Chicken Soup for the American Idol Soul, and she couldn't because she was already under contract for her wonderful book, Happy for No Reason. They said, well, do you know anybody who knows American Idol backwards and forwards who's a great writer? And she said, yes, I do. And I was handed a best-selling book to write that combined the #1 reality TV show of all times and the #1 nonfiction book series of all times. And I wrote Chicken Soup for the American Idol Soul. Why? Because I had built relationship capital. I didn't give her my full attention because I thought, oh, one day she's going to give me a chicken soup book to write. No, I do it because that's what we do. We do God's work. We give our full attention to the most important person in the world, and that's the person standing in front of you. And just by the way, talking about creating abundance, then when she had the idea to start your Year of Miracles, which is phenomenally successful, she thought, okay, who do I love to work with and whose life is miraculous? And she asked me to start that company with her. So after spending 20 years at home with the kids, the first thing I did when I came out on the other side was, because of the relationship capital I had built, Marcy asked me to be her partner, and we just launched it with $1 million launch.
Hmm.
That is relationship capital.
Deborah, you've walked us through such an incredible story, laced with so many keys to success, so many keys towards mastering abundance, and you've designed such an incredible life. And, in watching your journey and being able to comment as an observer that's listened to this, is that what a gift you've been able to have to grow up with your children and to be able to do that, and now still making an impact. And it seems like everything is aligning in a divine way. And I would say that is quite the embodiment of mastering abundance. And I know for everybody listening, there's going to be a few of those nuggets, just like me. I've taken on some of these. There's some that are more important to me that I need to change in my life right now. And you've given us plenty to digest. And I'm so grateful that you're able to come here and share with all of us. But I know you're not done. I'd love to give you an opportunity to share some final thoughts and things that we could leave our audience with. But this has been just a wonderful session.
Okay, leave our audience. Well, I'll say this just to be real. The world is not in excellent shape right now, but we can't depend on anyone else to fix it. And every time we reach out our hand or cheer someone on or hold someone up or give someone an opportunity or a stage. Like I gave Marcy her first stage, I gave Janet Attwood their first stage because I love them. Or treat someone as the most important person in the world. We not only build relationship capital, but we add goodness and we add light and we add love to the planet. And if we could just spread enough light, we can triumph over darkness. And together, we can really make a world that works for everyone.
Deborah, that's a powerful way of us closing this session. Again, thank you for the time. Thank you for the wisdom. It's been just an incredible session and a journey that we've gotten to go with you. Everything you've created is wonderful. The lessons and the decisions that you've made that just continuously brought abundance, not just on the financial side, but in every area of your life, is an inspiration, is also a roadmap to give us some ideas of where we have these decisions to make to bring more abundance. Even if some of those decisions will be hard, I think the biggest thing here is to open up the heart, make decisions with love, and know that we will be guided towards the next steps on our journey. And you have been such a contribution to the summit. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having the summit and all the amazing people. I have to watch every single one of them because they're all amazing. So thank you for bringing these people together and for being you.
It is my pleasure. And I get to be having the front seat, having that conversation, and everyone else who's tuning in are just on each other's side. We're absorbing so much. So again, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Deborah Poneman. Let's give a big shout out, some takeaways. I'm already seeing this pouring through into the comments, so I want to bring a couple of these up. We got Manoj here talking, Deb talks with passion and love, absolutely inspirational. We have Carol here talking, Deborah is simply true light. We have Smiley here talking, incredible woman, her energy is igniting. We have graciously done. Thank you, Deborah. From Jennifer Thompson, we have Susan here saying, Deborah is beautiful inside and out, an accelerator of abundance and goodness in the world, and so much more. Guys, you know what was the best part of having Deborah and so many people on this summit is they're all cheerleaders for each other. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed like how all the speakers connecting to each other, supporting each other, bringing a unified, abundant message? Wouldn't you want to go towards this journey of abundance and bring all of the community and the people that you're surrounded with towards these higher levels? We started with Marcy, and you could see Deborah here just sharing love and wanting to do more and being able to be abundant with the people she cares about that are surrounding her. And this is what abundance looks like. Deborah, what a fantastic contribution to the summit. I'm so glad we got her to come and share. And I love how she was so excited to be able to share with all of you. And she was like, I have some very specific things that need to be shared so that people truly understand what it's like to master abundance. And boy, did she deliver in a powerful way. Very, very glad that she got to come to the summit and share. And I'm glad you all got a chance to witness this as well. We have 2 more incredible speakers that are going to be taking the stage today. Deborah, if you want to go deeper into the journey, yes2success.com. You're going to see so many more resources from Deb, and honestly, giving her some support. She is here and sharing with everyone, and I think we've gotten so much value. Be sure to go and reconnect with her as well. It's amazing to see the transformation she's created in a generation of people, and she's just getting started. Next up, we're going to have another speaker here bringing you closer towards living the life with a mastery of abundance. Our next speaker is going to be Danielle Laporte. She's the author of How to Be Loving, and we're going to speak about the desire dilemma, how to align your ambitions with true abundance. Danielle Laporte is going to be our next speaker. So let's keep the good times going. Let's keep bringing these amazing speakers. We are here on the Mastering Abundance Summit, day 3. We have fire after fire of incredible energy coming for all of you. Let's give it up for Danielle Laporte, our next speaker for today.
Next session on the Mastering Abundance Summit, we have an incredible session coming up with you with Danielle Laporte. If you're not familiar with Danielle, she's a member of Oprah's Super Soul 100 group, is a person that has written multiple books, including How to Be Loving When Your Heart is Breaking Open and the World is Waking Up. Also, Fire Starter Sessions, The Desire Map, White Hot Truth, amazing literature produced by Danielle, and is the creator of the Heart-Centered Membership, Heart-Centered Leadership program, has worked with over 400 leaders in 30 plus countries, hosts retreats, has workshops, and truly helps people become more heart-centered, have more success. And if you are familiar with her podcast, With Love, Danielle, it's one of the top 10 in wellness and has been featured on websites across the world, sharing how to be more heart-centered, how to have more success, how to bring more abundance, and doing it while being spiritually aligned. Let's learn a little more with Danielle. Danielle, welcome to the platform. We're so excited to have you here.
Happy to be here. Great topic. Yeah.
Abundance. This is the theme we're talking about. We're stepping into 2025. And before we talk about current events, I kind of want to go into your story, which is, what is the story behind Danielle Laporte and all your success? And how did abundance play a big role in your journey?
Oh, that question as an opener. Give me something specific and I will go. Be more specific
right.
with me.
So a lot of people come here looking for abundance, and most of the stereotypical abundance that people will assume is going to be financial abundance.
Yes.
And so I'd be curious to know if this role of pursuing financial abundance played a big part in your journey to the success you have now.
Okay. This is great. I love that distinction because when I hear the word abundance, I always think an abundance of what? Like, do you want an abundance of love or health, friends, cash? So I like the term prosperity. I also like abundance. I'm just like, I want an abundance of all the blessings. And I always tack on the word prosperity. And how did that inform my journey? I don't think I was really conscious of it for a big part of my journey. I thought, I want to be successful. I want to be seen. I want to make a difference. And I want to know God, and I want the cash, and I want the promotion, and send me to Croatia for this gig. And so I think there was just desire. That's it. That's how I would have described abundance for me in the beginning. Just like unrelenting hunger, desire. I'm going to will it. I'm going to push it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to magnetize it. And so that showed up in, I was going to be a fashion designer. And then I got into publicity and public relations and had my own business in that. And then I got really well known for promoting futurists. And so I ended up running a think tank in Washington, D.C. that was all about future studies. And I was consulting to the Pentagon on trends. It was totally wild. And then I got rejected from art school and I started a business and I got Steve Jobbed from my own company. I got fired from my own incorporation and I rose from the flames and really became myself. And that was a decade ago. And that was when WordPress had just started. There was no Instagram. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I love that you've opened up with a very powerful word, which is desire. And I'd be curious to know, when you had that desire when you first started, is that something that was naturally nurtured, or is it something that you've cultivated even from your youth?
Born this way, born hungry. And that is my karma. That is my klesha. That is my pain. That is my diamond in the dark. It's desire. And I wrote a book about it. And I would ask everybody I could about the nature of desire, because desire and abundance, it's really one almost circular conversation. And I would ask priests and lamas and rabbis, and I said, what do you think about desire? Do you think, like, is this an innate, should we be aspiring to be desireless? And the answer was 50-50. And the answer, even with the Buddhists was 50-50. Half of them were just like, yes, this is the ultimate aspiration, to have no desire. Desire, some schools of Buddhism will tell you, desire is the root of all suffering. The Hindu perspective is that we keep reincarnating because we can't get rid of our desires. You want, well, you have to come back and sort that out, don't you? You don't get to ascend until you are without desire. So what does that mean, that you are without desire for abundance? Well, let me just break that down for a second. So the other half of the rabbis and the Buddhists would say you cannot be without desire, that the nature of the mind is to distinguish and to want. I'm hungry. I want this. This is black. I want light. I am empty. I want to be full, whatever it is. And the trick then becomes to, I just kind of boil it down to say, just desire higher. If you want for something that is heart-centered, if you want on behalf of goodness, on behalf of love, on behalf of service, you can't go wrong. But the ego-driven goals will, they run you ragged. They're not abundant, actually, at all. They are actually really based on proving your worth. They're exhausting. And they're really not satisfied when you achieve an ego-driven goal, even if your mind is playing tricks on you and saying, oh, this is abundance. Often isn't.
Ooh, I love this. I'd be curious to know if there's ways to determine if your goal is currently ego-driven or if it's coming from a higher desire, as you stated it.
Yes, Jason Mack, there are. This is what I do. So many of my conversations are about delineating this. My experience with ego-centered goals is that they come from the shadow self. They come from the unhealed part of us that wants to prove something, that wants to be validated. And it can go as deep as getting validation that you deserve to be on the planet, to getting the award so your parent can say, finally, what you always wanted to hear. You're worthy, you're beautiful, you're strong, you're great, whatever it is, So they come from that place of emptiness. They come from the hungry ghost. The hungry ghost is always hungry. No goal, no trophy, no amount of money is ever going to feed the hungry ghost when you're just like, I'm going to get validated and therefore accomplish this. Doesn't work. Whereas heart-centered goals are more of a celebration of who you are, of your dharma. This is how I'm designed. And I want to express myself, and I want to fulfill this impulse, this calling. I need to say these things. I need to move in this way. I love birds. I love purses. I love teaching, whatever it is. You follow that, it's really kind of feels cellular. And my lived experiences, when I've set an ego-centered goal, I'm going to go crush it. And I get there. I'm often burned out when I get there because I'm going to get it no matter what, at whatever cost. And I feel like, meh, okay, what's the next thing? How can I go bigger? How can I get it faster? How can there be more? Like, you barely even celebrate when you cross those finish lines. Whereas when I've set and achieved visions that came from like love, and I want to be of service, and I want to be all of me, I rest. I'm just like, it's like I'm launching all the time. We're always launching stuff. You launch a book, you launch a course, you open your membership, whatever it is. And when we achieve things in those, departments, you could say, I can see this in my team too, where it's like, that was great. And we pause for a couple days. We're like, let's take a week off. Let's just play around. Let's not have this meeting tomorrow. And then, so there's a sense of celebration, but this is a real nuance to this. I think when you achieve things that came from love, you build on that love, you let that achievement inform your next step, your next direction. So you go, we had this great launch. The people want more of this. Let's do more of that. Instead of, I achieved this thing because I wanted to prove myself. Let's go in this direction and see if we can make it bigger, brighter, half the time, double the people. Yeah, there's always a building. There's a building when you build from the heart. Yeah.
It's very interesting because you spoke about when you chase these more ego type goals that you're chasing. You use an expression that I thought was curious around a ghost of something that
hungry
you're chasing.
ghost.
The hungry ghost. Can you expand on what the hungry ghost is and if it's something we need to recognize or stop pursuing? Like, what do we do with this?
Mm. Everybody got one. The hungry ghost is a Buddhist term for the wounded nature that will never be healed, cannot be healed, because it loves to walk through the world unhealed. It's really kind of this black hole. And you can live with it and you can be successful and abundant and prosperous and fulfilled with your hungry ghost by not feeding, not privileging the hungry ghost. Like, don't keep throwing your light and your wishes and your opinion seeking into this dark hole all the time. Stop seeking outward. That's what the hungry ghost is like. It's the Pac-Man. Like, do you love me? Are you my mother? Do you validate me? Do you want my thing? Are you going to heart my posts? Are you going to not cancel me? Right. And I think we'll always have that as long as we are incarnate in this duality of I am dense and I am light all at the same time down here. Not easy. And you just live with it. You live with it, but you don't feed it. Try not to feed it.
Are there certain things that we should be looking at? Like, what are the common ways that we do feed it that we should avoid?
Well, social media, the hungry ghost has designed the algorithm. Right? Like, this algorithm triggers everything. It's our need for dopamine. It's our need for recognition. It's our need for connection. These are all really beautiful human needs, but they are out of control. So now it's an addiction to these things. And when you have an addiction, you can't see healthy sources of dopamine, healthy connection. So that unhealed part, the hungry ghost, the inner child, the fragmented, the wounded, oh my gosh, it is scrolling, it is swiping, it is clicking. And it's so jacked into the brain. This is real addiction stuff. Yeah.
So on this summit, we often, talk about how do we create breakthrough abundance in our life? And it sounds like one of the answers is we ask, what do you stop doing immediately? It sounds like social media is definitely one of the things we should be considering stopping, moderating, or reducing to be able to create a lot more abundance. But I'd also be curious at what is the things you recommend that people could start doing immediately that would attract more abundance?
A handful of questions about the quality of your thoughts. So, nourishing thoughts. Energy follows thought. Energy follows thought. Universal principle. If we just get this, we get the key. We get the key. So, the simple question would be, are your thoughts, is the quality of your thinking abundant? And let me just hold that for a second. Like, success really has to be about your journey. The journey has to reflect your destination. So if your desired destination is abundance in whatever form, fantastic relationships, health, money, then you got to be abundant every day, because you cannot lack mentality your way to abundance. You cannot be so miserly and cutting and pinching and restraining and overanalyzing and measuring and metrics out the wazoo and all those things that go in these houses of abundance. We count our steps, we count our clicks, we count our dollars, yeah. But excessive measuring, lack, does not get us there. So abundance is gratitude. Look at all the things I have now. Gratitude really is, for lack of a better term, the life hack to both presence and abundance. You see everything you have to be thankful for now. That gratitude literally becomes this magnetic force in your energy body, in your auric field. And I always feel like the hires, the angels, my unseen team are looking down. They're looking at me going, "Oh, like attracts like. We're going to give her more to be grateful for, more abundance." Yeah.
I've noticed the moment that my thoughts are more geared towards gratitude, obviously things start going much better in my life. If I would be in a situation where it feels hard to be grateful, do you have any advice or tips or things that can help someone maybe feeling more in a downward spiral but wants to shift towards abundance, get back into being more grateful? Is there an exercise or an activity that you can kind of catch yourself and start
Yeah.
moving towards a positive direction?
Well, gratitude has this gentleness and it has this toughness. You need to be both. It's really masculine, feminine. So it's like the gentleness to it is find something to be grateful for. I'm grateful. I have great teeth. I have great hair. I got just what I got. He made my coffee just the way I wanted in the cafe today. I have a great warm space. There's always something to be grateful for. And then the toughness comes in. There is always something to be grateful for. Pick yourself up, use your free will, start working on those thoughts. You are in charge. Nobody else is telling you what to think. Actually, we can create conditions that influence our thoughts, but you get to choose the thoughts you're going to continue with. And be tough and be thankful. Yeah.
I love that. I also realize in your case, spirituality plays a big role in your life, in the work that you do. And I'd be curious to know, where would you, help people, or where would you indicate people with their relationship with spirituality playing a part with bringing abundance in their life as well?
Isn't everything spiritual? I mean, right? It's all God. It's all God. For anybody who feels like they're on the outside looking in, like, what's this spiritual thing over here? How do I become more spiritual? You just find what lights you up. Light, love, consciousness, expansion, vitality, vibrancy, all of these upwards, words as in WORD, are also lead us upwards as in higher, right? We know, you know psychologically what higher vibration is. Just be in those places. Be in those places. That's spirit. And then if you want to become, quote, more traditionally, officially spiritual, you need devotion to back up your desire. You desire to be higher vibe? Great. You desire to be more loving, more happy, more of service, more joyful? Great. You have to be devoted to that higher desire. And there are practices and there are principles, and you figure out what practices work for you. You walk every day and you just keep telling yourself and the universe what you are thankful for. Or you sit and you meditate and you breathe. You take salt baths. You eat clean. You bless every space you walk into. You do scripture. You read one inspiring thing before you start your day, before you pick up your goddamn phone. You go for spirit. Yeah, so you got to want it. Want the high vibe, back it up with devotion. There are tools for devotion, and you do your best every day. And it pays, yeah.
I mean, obviously you're a testament to it being something that pays, balancing the spirituality. There's often been a misconception, which is like, if I want to be abundant, if I want to have all this success, I can't be spiritual at the same time. Have you ever encountered that duality, and do you have a way of rebutting that?
I don't feel that duality in my life. I feel that the more prosperous I am, the more cash flow I have, the more profit I keep, the more I can share. The more regulated my nervous system is, the more I can help my friends, the more money I can donate. And my relationship to money and wealth has definitely shifted over time. So if you would have talked to me 5, 6 years ago, even earlier, up and coming, influency kind of person, I've been like, I want the bag. I want the car. I spent a ridiculous amount of money on this ridiculous car. And that is not my current way anymore. I have no judgment. Get 10 cars. You know, before OSHA went crazy, there was a lot of wealth. The wealth came before the insanity. There are many rooms in the mansion of God, like, you know, have what you want. But I actually live a much simpler life now. Yeah.
It's very interesting that you brought up the fact that when abundance came, you referenced Osho, and that's why I'm gravitating to this, is abundance came, and then, you know, you mentioned went a bit insane. Is there something that you have to be conscious of when abundance comes? Like, imagine it opens like the floodgate. You're doing the commitment, you're doing the work. Floodgates have opened. And it's something that if you haven't been in a state of financial massive abundance, it could be something you're not familiar with. And I'm wondering if this is something you have advice for, that, hey, once you start doing these things, the floodgates will open, things will come your way, but it can be maybe even dangerous that you could sabotage that. I'd be curious to know if you have any encounters of that or any advice for that.
Well, I think we're always in danger of sabotaging our expansion. I mean, this is, you know, we expand, we contract. So it's like you could have an enlightenment experience where you feel one with the stars and the divine, and you could that could scare you into contraction, and you stop meditating, or you become more denser and negative in your thoughts. So, you know, you could get your first big book advance and get thrown off. I remember having a meeting with an entrepreneurial friend, and he said, you know, you're about to sign this deal for this book, and you got to be careful. The wave of abundance coming in doesn't take you out. And he was speaking in very practical terms, like, don't go spending it, and don't get a bigger office, and don't buy more shoes. And I did all those things. I got more shoes, and we got a really cool office and all those things. And I mean, there's part of this is just real practical entrepreneurial journey, which is sometimes you high and sometimes you low in the cash flow. You launch something that you think is going to pay your team for 12 months, and it tanks. Like, you know, you got to be really real about the seasons of all of this. You know, there's statistics around lottery winners, and like within not a lot of time, like within a few years, they're back to where they were before they cashed in. And I know somebody is studying those people, but I think that is the ego kind of does this clawback and has you shrink. And this is why I'm very interested in the approach of building abundance, like brick by brick, and you have a solid castle. Like, you will know how to recover. You've got steady streams of revenue and people in your life you can turn to, and love and connection. This big flash in the pan, the overnight thing, which is like so rampant in social media. Like, everybody's got their way. And now with AI and all this stuff, you just use the AI, and the artificial intelligence is going to help you get rich even faster. And it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable because you may hit it. You may actually hit it. And if you aren't ready for it, if you're not coming from a soul-informed place, I'm here to be of service to my unfolding and humanity, you will manifest some other bullshit to take you out of whatever the AI abundance helped generate for you. It's going to be an illness. It's going to be some kind of side swiping breakup or something to get you to pay attention. Your ego is going to get shook. Yeah. But you know what? I feel like I haven't answered the question about abundance. Let me think about what I would ask myself right now in this conversation about abundance. You're amazing. I always love talking to you. I would ask myself, abundance of what? I would ask myself, I would put prosperity into the mix. Of course, we all want financial ease. And I would go to the difficult place of knowing that I operate through the paradigm of karma, and that I'm going to do what I can to be of service. And that also means being of service to my life, to have the most abundant, healthy, loving life full of laughter and ease. I want for me what God wants for me, ease, and to be of service to humanity. And I know that I'm going to do it even if I'm not going to cash in this lifetime. I will get it in the next dimension, in the next incarnation. Like, it all gets registered. And I want to be so powerfully magnetic to all of the blessings that I get it now. I get it as soon as possible. Why not?
I love that. And I think that's exactly where I want to take this next. Everything is logged. You're thinking about, how do I be abundant in a next life? How does that mindset of even thinking beyond yourself help you be more abundant in the now?
Well, I think I get cosmic support. I think I get some angelic points for that, because it's not about being a good person or a bad person. It's about alignment and reflection. The soul wants us to come home. The divine is craving for us to be aligned with it. The great mother wants us to reflect her on earth. Be heaven on earth, be loving, be kind, be abundant, all those things. And so when we get into alignment with love, when we think with love, when we're going to make money in a loving way, when we're going to include other people in our success, when we're going to make the donation, when we're going to be kind leaders, when we're going to speak with kindness politically, all the things, I think the soul pours in the gifts to us. It's just one way to look at it, to visualize it, is we're just strengthening this bridge to the divine. It's like, I want to be like you, dear mother. I want to be like you, like God, virtue, soul, prosperity, loving kindness, generosity, patience, capital T, truth. I want to be like you in my speech, my thoughts, my actions. And then the divine says, great. Here's some more truth. Here's some more generosity. Here's some more love. Here's some more wisdom. Doesn't mean there won't be challenges to work out in this time, but the rewards are guaranteed, and you will get lots in this lifetime. You will be protected. The divine will protect you. I feel. I have experienced, yes.
I have to say, I've experienced it as well. It seems like the universe has your back the moment you step into that vibration. And so one of the things I wanted to touch upon is that you've experienced a lot of different types of abundance. And one of the words that seems to come up right now, that seems to be something that is very charged with a feeling of abundance, is this concept of simplicity, peace. That seems to be a word you've used a couple times that I've picked up on, that I'm like, wow, that is a format of abundance. And I'd love to speak to that and how important it has been to seek that for an abundant life.
Oh, Lao Tzu, the way is fluid for the man with fewer preferences. Want less, you have more. Yeah, like my story in a nutshell is have done well, also still have lots of challenges. Like, I've loaned my business money. I still have worries once in a while. Like, we got to pick it up. Where's that going? There's been lots of drainage and loss and things not being optimized. Like, I'm in this entrepreneurial, I'm on the track. And good, great stuff. Lots of cash. Lots of great years. Yeah. I had a house. I had a studio. I had a hot tub. I had a car. I was going to buy the $3,000 purse at Bergdorf Goodman because I wanted to walk into a meeting with a publisher and I wanted to put my purse down and say, see, you should give me a really great book advance because I'm already a baller. And I couldn't buy the purse. I couldn't bring myself to buy the purse. And I love beauty and I love quality and I love things that last. And I really just felt I'm an asshole if I buy this purse. Like, it wasn't that I was going to go necessarily donate that $3,000, but I can do more with $3,000 in a purse. But what I really got was that moment that was replaying in my mind of putting the purse down at the boardroom table. And that is ego. And that is my wounded self. And that is the part of me that needs to be seen and heard. And she's probably about 14. And she ain't got no business buying a $3,000 purse. And then the call, the impulse, it's not impulse. It's almost vocational. To simplify has just been building and building and building in my life. And it's such a salient time to have this conversation around simplicity, because as we speak, I was telling you this just before we got on, I live in the first class of apartments in my country. Like, it is rad. I look at the beach. I got walnut floors. It's amazing. And I'm being evicted. I'm being rent-evicted. So the owner of the swank building has said, I got to do these upgrades. You're all out. Okay, that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is I literally walk around my already very simple place, incredible location, but very simply furnished and all of that. Like, if you came over, you'd be like, did you just move in? Like, my friends are just like, what else are you going to get rid of? And I obsessively walk around saying, what else can I let go of? Another pair of shoes. I don't need this scarf. I don't need these wine glasses. Out. It's not obsessive. It's healthy. And I'm going to downsize. I want to go smaller as this experiment. It feels like abundance. Really, I feel moved when I talk about it. Like, I want to be happy with just quality and beauty and less. And look, I'm not going for sainthood. I mean, I want ensuite laundry, and I'm living in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the world. And, I get a massage every week. So, but less stuff. I look at Leonard Cohen. He's so aspirational for me. Like, he was so prolific as an artist. He was so deep. He did 5 years at a Zen monastery, not recording, not being with women. And he gave back and, cleansed himself of cravings and went back into his cravings. He was like, I'm out. I want to be on the road again. I want to sing. He also realized his manager had stolen a lot of money from him and he had to make some money back. He's like, I totally want women, and just went back into his womanizing. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm down for all of that. Like, the simplicity and the hedonism all at once. I just need one hat. I don't need 5.
I love that what you're embodying and what you're sharing is a combination of the messages. You talked about how, there's some that are saying desire is bad. Then you're saying, no, you can't get rid of it. And it's not even a choice. It seems like that's the illusion that we seem to have. And you're seeing that there's this integration. And well, I'll ask you this question, which might be related or not, which is, every guest that comes here, I often ask the question, like, if you could wave a magic wand and instantly make an abundance related shift in the world, what would it be and why?
Common sense. An abundance of common sense, capital sense. Because if we're in the practice, the field of common sense, we take everyone into consideration. There wouldn't be a decision made that didn't think about how this is going to benefit and harm myself, the people immediately surrounding me, and everybody, and the ecosystem, the plant kingdom, the mineral kingdom, the animal kingdom. Common sense includes everybody, and that is what we are. We're starving. We are so depleted. We are anemic with common sense. Yeah.
Yeah, if we had a lot more of that, I think we'd have a lot less troubles. I want to kind of leave the listeners here with something that they can start working towards? I know a lot of your work is around opening the heart, making decisions with a lot more of the heart connection as well, leading a lot more with the heart. And I'd be curious for someone who's looking to be abundant, and maybe not even on the financial side, maybe we're talking about health, maybe we're talking about relationship here, but what are some of the activities that we could do to reconnect with our heart, have more abundance come our way, so that when we live this session, maybe in the next month, we're applying this and we're starting to see some shifts?
I have a very simple one. In Buddhism, they often refer to the heart or the consciousness as vast. So the metaphor they give you is, I am as vast as the sky. That's it. It's one sentence. I am as vast as the sky. So when I am looking at the sky, when I am outside, when I'm in nature, when I'm on the seawall, I look at the sky and I think to myself, I am this vast. I am this vast. And I just breathe in just that concept. Sometimes I can actually tap the awareness. I am vast. And who knows what that means for you? I give you some suggestions. What it means is that you are so spacious. Your original self, your divine nature, your Buddha nature, your Christ consciousness, your truth, you as a soul, you are bigger than the sky, which means you got room for their opinions. You got room for their opinions. And you have room for your opinions. And you have room for so much money. And you have room for so much ease. You have room for vacations. You have room for your depression. You have room for your past. You have room for all the anxiety that's being kicked up around tariffs and politics and all the things. You have room for that. I got space. I am vast. You don't need to really go much further than that. If you can just play with that quality of vastness, then your mind will lead you in a healthier direction. The mind will tell you, okay, we need this much money to feel abundant. We only need an extra 30 grand a year to feel abundant. We only need one hat, or we need 3 more cars and another house, whatever it is. The mind will guide you, but you come from that universal truth. You are vast. You have room. You have room.
Danielle, I think this is a beautiful place to end our session. It's been a wonderful conversation. And I want to share some of the things I've taken from this. And for everybody else listening, make sure to capture what are the things that resonated the most with you as well. As for me, there was a whole concept you shared around chasing the ghosts, right? And understanding that social media makes you chase desires that are very ego driven, and you can kind of sense them. You can see that even when you get them, it's like eating fast food. You don't feel good after you get it. And there's these building blocks, which when you start operating and functioning, especially as an entrepreneur, around everything that you've created is in serving, is in responding to what the people want. And the abundance seems to come naturally, and you seem excited. You have moments of celebration become clues that you're on the right path. I love that you've actually integrated very well the spiritual side and the hedonistic side, where it's not a duality. It's that, hey, we're here to live a life, and there's ways that you can create your own journey that has a mix of both. You've been on the journey of chasing the shiny things. You've went into simplicity. And what I love is there's no judgment of good or bad. There's just a journey that seems beautiful, rich, that seems to be seeking a little more towards doing, things that are coming from that building the building. And if it gives me a sense of faith on my own journey, being, hey, I'm not perfect, but I'm on a beautiful journey. I'm being more abundant. This is where I'm chasing. There's no shortcuts. It's a beautiful path. It's wonderful. And, understanding this concept of being vast that you've just shared now, to me, that's one of the biggest things that I'm like, yeah, it takes away a lot of anxiety. It makes you realize that you can handle whatever the universe is holding, and you can have so much more than you ever dreamed of. And to wrap the whole thing up, to me, was again a reinforcement of gratitude being the most important habit to cultivate in our mindset. Having that gratitude, no matter where we're at, having that turned on as a predominant thought brings more abundance, whether that's financial, relationship, health. It just starts building a foundation and allows us to soar. So Danielle, Thank you so much. Any closing words for our summit attendees that are looking to master abundance?
Oh, heart like a sky. Heart like a sky. Yeah. Yeah. It's so great to talk to you all the time. It's great energy. Bring out the best in me. Yeah. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Danielle Laporte. Let's share some love and biggest takeaways for you. And I'd love to hear for anyone who's been behind the keyboard, maybe a little shy, not using the comments as much. I know we have hundreds of people here. I love all of the keyboard warriors that are being frequent contributors, but I'd love to hear from some of you who I have not seen your comments yet. I want to do a little call out, and perhaps if you're not sure what to write, I would just love to see you just share that you are also vast in the process. I think that could be a collective call out for everyone who is here joining us either for a short moment or for the entire 3 days. I am vast is a powerful declaration. I'd love to see anybody who is here, who is present, who is paying attention, that can use the comments right now. I would love to see I am vast from each and every one of you to show as we are going to be counting down towards our last talk for the summit. For all of you who have loved what you've just heard from Danielle Laporte, How to Be Loving is her book, daniellelaporte.com. You can discover so much more from her and all of her amazing work. And now we are going to be counting out with our final speaker. And before I bring our final speaker, I want to give a powerful reminder. First off, maybe a little check-in. Have you guys enjoyed this summit? Has this been a great experience for you? I would love to get some general feedback from everybody here. How has the summit been so far? Are you excited? Are you feeling energized? Are you getting this injection of abundance into your life? We spent the last 3 days going through all these incredible speakers. We got one more to go. And I will use this opportunity to say, my VIPs, thank you for your support. If you haven't upgraded yet, this is going to be the last call out for the $99 offer for your Summit VIP All Access Pass. Again, your support supports us to create these summits, to bring these speakers together. And the program that you get is a lifetime access to the incredible talks we've had throughout this summit for your enjoyment. We have the transcripts, we have the recordings, we have a bonus 30-day journal that will support you into integrating what you have learned over the last 3 days. And we want to make sure that for anybody who has been on the fence saying, I'm going to wait to see what the majority of these talks are before signing up, you've seen the value that has been shared. I'll put a link into the chat from Summits for Impact. For any of you who would like to upgrade to VIP, please click on this link. You get to do this in a powerful way. And honestly, it's been my absolute joy being able to interview all these incredible speakers. And I have a funny one for all of you, which is I am not the one who has interviewed the last person coming onto the summit. Matter of fact, I will be sitting here and listening like each and every one of you for this final speaker. We have Marissa Peer, who is going to be joining us to close the summit. And we weren't able to coordinate our time zones to make this interview happen. So we asked for her team to make sure to give us the most powerful conversation we could bring forward to all of you when it comes to mastering abundance. And we're going to be bringing Marissa Peer here to speak on the power of belief. We want to send you off with a very, very powerful talk with the one and only Marissa Peer to close off this event. And you're going to be seeing the host is going to be a different individual. His name is Skip Kelly. He's a fantastic interviewer. He's a man behind the scene of Marissa's organization. He's working very closely with her, and they've worked together and putting together an powerful, amazing way of closing this summit. Quite frankly, at 4:42 in the morning, I'm going to sit back, listen in, and make sure that we all get to close this event in a powerful way. So if you want virtual drum roll for everyone, all of you vast individual. And I'm going to just take a moment here to just see all the people that are joining. I want to say a big thank you. So I'm so glad I called you all out. There's so many of you are in the background. I didn't know you're there. So Emu, good to see you. Ariana, Heather, Leanne, Evelyn, Liz. I'm going to have a tricky one with this. Let me know if I did it right. Zvezdana. Let me know if I did that right. Wanda, Nicolina, Dale, Peggy. We have, oh my God, so many of you here. Smiley, Rudy, Anne, Carol, and we got Rain, Maria. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. It means so much to me to be able to see that you guys are listening in, are taking in this knowledge, having an incredible time. And so I'm hoping you guys are all appreciating this summit we've put together. And I've done enough talking. Are you guys ready? Our final talk of the day, the one and only Marissa Peer. Let's have her come onto the stage and close this in a powerful way. You've all been so absolutely fantastic. And it's not over yet. We got our final talk on the power of belief. Marissa Peer, let's have her close the show.
About how I can start to recognize what I'm thinking about and how I'm thinking.
Well, you know, everything is a choice. I work with a lot of clients who go, I'm so lonely, I've just moved to a village, I don't know anyone. I go, what are you doing to meet people? Nothing. Have you go to the local pub? Have you gone to the local hair salon? Have you gone to the local shop? Oh no, I'm just at home alone. I'm like, that's a choice. You are choosing to disconnect, because you could choose to join a babysitting circle, offer to walk some old people's dogs. You could choose to go to the nail salon just to meet people, even if you don't want to get your nails done. And I think we forget that happiness is a choice, connection is a choice, and how we think is a choice. You can go, I'm chronically tired, and go, is that a helpful thought? I might just be dehydrated, I might be a little bit tired, but we put these words like chronic, excessive in front of things, and it's a really bad idea. We have to really understand that your thoughts are way more than thoughts. They're a blueprint that your mind, body, and psyche must work to make real. You see, what we don't understand, and we should be taught in schools, is our body has no choice. It must act on our thinking. If you say, I'm losing my mind, I'm losing my shit, everything I touch falls apart, I always get ghosted, your poor body has no choice but to actually make that real, especially when you say physical things. I always gain weight, I always get sinus issues, I always react to food, I always get headaches. If you could look at your poor body and see what you are making it do just by thinking the wrong thoughts, because it doesn't have a choice, but you have a choice. You can choose to upgrade your thoughts, upgrade your beliefs. A belief is nothing more than a thought you think a lot. And we all need to understand the choice we have. Why am I saying that? Is that a helpful thought? Does that, when people say, you know, you always let me down, you never turn up on time, you always pay bills, like, is that really true? Always, never. We know that these things aren't true. So we're so busy upgrading the software of our computers and our phones, we have to upgrade this software all the time. And actually one of the most magical sentences I ever came across, and I made it up myself, was this: I'm choosing this, and I'm choosing to feel great about it. I'm choosing to say no to cake and yes to mint tea. I'm choosing to say no to fries and yes to broccoli, but I'm also choosing to feel great about it. And when you use those two words together, I'm choosing to go to the gym and choosing to love it because I'm choosing to be healthy. The mind goes, oh, you have a choice here, you're making a choice. When you go, oh, I hate the gym, I'm making myself go, the mind goes, let me get you out of here. Life's so boring without cake, or life's no fun without alcohol. The mind will start to make these thoughts real, so we really need to upgrade our thinking. Use this word a lot. I'm choosing this, I'm choosing to feel great about it.
You know, various speakers across the whole summit have really consistently shared their core values or beliefs, and they're pretty much all the same, which I find really interesting. And the one thing that's been very consistent amongst all of them when it comes to spirituality or some sort of connection with something beyond themselves is gratitude. When you think about gratitude, how do you choose empowering beliefs, and what are the most powerful beliefs in your world? for gratitude and having that connection?
Yeah, I believe we should all have an aptitude for gratitude. In fact, there are two things that will influence your life: the ability to forgive and the ability to be grateful. So if you can forgive the past and feel grateful and for the present and really excited about the future, that can change your entire life. And I wake up every day and go, I love my life. I love my sheets. I love hearing the birds outside my bedroom. I love my cats being on the bed. I love my first cup of tea. I always, oh, this is sensational. I love my first shower. I always make sure I have smells that I love, like grapefruit or vanilla. And if you can just do that when you wake up, I love waking up and having it. My husband's want me some tea. I'm drinking some water. It's so easy to make yourself love little things. And if you can love little things, then that's wonderful, because big things become amazing. But when you can get so much joy from little things, birds singing, children laughing, having time to eat breakfast, it sounds a bit Pollyanna, I know, but it really stands you in very good. What am I grateful for? You know, many years ago, John and I were in LA, and somebody lent us a white Porsche, and we were driving to San Diego, and I was speaking at an event, and he was complaining about the traffic. I'm like, this is amazing. We've got this white Porsche being lent. We're driving to San Diego. We've been put up in this amazing hotel. I'm speaking at an event. We're being paid really well. We're so lucky. And it's a good thing to do that, to always think I'm lucky. Even when you have a problem, you have to say, is my problem someone else's fantasy dream? Would someone love a husband who leaves his underpants on the floor, a kid who leaves peanut butter marks on the fridge, a boss that is very difficult, a commute to work? Somebody would go, can I have that? I'd love to have to commute. I'd love to have a job to commute to a boss that's a pain in the neck. And so when you can stop and think, is my problem someone else's fantasy? And what would I have given 20 years ago to have the problem of messy children, an untidy partner? Because then you realize that you really are living someone else's fantasy dream life.
Sometimes, like throughout a week or throughout a month, I will get into these what people would call a spiral, or maybe there'll be hours at a time or days at a time or weeks at a time where there's a lot of negative thoughts happening. And when you're in that space, it seems really difficult to realize that you're there and come out of it. What would be your best practices to recognize when you're in that? And I know you probably, it's been a long time, but maybe you remember that feeling of what it's like to be in that place. How do you create anchors for yourself to sort of bring the awareness in? And then how do you create those better thoughts?
When you have a brilliant brain, which we all have, you have a choice every day. Talk yourself into something or talk yourself out of it. So you need to use your brain to talk yourself into good stuff and to talk yourself out of bad stuff. So last December, I got run over. I'd just come back to London. I'd been in America, then Peru and Mexico, and I just arrived in London. I think I got run over the next day. And it was obviously unfortunate, and I'm saying that word, I wouldn't say it's hell, it was just unfortunate. But I remember thinking, wow, thank God I got run over in London. Imagine being run over in Peru. I'd have been stuck there for 3 months because you can't fly once you've got a cast on your leg, because if the plane goes down, you will sink. And so I think, I'm so lucky. I'm here, my husband's here, my daughter's here. I got run over pretty much outside my house in London. And then it was so low. It was just before Christmas, so I still managed to see everybody. And then something amazing happened. I was very into Pilates and yoga. And my doctor said, you got to do really heavy weights now because your leg muscles, I have thin legs anyway, will just waste away. And I started to love heavy weights. And now I'm really into heavy weights. I never would have done that if I hadn't got run over. I'd still be doing yoga. So weirdly enough, if you can also say, what's good about this? What's good about being run over? Well, it happened in London. I got run over in a pedestrian street, which was a bit weird, but at least there's no other traffic. I was lying in the middle of the road by then. So you can train your brain to go, what's good about this? I had a wonderful time in hospital. Everybody came to visit me. My daughter's husband, who I love, was making me food and bringing it in. And there were lots of nice things. So in the worst time, you have to think, what's good about this? What's great about this? I think some people find that slightly annoying. But once you start to do it, your brain starts to do it for you. It's like a biofeedback. You train yourself to go, what's good about this? And the brain starts to find things that are good about any situation at all. but always talk yourself into good stuff. Never say like, oh my God, I've got so much work on, this is killing me, I'm so stressed, I'm going to get an upset stomach now, this is ridiculous. I'm spending all weekend working, say, how lucky am I? My boss thinks I'm amazing, he's given me this work, I'm a smart person, I can power through it. And I just think having little key phrases, one of my favorites is, the people that matter don't care, and the people that care don't matter. I love that. And and also telling yourself, I love it, I love it, I want it, I want it. When I was learning to lift like really heavy weights, I just say, I love it, I love it. And you can lie to your mind, my body loves it. You might hate it, but your body loves crunches, your body loves lunges. And I'm a great advocate of lie, cheat, and steal. Lie to your brain every day, cheat fear, and steal back phenomenal confidence and success.
I can already imagine myself in the future saying like what's good about this and terrible situations like getting your foot run over and giggling while I do it. So I think that's going to stick, and I think everyone is going to love that. And then I love it, I love it, I love it. I call that, and you know, I have to skipify this to tell yourself a better truth of like, well, they can both be true. It could be terrible and it can be amazing for you depending on what you look at. So I'm just going to choose the thing that's more empowering. So if I go into this realm where everyone here throughout the summit is dreaming of better futures and bigger futures in different areas, in health, in abundance and wealth for themselves, in their love relationships, and in their dreams in general for life and what they want next. When we are dealing with challenging situations, it's the two tools that you just gave there as an example. When we start setting these big dreams for the future, it seems to me like the bigger the dream, the more doubt tends to come in. What's your tool set for allowing people to feel more empowered about their big dreams they want to go after?
Well, you see, it's like people who say, I've learned to manifest, and I can now manifest a parking space in the middle of the West End. It's like, well, and I didn't want to go to lunch, and they cancelled. And I was like, well, but why don't you manifest something massive then? If you could manifest a car parking space in the middle of the West End or in downtown LA, then why not use that to go bigger? And the thing is, with big goals, you can break them down. You can say, okay, I'm going to write a book. It's going to be a best-selling book. So the first goal is to write it, but write it with that in mind. How do I write a best-selling book? Well, you have to look at what's selling, what are people... a lot of people think, I'm going to write what I want. You really need to write what people want to hear. And great books often have a promise. So when you want a big goal, you can have a big goal. A lot of people think, oh, I've read The Secret. I'm going to just sit here and go, Om Shanti, it's all going to fall into my lap. And that's a mistake. In order to have a big goal and a big dream, and I don't even like the word dream, because when you say to the mind, I'm dreaming, I'm wishing, I'm hoping, it's not the same as I'm doing it, I'm making it happen, I am getting this. So the mind is very receptive to words, wishing, dreaming, hoping, is what I call being very wishy-washy. People say, I wish I could be pregnant. Well, you can actually do a lot of stuff. I wish I could lose 10 pounds. Well, there's all kinds of things you can do to make that happen. So when you want something, you have to do it in 3 steps. The first step, and it's the most important step, is to close your eyes and go, I'm worthy of this, I deserve it, I'm worth it, I'm worth it. Say you want to have your own business or be an outstanding coach or write a best-selling book. A lot of the fear is, oh God, no one's going to buy it. Who am I to write a book? Who am I to be a coach? I haven't even got my own life sorted out. And so all the doubt creeps in. So whatever you want, we can do it right now. Just close your eyes and go, I'm worthy of love, deserving of a fantastic relationship. I'm worth it, I deserve it. You've got to say it, state it, affirm it, embody it. I'm worthy of a phenomenal career. I'm worthy of phenomenal wealth. And you have to stay with that, because you might say, I feel really angry when I do that, or I feel really sad. Actually, I think it's stupid. All of those things say one thing, you don't believe it. So stay with it until you do. Eventually the mind goes, oh, here you go again with that worthy, deserve it. You say it every day, it must be true. And it starts to sink in like butter sinks into hot toast. You know, your brain can no more reject your words than toast could reject butter. And it's a good thing to remember. When you've got familiar with, I'm worth it, I deserve it, I'm worth it, I deserve it, go on to the next step, which is, what is this dream? Do you want to be a millionaire? Well, everything you require is going to require something of you. What do you have to do and learn to be a millionaire? You know, I know John Gray very well. And when he wrote Men Are From Mars, he understood something. Writing a book is the easy bit. Making it a bestseller takes more work than writing the book. So when I wrote my 7 books, I found writing a book easy, but the work you have to do to make that book sell, the research, the book tours, the writing articles for constant magazines every day to keep your book in the public eye is harder work. But if I require my book to be a bestseller, then it requires something of me, constant work to keep it in the public eye. And I think that's the step a lot of people don't understand. What do you want, and what does it want of you? What do you require? What does it require of you? You know, I've trained 19,000 therapists all over the world, and I tell them the truth, darling, you could be the best therapist in the world. If nobody knows where you are or who you are, you have to learn marketing. Therapists go, marketing? I'm an empath. I know that. That's why we now teach marketing as part of our course, because it's not enough to say, I've got this dream. What do you have to do and learn and become to make that real? So when you have a goal or a dream or a vision, you've got to break it down. What does that require? You know Ed Sheeran? He slept in parks. He slept on park benches. He was busking outside tube stations. His dream was, I'm going to be a famous singer. But to get from A to Z, he didn't just walk in and go, hey, Sony, here I am with my guitar. He had to get practice. A lot of people will say, you know, I started off doing something I didn't like, but I just kept going. You know, one of my friends had got her own restaurant, but she worked in Starbucks for 2 years just to get that feeling of what her customers want. She just couldn't go out and open a cafe. And she hated working in Starbucks, but she did it for 2 years to get the experience. So we're going to believe we're worth it. The second step is, what can I do? What can I learn? What can I become? And the third step is, do it. But you can't do step 3 if you haven't done step 1. So when I wanted to be probably one of the best therapists in the world, I knew what that entailed. It entailed making a lot of calls, cold calling papers. Would you like to write about me? Hey, I just saw you did a thing on fire walking today. That I rang up Men's Health and said, hey, you got a piece on fire walking. You're a sportsman. This is kind of hypnosis. Would you like to write about proper hypnosis for athletes? They went, yes. That was good for me. In fact, when they wrote the article, they gave me my own column. I had my own column in Men's Health for several years. But I had to do something uncomfortable. I had to ring up every day, a magazine, a newspaper, and say, would you like to write about me? Some of them went, no. And others said, absolutely, we'd love to. Tell me more. So it's you have to have the courage. But I couldn't have done step 3, if I hadn't done step 1. I deserve to be written about. I deserve to be a relevant, recognized, respected therapist. You might think, well, that's very arrogant. But I knew that was my gift. Ed Sheeran's gift is singing. Someone else's gift is painting. My gift was to be a great therapist. And when you're given a gift, the universe go, hey, here's the gift. It's all easy now. You have to do the work. And I think people forget about the work. So believe you're worth it. Look at everything you have to do to make your dream real, and then go and do it. People say, oh, I've written a book where it's in a drawer. Why? Well, I couldn't find a publisher. I didn't want to be rejected. I had a great idea, and then someone else had the same idea, and then I couldn't take my idea to market. You know, Lululemon did not invent little black leggings. Dyson didn't invent a vacuum cleaner or a hairdryer. Joe Wicks did not invent exercise, and yet they had a belief that they could do something amazing with someone else's idea and become a millionaire many times over, and they did. You know, Spanx did not invent shapewear. That had been around forever. But somebody clever will say, I got an idea, and I deserve to make this amazing, and I'm going to do whatever it takes. So you can't do one of the 3 steps or 2. You must do all 3. And then not only will you go to success, it will come to you. So if people said, well, what do I do with this big dream? Break it down into 3 steps, and it will probably work.
When it comes to finding your gift in life, I'm curious to hear, and I'd like to double click on more of your gifts to see how you've put that together into being a great therapist and also a well-known one. So when we think about that, what are the components that you recognized in your own life where you said, oh, this is what I could do at the highest level. And I want to ask you that so that people can start to put together, and even I can start to put together, what are the various gifts that someone might have? Because you could have been many things. I think, a therapist is one of those things. You also, one degree over in an alternate dimension, you might have been a world-class coach, or you might have been a world-class teacher, which you are now. And there's a lot of adjacent careers that you might have been world-class in as well. And I'm sure if we were in the multiverse with the Avengers, we could find those different Marissas out there. What are the component parts that you think make you world-class at these things?
It's very hard to be good at something you don't love. The trick is to do what you love and to love what you do. I see so many people who say, I hate being a lawyer, I hate being an architect. And the thing is, when you're finding your way in life, you'll notice that when I became a therapist, I noticed immediately the energy I got working with clients was incredible. I got this feeling of rightness every day. Oh, this is what I meant to do. And sometime into that, I think ITV said, would you like to be a TV presenter? I'm like, oh, why not? And I went along, and it sounds like such a dream job, and I hated it. I had to get so excited about banana muffins. I couldn't get there. I kept saying, jump up and down and get excited. I said, well, show me. She said, I can't do it. I can't show you how to do this. And I couldn't get the energy to do this television presenting. And I realized it was not for me. My daughter got scouted in London by a big model agency. She said, Mummy, I hated every minute of walking down that catwalk. I said, well, darling, that's not your thing. If you hated it that much, even though the dream is, wow, I'm modeling at London Fashion Show, that's a sign it's not for you. So if you're doing something and it doesn't give you that feeling of rightness, that feeling of energy, that feeling of, oh, this has got my name all over it, then I would say don't pursue it, because so many people in their 50s start to get depression because they go, why did I take this job? I never wanted this. My parents pushed me into the family firm. And I know when I'm speaking on stage, the feeling of rightness, the feeling of energy, the feeling, people say, how could you do that? I say, well, for me, it's the right thing. I couldn't be a gardener. I couldn't be a cook. But I feel right when I'm doing it. So always look for that feeling. So I just knew it was what I was meant to do. I did many things. So I trained to be a teacher. I went to work for Jane Fonda teaching aerobics. I came back and worked for Pineapple Dance Studios. That was a huge thing. And I didn't like it all, but when I found therapy, and therapy certainly found me, I could go, oh, this is my calling, because it really was, because it felt right. And I think we're so removed from trusting our gut. If you go and live with a tribe in Africa, everything is about the gut feeling. And your gut is the second brain. So you should tune into that a lot, because just as you know when something's right, you also know when something is wrong, because it feels so wrong. So people will say, I knew I had to do this. It was a calling, or I just got that feeling it was the right thing to do.
When you were young, I know you used to write stories, like fantasy stories about unhappy families. When you wrote those stories, did you write the resolutions to those issues, or did you write about just the issues when you were young?
You see, my mother kept I was very good at writing and very good at art. And when I was young, I thought I'd be an artist. My school said, you must be an artist. In fact, my daughter's an artist, and I love that. But my parents said, oh, you're not going to be an artist. I wanted to go to art school. They're like, absolutely not. You'll just end up a crazy drug addict. You're not going. And they probably were right, because maybe that wasn't my thing. But I would always write these stories about families that had an absent mother. And it was always the eldest child would take over and parent, or they always lived in caravans and trailer parks. And it was so funny that my mother kept these and didn't really look at them and think, why was I writing about an absent mother? Because my mother was emotionally absent. She was there, but emotionally she wasn't there at all. She had an affair with our next door neighbor for about 10 years, I think. And everybody knew, we knew, everyone knew we lived in a village. But it was so funny that my mother kept them and said, oh, this writing is amazing, and you should definitely be a writer, and look at all the illustrations, but never saw. And now I can look at them as an adult, because I've still got them, and see what I was really writing about. And maybe that was the first insight into looking at things that are broken and seeing how could you. So I did write the resolution. Someone else stepped up and became the loving parent. And one of the things I do in therapy, one of our greatest gifts is to have clients become a loving parent to themselves. And we have them go into hypnosis, and it's a particular format. My particular RTT has what I call 9 interruptions. So in therapy, we're investigating what's wrong, and then we're interpreting how it went wrong, interrupting the belief, and then installing a new belief. But one of the interruptions is to become this loving parent to yourself. So when I look at those stories, I can see, oh yeah, it's all about becoming, meeting your own needs. A lot of people say, oh, I never had love, and now I've just given up the belief I'll ever have love. Or they go, well, I've got to find someone to love me now, to meet that need. And we don't understand that we can meet these needs. We should never give our needs to someone else. We should meet them ourselves because it makes us feel powerful.
I know a lot of people here are getting so much out of the summit and so much out of what you're saying right now. And they're probably thinking, how can I support the other people in my life that didn't have the calling to be here right now and listening to this or watching this? What are your best practices for helping the people around us reinvent themselves and create better lives?
You reminded me of a teenage boy that came to see me many years ago who was predicted to end up going to jail. He was very angry, very aggressive. When he came to my office, the first thing he said to me is, if you get this wrong, I'm going to take your house off you. And no one's ever said that before. And I said, oh, you're a very hurt kid, because there's always a hurt behind anger. I said, tell me, why are you so hurt? He went, no one loves me. No one believes in me. Everyone hates me. I said, but darling, that's not true. First of all, your aunt who paid for your session believes in you. Secondly, I believe in you. I'm going to help. And thirdly, by the time they say you're going to believe in you, now we've got 3 people who believe in you. A minute ago, we had none. But what I was really saying to that boy is, if you have one person who believes in you, just one, it will change your life. For me, it was my grandmother, without a shadow of a doubt. And I've often said to all the people I train, be that one person for some unhappy kid. Be an advocate, do something for children, because we only need one person. And for many therapists, they can be that one person. And for all of you go, hey, how could I be a mentor for a kid? Could I do the advocate system? Could I just tell someone I believe in them? It doesn't have to be a child. So if you want to change the world, which we want to do, but it's a big ask, change people. Find someone who doesn't have self-belief and tell them, when I'm in this, I'll say to us, tell it, oh, I love your nails, or oh, you smell so nice, or I always try to say something nice to someone, even if I'm in a cafe, because we always want to build other people's self-esteem, and praise is the fastest way to grow your own self-esteem and that of others. And so just saying something nice to somebody and really meaning it is good. But if you can find someone who you can believe in, I know I am where I am today because my grandmother believed in me when nobody else did. But we only need one. We think we need a whole village. We don't. We need one person. And we can be that one person for so many people, which is an amazing thing.
Why do you think a lot of these celebrities, a lot of these people who have achieved so much call this the game of belief? Why do you think they use the word game?
I think game is quite a good game to use because you go, okay, this is a game. All games have rules, like a card game has rules, Monopoly has rules, Scrabbles have rules. If I'm going to play the game, what are the rules? There's a book called The Rules of Life and How to Play. I have something called The Rules of Your Mind. We have 23 rules of the mind, and many coaches say, you know what the rules of your mind? I use it with every client. It's a game changer. And there's the word game again. So I think when you say this is a game and you understand the rules, you can win at life if you understand the rules. And in my business, I've made it my business to understand the rules of your mind so you can win at being successful, happy, loved, and healthy. But it's good to call it a game because you can enter it. You can also exit it when you've had enough. You can make it fun. But you can also, what are the rules? And can I make these rules work for me? And one of the rules of success is you must take action every day in the direction of your goals. You can't really take weeks off. You shouldn't even take a day off. The action might be just watching one YouTube video, making a few calls. But if you take action every day, You'll make it because successful people abide by between 5 to 7 rules. One is they do what they absolutely do not want to do, and they do it first. They take action every day in the direction to their goals. They praise themselves a lot. They do not take no for an answer, and they delay gratification. That's 6 things that people who succeed do. They all leave clues. So there's the rules. That's a game. If you decide, hey, I could do those 6 things, if you do that, you won't even have to go to success. It will come to you. People say, oh, I'm not going to do what I hate. I'm never going to do that. You know, one of my clients, who's a very famous rock star, was telling me this story that he had 2 children. And this was many, many years ago before the internet, when there was a newspaper called Melody Maker. It would arrive in the post, or you could buy it, and you go to the back and it said, audition for a drummer Tuesday in Soho, audition. And he realized he had to be free for all these auditions, because he'd go, they go, can you come back? And he'd go, no, I've got a full-time job. So he worked the night shift in McDonald's. He was there a very short period of time when he got a call back. And then he went and they said, actually, you've got the job. And he's retired now. But when he told people that story, they go, oh, I would never do that. Work in McDonald's? I said, well, aren't you missing the point? He did what he hated to have his days free to pursue his vision of being a famous rock star. And now he is, but you would give up that dream. And that's the thing. People who play the game will do what they do not want to do to make their dream real. And people who fail will give their dreams up quicker than saying, I don't want to abide by those rules. I don't want to work nights, get up early. I mean, if you're an Olympic athlete, you get up, you scrape the ice off your car in the winter, you go running. You understand, in other words, I've got to consistently do what I don't want to do to get that gold medal. So I think it's good to call it a game, the game of life and how to play it.
For all the people out there that might say, I don't know what my dream is, what would you recommend they do to find it?
Go back and have a look at what you love to do between the age of 7 and 14, or even 5 and 18. What did you love? Because we told the story about me writing stories, and now here I am. I've written a lot of books about self-help. So ask, what did I love doing? You see, Joan Malone would tell you, I was putting little petals into water and pretending to make perfume when I was 6. Jamie Oliver would say I was in my parents' restaurant cooking when I was 10. So go back and look at what did I love, what sparked joy. Because what you love to do in those key ages of, say, 6 to 16 is a key to what is your unique skill set. What is your gift? What gives you joy? You know, many people say I was writing stories when I was 4. I was pretending to operate on my pets, and my dolls and my teddies when I was 6, and now I'm a nurse. So go back and allow yourself to look, what did I love doing as a child? What gave me joy? What engrossed me? And because that's probably what you should do as well. What did you love doing between the age of 6 and 16, by the way?
I had a Polaroid camera at my uncle's wedding when I was like 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that range. And I was selling the photos to people at the wedding. So if you can imagine like a 7-year-old version of me in a tuxedo coming up to you with a Polaroid camera, taking your photo and then selling it to you at an exorbitant price. And people had to say yes because it was too cute. And then at one point it was so distracting to the wedding that they actually took the camera away from me and hid it. And then I decided to run away into downtown Minneapolis at that time. So that's the one story I remember.
And of course, what did you do as an adult? Photos and videos has been your career. Steven Spielberg would say when he was 8, he was shooting home movies. So if you look at people who've made it, they'll go back and say, oh yes, I did that when I was 6. I loved that when I was 10. So it's very helpful. And you might think, I can't remember. But just before you go to sleep, say, hey mind, remind me what I love doing. Your mind is set up to answer any question you give it, especially just before you go to sleep. You go, hey, where have I put my passport? You'll wake up and remember. Hey mind, remind me what I loved, what captivated me, engrossed me, gave me joy. Between 6 and 16, do it every night for a few weeks and you'll find that you remember. And then pursue that if you possibly can.
A lot of people may not know some certain things about you that I'll share all at once and then ask you a question. The first one is you've dealt with tremendous health challenges in your life, from getting your foot run over to having cancer twice, which you don't have now. And then in the love category, for the first 45, 50 years of your life, you consistently attracted men that you then found were unhealthy for you, and then you just changed. You just decided that you wanted something different, and you really attracted something wildly different than you had ever been attracted to before, and you're married to him now. And then in the abundance category, I remember when Phaedra was really young, and you share the stories that you needed to learn how to make money on the side, and it wasn't going to be enough as a single mom with Phaedra. What's the secret? You've overcome really significant challenges in all three of these areas. How?
It's a couple of things. One, it's choice, but two, one of the rules of the mind is the mind likes what is familiar, and your mind is super coded and hardwired to go back to what it knows. And so, of course, I was a head teacher's daughter. My father was very interested in other people's children. He was paid to do that and not really interested in us. He wasn't a bad person. He was a wonderful person, but all his energy went into other people's children. So it wasn't a surprise that when I started dating men, my first boyfriend was absolutely adorable, and my second love of my life was just the most amazing guy. But in between, I did find myself being attracted to people who were busy, because with my father, I had to earn his love. I had to work for his love. I had to show him, hey, look, I'm here and I'm smart, but he wasn't really there. And so for a girl, when I was looking this week at Suri Cruise, who Tom Cruise doesn't see, thinking that's just terrible. That's just awful for her. That's just wrong, because the first relationship a girl has with a man is with her father. So my father was emotionally absent. So it wasn't surprising that I picked men like that too. But then when I had the two lovely men, really lovely, I was actually very busy unraveling that because I didn't believe I was worth it. And then when I was a therapist, people would say to me, oh my God, you must have the most amazing relationship. You've changed my life. My marriage is amazing. And I thought, gosh, if you only knew. And then one day I thought, you know what? This is up to me to make a beautiful relationship familiar. So I just looked at what I was doing. I remembered, of course, my grandmother who loved me so much. But I wasn't allowed to live with her. I was allowed to live with her for a little while. And then I had to go back because my father was a head teacher. He couldn't let me live with my grandmother. I knew that. And then I realized that that happened was that when I had that deep love with her, it was always going to end. And so that's what I did in relationships. I waited it for end, or I'd bring about the end early by being very difficult. And so I just decided, hey, I can make that unfamiliar. That was then, this is now. One of the things I do a lot as a therapist is get people to say, that's not me anymore, because. And all of our patients say, wow, that thing, that changed my life. It's easy, but its results are phenomenal. So I began to say, well, that's not me. I can make beautiful love familiar. It's a choice. And of course, at first, I was still attracted to those same crazy boys. And then I thought, no, I'm just going to make that unfamiliar. And that was a choice. I chose. And then I met John, and he wasn't my type at all, but I knew that he was a great guy, funny, interesting, and I decided I'm going to make this familiar, and I did, and it's a choice. And the same thing with success, I'm going to make it familiar. When I was told I could never have a child, I'd never be able to get pregnant, I couldn't possibly carry a baby full term, and if I did, it would have everything wrong with it. I thought, I'm not going to believe that either. When I wanted to have a baby, I remember my doctor saying, you'll never get pregnant. I had a voice in my head go, don't let that in. And I said, I'm not letting that in. And when I was told I had cancer, the same thing. I remember that same voice said, don't let that in. And I think for me, not letting in negative stuff has been very useful. I didn't start like that at 16, at 18, at 11, even at 24. I think I let in a lot of negative stuff. But when I realized I could choose to only let in good stuff and to dismiss the negative stuff, that was such a game changer for me. And I often say to people, look, if you can let in praise and not criticism, that would change your whole life. Don't let in destructive criticism, but do let in praise. And so I do have a wonderful marriage, an amazing career, the most gorgeous daughter. And a lot of that was because I learned to say, I'm not letting that in. I'm not going to hear that I can't be a mother. I'm not going to hear that cancer's going to come back. I'm not going to hear that, when you get to 45, you want to be abducted by an alien, then married to someone. And, we say, oh, it's such hard work being married. Really? When I was single and I had a cold and I had to wake up and get out of bed and go to the pharmacy by myself, I found that hard work. Being married is amazing because someone's got your back. People say, oh, it's so hard having children. It doesn't have to be. We've got to stop using these words. I found having a baby the most gorgeous, wonderful, incredible love, and I still do. So we're coming back to this word choice so much because we've got to choose to stop saying it's hell for the first 2 years, you can't even sleep. Babies sleep all the time. When they're little, they sleep constantly. That's how they grow. Just go to sleep. And you don't iron their sheets and stop ironing their clothes. Just go to sleep when they sleep. And choose to have fun. Choose to say life's amazing. And so I think it was the choosing. And of course, when I had cancer, I was very lucky because I'd already taught my brain to go, what's great about this, which sounds so odd, but I had womb cancer. I thought, well, that's a stroke of luck because I don't need a womb, which I didn't. I'd already had a child. And so that probably sounds a bit irritating to people, but if you start to do this, well, that's a stroke of luck. That's just, it starts to do it back to you until you don't do it anymore. It's who you become. So I really recommend, talk yourself out of negative stuff, talk yourself into good stuff, believe you've got something amazing to offer the world, even if you don't know what it is, believe you're worth it, believe in yourself. Self-esteem means, if I say, Skip, I hold you in the highest esteem, that's what I think of you, but self-esteem is what I think of me. And no one can give me self-esteem because it's what I think of myself. But I can elevate my sense of self-worth and self-esteem and self-value, and so can everyone. You can all do it. And it's really worth just taking a time to say, I'm a nice person. I'm kind. I'm funny. I'm smart. I'm lovable. I matter. Don't go, I'm beautiful. I'm a size 8, because that doesn't matter. Say I'm a good person. I'm interesting. I'm funny. I'm compelling. I'm wise. You can say I'm super hot if you want to as well. But don't give someone else the job of building your self-esteem or self-worth. Do it yourself, because if you do it, nobody can ever take it away. People say, oh yeah, I thought this, but they said I was so great, then they said I was so boring. If you give someone permission to tell you you're amazing, you give them permission to say, oh, I'm bored with you now. I'll give you this great job, but now you're not relevant. But if you do it yourself, it never fades, it never wanes. So it's really worth putting your energy into loving yourself. Don't waste it with some person that you're pursuing and chasing and working for. If you just put that energy into loving yourself, your life would change so dramatically, and that change would never go away.
Thank you so much, Marissa.
Thank you too. Remember, when your mind expands to new dimensions, it never goes back. And that's what the summit's doing, is taking your mind to new dimensions, because your potential expands as you go to it. And you can never know what your potential is, because as you go to it, it expands again and again. So keep expanding. Don't contract, expand. Go to new dimensions. Let your potential take you far, because that's what it's meant to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our final talk of our Mastering Abundance Summit. Let's bring back something we've gotten to experience with a few of our speakers throughout this, which was a power of the breath. And I want to do that with each and every one of you as a powerful way of closing this experience we've been having for the last 3 days. And it's going to be a very simple, deep breath through the nose and an exhale through the mouth one time, just to celebrate ourselves, celebrate the speakers who have come to share, the team behind the scenes who have made this all possible, and to acknowledge the future that's coming to you after having spent 3 days in mastering abundance in your life. My name is Jason Mark Campbell. It was an absolute joy and a pleasure to be your guide, your host, a fellow learner along this path of mastering abundance. You have been an incredible group that has been a part of this. And as we brought Marissa Peer as our closing speaker here, I want to bring back one more time. If you want to learn more from Marissa, marissapeer.com. And what we have been able to do with Marissa is work as she's been a partner and a supporter of this event. She's decided to put together a 21-day mastering abundance journey that'll be guided by Marissa herself. And I'm going to put a link into the chat right now that you will be able to copy. We'll put this onto Facebook as well. I urge you to click on that and learn more about what Marissa can do for you if you want to continue on a path. Her method with RTT being integrated in a powerful way is extremely powerful. If throughout this session, throughout the Abundance Mastery Summit, you have had these limiting beliefs, these changes that you want to do in your patterns, she is the most powerful woman to do so. And I want to make sure that for anybody who wants to take this partner offer she's put together for us during the summit is taken by you. You have to copy paste the link that I've just put into the chat. And so take a moment to do that. And we're going to look into wrapping things up. And there's a couple things I want to make sure to ask each and every one of you. First off, I would love some feedback. I'm seeing a couple of them coming into the chat right now, but I would love to get it on a powerful format that allows us to share this summit with more people and to make sure that it is well recognized as we're going to be selling the VIP package. Of course, if you haven't bought it yet and you still want to get it for $99, this is going to be your last chance to do this. So we're going to ask if on Facebook you can share your feedback, your testimonial on joining this Mastering Abundance Summit. It would mean so much for us to be able to share these recordings with others, get other people to want to participate in a Mastering Abundance and to join a future a future summit for Summits for Impact. We would love to hear from you. If you've gotten any value from the 3 days that you've spent learning from these incredible teachers and you'd like to be able to show some gratitude, this would be one of the most powerful ways that you can do it. And if you don't have Facebook, just reply to an email that we've sent you with your testimonial, your story of transformation, what impact this has had on you. And we'd love the opportunity to be able to share that with others as we've put together this summit to truly impact as many lives as possible. You know, we've talked a lot from especially the entrepreneurial speakers that came onto the summit about what are activities that doesn't cost and gets to spread abundance. And if you can just take a few moments to be able to write that to us, it would be an important step. I would love to know who are the people who are committing to writing that either on Facebook or replying to an email. I'd love to just see your commitment in writing here, because that way you're already standing by your word. And I would love to see who are the people who are going to take action on this. I'd really, really appreciate this. I want to take a moment to acknowledge every single speaker who has not only shared their message, but also promoted this summit to their audience. A big, big moment of gratitude to each and every one of them. I want to say a big thank you to the team behind the scenes, Alessio, Kim, Natalia, Renata, who have been working at coordinating these talks, coordinating these speakers, making sure these events are put together, that the right slides are here, and that this technology works very well, have been replying to your emails. And I have to tell you, we've already received some stories from individuals who have had some major shifts, where they're going through some hardships in life, and that they've come to this summit to shift, and we've been able to be generous with them as well. Honestly, the reasons we do this summit is to be able to impact lives. And each and every one of you who are sharing your stories, our team meets, discusses, and truly appreciates everything that we can do to impact lives. This is why we do this. This is why I spent 3 nights from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. to be able to share with all of you as we're wanting to bring these summits to the world and be in a more convenient time zone. I have made the decision to be in Southeast Asia, and it's using some of Marissa Peer's words, is how lucky I am that I get to spend an entire evening to be able to impact the thousands of lives of all of you who are joining this summit, that I get the opportunity to connect with these incredible speakers, to share my message and to be able to make this impact. And of course, I love staying up all night because I get to do this on a time zone that I reach even more people. And I'm so lucky that these types of opportunities come my way. And so I want to welcome more of those. And with your support, we will very likely be doing a lot more of those in different areas. And so Nance, I want to make sure that you have access to our support email. I'm going to ask the team to drop into the chat. So this is a call out to Kim and Natalia. If you can drop in the chat the support email. We have Nance here who wants to be able to write in and get some details on where she can access her VIP package. So if you're looking for the transcripts, the access to the replays, the bonus journals that are coming in, although the journals being dropped in, I believe, in the next few days, you need to make sure you upgrade to VIP, and that's all going to be sent over. Perfect. Thank you, team. See, we got a wonderful team that's going to make sure that if you need any kind of support, you want to send in your story, you're not using Facebook, you can write at support@scaleforimpact.co. And gosh, I just want to take a moment here to acknowledge some of you here. So Claudia, I think this is the first time I hear from you. I want to take a moment to acknowledge your message here saying, thank you, team. Jason, the efforts for putting it together. We're very, very grateful to hear this feedback. Thank you so much. We got Via. Thank you for the massive value in the 3 days. It was our pleasure. We have Dale here. Thank you for all these amazing 3 brilliant days. Thank you very much. And I see Ariana's already replying to the email. Thank you. We have Dale again talking about worth it. Maria sharing. Thanks again for the love, everyone. Any questions that you would want to have answered? We're going to spend another 5-10 minutes here just being here to support anyone. What is the action? What is the action we're going to take? Like you've just learned from amazing speakers, but the big question is, how are we translating this into action? So if there is a commitment, an action that you would like to take, the moment now you've finished learning for 3 days, the ball is in your court. What's the action that you're going to take? Who are the speakers you're going to go dive deeper into? Are you joining the VIP as your powerful action? I don't know, but I'd love to see at least a declaration of action coming into the chat. This is going to be how we make sure that these 3 days are not 3 days and it's over, but rather it's 3 days and it begins. And honestly, this is some of the best teachings of the best speakers with the right messages on how to master abundance. I'm so happy how the entire curriculum has been put together and how it's been systematically designed to help you reach that level of abundance, rewrite your beliefs, find the new habits, discover new methods of thinking, new ways of approaching the world. And I know that for those of you who are putting this into practice, are learning, are taking action, you are going to see some miracles, some transformations, some happiness, some passion, some growth, whatever it is that you're looking to bring more abundance in your life right now. I know it is coming your way for sure. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Priya's actually usually in Malaysia, but being in the UK has been able to tune in. I believe it is still getting quite late for you out there in the UK. And so glad you could join us, Priya. Great to see you here. I have Tiny C join us via as an early bird, but I've tried to be here all 3 days. We'll have to go back and watch some in the middle. Here's the thing. There's nothing like the live experience, right? You guys are here. It's not that you can't make any excuses. You're here, you participate. And this is why coming live for an event like this is just a different energy. And for all of you who have been joining live for the entire, who are here that's been a part of the 3 days? Tiny Zoo, I feel like I've seen you most of the time. Who are the troopers who have followed along for the entire session, all 3 days? I know Smiley's probably still up here. I know, Smiley, you're doing some wonderful stuff, unless we've just lost him for the end. But I just want to say a big thanks. I know he was a very active person onto the chat. He or she, I wasn't sure, actually. Let's see here. Oh, I love this. We got Nimisha saying, this summit has been a full-on and intense, but my goodness, I've gained so much knowledge and understanding in my heart, though incredibly vast is full. Thank you so much. Arigato. I love this. All right, let's see what we got here. Me. Yeah, Ariana, Dale's been here. We have Yaroslava also. Susan's been here. Nance has been here. Missed a couple sessions. That's okay. You had the 24-hour replay, right? And oh my God, so many of you. God, Heather, good stuff. Awesome. Well, guys, we get to let you off a little early. If you can do us again a big favor, come onto the Facebook group, take a moment to write your feedback. This is the moment that you're charged up, you're ready with the momentum, and we'd love to hear your stories of how impactful this was. So take the time to either post on the Facebook or write that email. I'm going to bring up on the screen one more time the link for the all access, although I think I'm covering the QR code. So I'm going to remove that. This is going to be your last chance for you to get the VIP offer at 99 bucks. Guys, the support you give us is massive. It is huge, and we are so grateful. I'm going to drop it into the chat one more time so that you can go ahead and, oops, see, I put my text a bit too long. I see the team has actually put it up as a proper link here. So, see, that is not the way the link is supposed to appear. I'm going to put it up like this. Here we go. And I think we are ready to call this a day. 8 hours, 41 minutes of abundance. Guys, it's 99 bucks. If you can make that investment towards abundance, it'll be a huge investment, a great priority, and a powerful support, not only just for us, which of course will allow us to expand and make more impact with your contributions, but the value that you get, over 30 talks, all the transcripts, everything you need to apply, and so many extra bonuses from the speakers that include Derek's 5-hour kit and so much more. Ken Honda's also got some kits in there, and I can't even list all the stuff that's been thrown in for the VIP, but know that we're here to make sure that you get the best return on your investment for this 99 bucks that you are putting in. So I will urge you to come and join on the VIP side, join the Summits for Impact community. This is just the beginning. There's so much more that we're going to put this. And for those who are wondering where the link is, I'm putting it into the chat, and we're going to make sure to send you an email as a last call immediately so that you guys can join a VIP offer at 99 bucks. Once again, my name is Jason Mark Campbell. I'm going to do a little nod to my team that are at the back of the room. Kim, Nat, on WhatsApp, let me know if there's anything I'm forgetting before I close off the session with everyone. By the way, you should all see my station on how this is working. So I'm here. I have my camera, my light, my screen. I have another screen here. We have the microphone, and we're all set up to be hosting this summit for the last 3 days. I've had my cup of tea, and I do have something important to share from the girls behind the scene. For one, sending lots of love from Natalia, who's been working behind the scenes, and Kim saying, all good from my end, all the love for everyone attending. These have been the two ladies that have been working with me throughout live. They've been behind the scenes. I'm just the camera guy, but they've been doing some magic behind the scenes as well. So this was amazing. I don't want to see, can you guys tell that I'm stalling? I'm like looking at the chat, and I'm like, I'm seeing all your comments come in. I'm like, I don't want this to stop. Do we have one more speaker we can bring on? Absolute joy, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been a Summits for Impact production. Mastering Abundance Summit, our 3 days, 33 speakers, 11 a day, 9 hours straight, and thousands of you joining, choosing to master abundance. And I can't wait to hear your stories of transformation, abundance, and all the good stuff that is coming into your life. And it has been an honor, a privilege to have played a role in being a catalyst to the beginning of your journey into abundance. Take care, everyone. I will play some lovely music and sign off for tonight. Take care.